I've been driving this stretch of Highway 99 for 12 years now, ever since I got my CDL and started hauling produce up and down California's gut. Manteca to Bakersfield, Bakersfield to Fresno, Fresno back to Manteca, sometimes a detour over to Stockton if the load's going to the port. It's the same black ribbon of asphalt every time, the same truck stops glowing like tired eyes in the dark, the same field stretching out flat and endless under whatever moon we get that night. I know every crack in the pavement between the Flying J and the chevron at Lost Hills. I know which mile marker has the memorial cross wrapped in faded plastic flowers, and I know the exact spot where the fog usually rolls in thick enough to swallow the reflectors. Nothing ever changes. That's what I told myself anyway, until last month. It was one of those December nights where the cold creeps under the door seals and sits on your chest like a passenger you didn't pick up. I dropped a trailer of lettuce in Bakersfield around 9, grabbed a deadhead back north because dispatch promised a good load out of Fresno in the morning. The highway was almost empty. Just me, a couple of Swift drivers running team, and the usual scattered cars hurrying home before the real chill set in. My coffee was old and bitter. The radio stuck between stations, so all I got was faint mariachi bleeding under static. I was somewhere south of Tulare doing a steady 72 in the right lane when I saw the car. It was a dark sedan, maybe a Camry or an Accord, one of those anonymous four doors that blend into traffic during the day. It was stopped dead on the shoulder, hazards blinking slow orange pulses into the night. The driver's door hung open, dome light on, and there was a figure standing beside it, tall, thin, wearing what looked like a long coat. I caught all that in the sweep of my headlights as I rolled past. I didn't slow down at first. You see broken down cars all the time out here, and half the time the driver's already on the phone with AAA or a buddy. But something about the way the person stood there, perfectly still, facing the open door instead of the road, made me ease off the throttle. I checked my mirrors. No one behind me. I flicked my four-ways on and pulled over 100 yards ahead, tires rumbling over the reflectors. I sat there for a minute with the engine idling, watching in the side mirror. The figure hadn't moved, the hazards kept blinking, steady as a heartbeat. I told myself it was nothing, probably just some guy pissed off at a flat tire, but I've been around long enough to know when something feels off. I grabbed my flashlight, zipped my jacket, and climbed down. The air hit me hard. Sharp, dry cold that smelled faintly of dairy farms and diesel. I walked back along the shoulder, boots crunching on gravel, keeping my light pointed low so I wouldn't blind whoever it was. When I got close enough to speak, I called out, "You good? Need a hand?" No answer. The person was still facing the open door, head slightly bowed like they were reading something inside the car. I swung the beam up slowly. It was a woman, maybe late 30s, wearing a dark wool coat that looked too nice for standing on the side of the highway at midnight. Her hair was pulled back tight, and her hands hung loose at her sides. She didn't turn when the light hit her. I tried again, louder this time. "Ma'am? Everything okay?" Still nothing. I took another couple of steps, close enough now to see inside the car. The driver's seat was empty, passenger seat empty, back seat empty. No luggage, no phone glowing on the console, no steam from someone just having sat there. It looked like the car had been driving itself and decided to pull over for a rest. I swept the light across her face. She was staring straight into the empty driver's seat, eyes wide open, lips slightly parted. Not scared, not sad, just blank. Like someone had paused her. I felt the little hairs on my neck lift, the way they do when you realize the dog that's been barking at you isn't barking at you at all. I reached out and touched her shoulder, lightly, ready to pull back fast. She didn't flinch. Her coat was cold, like she'd been standing there a lot longer than a few minutes. "Hey," I said, softer now. "You with me?" Nothing. Her skin felt normal through the fabric, not frozen, just cold from the night. I tried gently turning her toward me. She moved easily, like a department store mannequin, but her eyes stayed fixed on the empty seat, even as her body rotated. That was when I noticed her hands. Both palms were pressed together in front of her, fingers interlaced, but not like she was praying, more like she was holding something small and invisible between them, squeezing it hard. Her knuckles were white. I asked if she was hurt. No blood, no obvious injury. I asked if someone had left her here. Nothing. I told her my truck was right up there, that I had heat and coffee and a CB if she needed to call someone. Still nothing. The only sound was the wind moving across the fields and the faint tick of her hazards. I stood there feeling useless, the kind of useless that starts turning into panic if you let it. I didn't want to leave her, but I also didn't want to drag a stranger into my cab if she was having some kind of episode. I've seen drivers get in trouble for trying to help the wrong person. So I called it in on the CB first, asking if any locals had a trooper nearby. Static mostly. Then some guy out of Visalia said CHP was tied up with a rollover south of town. Might be an hour. I thanked him and clicked off. By then, I'd made up my mind. I told her I was going to get her out of the cold, that she could sit in the truck until help came. I took her elbow gently and started walking her forward. She came along without resistance, feet moving in perfect quiet steps, eyes still locked on that empty car behind us until we rounded the front of my trailer and it disappeared from view. Only then did her gaze drop to the ground, like whatever spell had been holding her finally loosened a notch. I got her up into the passenger seat, closed the door, cranked the heat. She sat straight, hands now resting on her thighs, still pressed palm to palm like she hadn't let go of whatever invisible thing she'd been holding. I offered coffee. She didn't answer, didn't even look at the thermos. I kept talking anyway. Low, calm stuff about how help was coming, how these things happen, how the cold can mess with people. I don't know why I kept talking. Maybe because the silence felt worse. After maybe 10 minutes, she spoke for the first time. Her voice was soft, educated, like someone who reads a lot. She said, "He was right there." That was all. I asked who. She didn't answer. I asked if someone had been in the car with her. She turned her head slowly and looked at me, really looked for the first time, and said, "He was driving." Then she went quiet again. I didn't push it. People break down in different ways out here. Grief, drugs, exhaustion, whatever. I figured she'd talk when she was ready or when the trooper showed up. I kept an eye on the mirrors, waiting for lights. None came. After 20 minutes, I tried the CB again. Dead air. My cell had one bar, flickering. I thought about driving her to the next exit, but something stopped me. Maybe the way she kept staring at the dashboard like she expected someone else to be sitting behind the wheel. Maybe the way the temperature in the cab felt wrong, like the heat was running full blast, but the air stayed thin and cold around her. Eventually, I told her I was going to check her car, see if I could find a phone or registration, something with a name. She didn't react. I climbed down, walked back. The hazards were still going, but slower now, like the battery was giving up. I shined my light inside again, still empty. Glove box had the usual: manual, napkins, insurance card in the name of Laura M. Ellison, address in Fresno. No phone, no purse. Back seat had a child's car seat, one of those rear-facing ones, straps neatly buckled like it was waiting. That hit me harder than it should have. I closed the door, killed the hazards to save what was left of the battery, and stood there a minute listening to the night. Nothing but wind. When I got back to the cab, she was gone. The passenger door was wide open, heat pouring out into the dark. I ran around the front, no footprints leading away, no sign of her on the shoulder. I called her name, swept the light across the ditch, the field beyond. Nothing. Just the low hum of my idling engine and the distant rush of a car passing in the left lane. Driver probably never even saw my four-ways. I stood there feeling like the biggest idiot alive. How does someone just vanish from a parked semi in the space of 2 minutes? I checked the sleeper, empty, under the truck, nothing. I even looked in the trailer like that made any sense. I drove the rest of the way to Fresno with the passenger seat empty and the heat still cranked, trying to convince myself she'd wandered off when I wasn't looking, that she was fine, that someone else would find her. But I knew that wasn't true. The way she'd moved, the way she'd spoken, none of it added up to someone who could just walk away into the dark without a sound. I turned the load in at dawn, grabbed the next one headed north, and tried to put it behind me. You hear stories on the road all the time: ghost hitchhikers, vanishing passengers, whole rigs that show up empty after drivers swear they had company. Most of it's bullshit told to stay awake. I never believed any of it. But for the next week, I took different routes when I could, stuck to 5 instead of 99, told dispatch I had family stuff in the Bay Area. I avoided that stretch south of Tulare altogether. Then, 3 nights ago, I had to deadhead south again. Dispatch didn't give me a choice. Good paying load waiting in Bakersfield, tight window. I told myself it was fine. Different night, different weather. I'd be past that mile marker in minutes. I kept the radio off, windows up, just the sound of tires on pavement. I saw the reflectors coming up, the same ones I'd parked beside. My stomach tightened anyway. I eased off the gas a little without meaning to. That's when I noticed the car, same spot, same dark sedan. Hazards blinking slow. Driver's door open, dome light on. I checked the mirrors hard, half expecting to see myself parked ahead like some loop, but there was only empty road behind me. I rolled past slow this time, close to the shoulder, close enough to see inside as my lights washed over it. Empty seats. Car seat in the back. And standing beside the open door, tall coat, hands pressed together, was the woman. She was facing the car exactly like before, head bowed, perfectly still. I didn't stop. I couldn't. My foot stayed on the throttle and I watched her shrink in the mirror until the hazards disappeared. I drove all the way to Bakersfield doing 85, heart hammering so hard I thought the steering wheel would shake loose. I didn't sleep that night, just sat in the bunk with the curtains drawn, listening to idling engines outside the truck stop, waiting for something I couldn't name. Last night I came north again. Same load pattern. I told dispatch I was sick, tried to swap runs, but nothing doing. So here I am, south of Tulare once more, writing this on a borrowed phone in the library parking lot in Fresno because I can't sleep and I can't go home yet. I keep thinking about that car seat buckled and waiting. I keep thinking about what she said. He was driving. I looked up the name on the insurance card when I got signal this morning. Laura Ellison, 38, reported missing by her husband 2 weeks before I first saw her. Car found abandoned on 99, no sign of her or the 3-year-old son who'd been with her on a trip to visit grandparents. Case still open. No suspects. No leads. I don't know what's happening out there. I don't know if I'll see her again tonight or if something worse is waiting. I just know I have to drive that road again in about an hour, and whatever's sitting in that car isn't done yet. I keep checking the passenger seat like someone might appear there while I'm not looking. The heat's on full blast, but it still feels cold in here. I'm so goddamn tired, but I can't close my eyes because every time I do, I see her standing there, holding whatever she's holding, waiting for the person who was driving to come back. I don't know why I'm writing this. Maybe so someone knows if I don't check in tomorrow. Maybe just to get it out before I have to get back on 99. If you're reading this and you drive that stretch at night, just keep going. Don't stop. Don't look too close. Whatever's broken down on the shoulder isn't something you can fix. That was last week when I wrote that first part, but I couldn't post it then because the library closed and my hands were shaking too much to hit send anyway. I drove the route that night like I had to, eyes glued to the road, trying not to glance at the shoulder every time the mile markers ticked by. Nothing happened. No car, no woman, just empty asphalt and the occasional semi blasting past in the left lane. I made it to Manteca by morning, unloaded, crashed in my apartment for 12 hours straight. Woke up thinking maybe it was all in my head, the exhaustion from back-to-back runs, the way the cold plays tricks on your mind. I even laughed about it a little, told myself I'd been listening to too many podcasts about unsolved cases, but deep down, I knew better. Things like that don't just evaporate because you sleep them off. A couple days later, dispatch had me running south again, same pattern. I didn't argue this time. Figured if I kept dodging it, they'd start asking questions, and I didn't have answers that wouldn't get me sidelined for a psych eval. So I loaded up in Fresno, hit 99 at dusk, coffee fresh this time, radio tuned to some talk show droning about politics to keep my mind occupied. The stretch approached slow, like the road was stretching itself out on purpose. I saw the reflectors glint ahead, told myself to breathe steady. And there it was again. The sedan, pulled over exactly where it had been, hazards pulsing like they'd never stopped. Door open. Woman standing there, coat buttoned tight, hands clasped in front, staring into the empty car. This time I slowed more, almost to a crawl, headlights full on her. She didn't move, didn't acknowledge the truck rumbling by. But as I passed, I swear I saw something in the back seat. Just a shadow, maybe. Or the outline of the car seat shifting slightly, like something small had adjusted position. I hit the gas hard after that, mirrors showing the hazards fading quick. Didn't stop until Bakersfield, where I pulled into a lot and sat with the doors locked, watching the entrance like someone might follow me in. I searched her name again on my phone that night, dug deeper into the news clips. Laura Ellison and her son, Tyler, vanished on a routine drive. Husband said she'd called him from the road earlier that day, sounding normal, talking about stopping for snacks. No history of mental issues, no enemies, no debts, just gone. One article mentioned a witness, a farmer who thought he saw the car pulled over that afternoon, but when he drove by later, it was empty. No one connected it until the report came in. The next run north, I prepared myself. Bought one of those dash cams from a truck stop, mounted it facing forward, figured if I saw her again, I'd have proof, something to show the cops or at least replay for myself to prove I wasn't losing it. Hit the stretch around midnight, fog starting to creep in from the fields, turning the shoulders hazy. The car was there, same as ever. I slowed to 40, cam rolling, lights cutting through the mist. She was standing there, but this time her head turned slightly as I approached, not toward me, but toward the back seat, like she was checking on something. I caught a glimpse inside. The car seat straps looked looser, like they'd been unbuckled recently, and there was a small toy on the floorboard, a stuffed bear or something, arm twisted wrong. I didn't stop, but I played the footage back later in the cab, frame by frame. In one shot, just for a second, there's a blur in the back window, like a small hand pressing against the glass from inside, fingers splayed wide. That footage haunts me now. I've watched it a dozen times since, zooming in, adjusting the contrast. Sometimes I think I see eyes reflecting back in that blur, wide and watching. Other times it's just pixels, noise from the fog. I showed it to a buddy at the depot, casual-like, asked if he saw anything weird. He laughed, said it looked like a smudge on the lens, told me to get more sleep. But he didn't watch it all the way through. Didn't see how the woman's posture changes in the last frames, how her clasped hands tighten, knuckles going whiter, like she's crushing whatever's between them. It's been happening more often now. Not every run, but enough that I dread the schedule. Last time, 2 nights ago, I pulled over a mile before the spot, killed the lights, and waited in the dark, engine off, just to see. Sat there for an hour, cold seeping in, watching the shoulder through binoculars I'd picked up. At first, nothing. Then, around 1 a.m., the hazards started blinking out of nowhere. No car approaching, no sound of an engine pulling up. Just orange flashes appearing in the distance, like the whole scene materialized from the fog. The door swung open slow, dome light flickering on, and there she was, stepping into view from behind the car, coat swaying slightly, hands already pressed together. She took her position by the door, stared inside, and froze. I waited another 20 minutes, then started up and drove past fast, not looking back. What's getting to me worse is the dreams. They started after that third sighting. I'm driving, but the cab feels wrong, too quiet, too still. Then I glance at the passenger seat and she's there, sitting straight, hands in her lap, staring at the dash. She turns to me slow and says, "He was driving," but her voice echoes funny, like it's coming from the back of the truck instead. I wake up sweating, check the sleeper like an idiot. Last night it was different. In the dream, I looked in the rear view and saw the car seat installed behind me, straps buckled tight around nothing, but the fabric was moving, like something was breathing under it. And her hands, they weren't empty anymore. She was holding a small shoe, toddler size, laces untied, dirt caked on the sole like it had been walking through fields. I've thought about quitting, finding local work, but the bills don't stop and dispatch likes me reliable. Besides, part of me needs to know what's next. If it's just her, repeating, or if one night the back seat won't be empty. If Tyler's there, sitting quiet, waiting for his mom to turn around, or worse, if he's the one driving now, small hands on the wheel, eyes blank like hers. I searched more today, found forums where other drivers talk about 99 at night, abandoned cars that reappear, figures on the shoulder who don't respond. One guy said he stopped once, years ago, and found a woman like that. But when he touched her, she crumbled like ash, left him with burns that never healed right. Bullshit, probably, but I keep reading anyway. Tonight's another run south. I'll pass the spot again. Maybe she'll be there, holding that invisible thing tighter. Maybe the car seat will have a shape in it this time. I keep telling myself it's coincidence, bad luck, but I know the road better than that. It holds on to things, accidents, losses, people who vanish without trace. And once it shows you something, it doesn't let go easy. If I don't post again, check the logs for my rig. Tell them to look south of Tulare, where the fog rolls in. Tell them not to touch her hands. I've logged more miles on I-80 than I care to count, pushing 15 years behind the wheel, mostly carting boxed crap from Oakland's docks straight into Reno's warehouses, then scraping together whatever backhaul I can snag for the return leg west. Same grind day in, day out. Shove off from the bay fog in the fading afternoon light. Grind up those twisting Sierra inclines while the shadows stretch long, crest the top as full night settles in, and coast down into that barren high country flatness where the wind slices clean through you and the stars hang too damn close. Donner Pass turns ugly fast in the cold months, but I've got it wired. Who needs chains where, which lanes slick over quickest, how the gusts barrel through the gaps and shove your rig around like it's nothing. I've watched semis fold like accordions against the barriers, guys stumbling out pale and muttering, and I've yanked my share of greenhorns from snowbanks after they bit off more curve than they could chew. Shit like that doesn't faze me. Or it didn't. Not until these last few weeks started chipping away at whatever calm I had left. It was one of those January nights where the forecast can't make up its mind. Clear skies out of Sacramento, then a winter weather advisory kicking in west of Truckee. I'd picked up a load of electronics pallets in Emeryville, sealed trailer, good weight, nothing shifting. Dispatch wanted it in Sparks by morning, so I was pushing a little, keeping it at 65 where the limit allowed 70. Traffic thinned out fast after Auburn. Most of the cars bail off at 50 or head north on 89 this time of year. By the time I crested the pass and started the long descent toward Reno, it was just me and a few other trucks strung out like beads on a wire, headlights cutting tunnels through the dark. That's when I saw the pickup. It was a late model Ford F-150, dark blue or black, pulled off onto the wide, snow-packed emergency lane just past the Gold Run rest area. Hood up, driver's door open, interior light on. One of those LED trouble triangles set up about 50 feet back, blinking steady red. I caught it in my lights as I came around the bend, truck sitting nose first into the guardrail like it had eased off the road gentle instead of sliding. No damage I could see from the lane, no steam rising, just parked there, quiet. A figure was standing at the rear bumper back to the highway, staring down at the snow like he'd dropped something small and was trying to spot it in the dark. I didn't plan to stop. You don't usually when it's 20 degrees and the wind's whipping down the canyon. CHP runs patrols up here regular, and most folks have roadside assistance on speed dial. But something about the way the guy stood there, perfectly still, arms hanging loose, not waving me down, not even glancing over when my Jake brake rumbled, made me lift off the throttle. I checked the mirrors, nobody close behind. I flicked on my fours and eased onto the shoulder a couple 100 yards ahead, tires crunching through packed snow. Sat there a minute with the engine idling, watching in the side mirror. He hadn't moved. The triangle kept blinking, throwing red pulses across the snow. I told myself it was nothing, probably just a guy waiting for a tow, but the quiet felt wrong. Too absolute, like the mountain was holding its breath. I grabbed my flashlight, pulled on gloves, and climbed down. The cold hit, immediate. Dry, high-altitude bite that goes straight through your jacket. Wind coming down off the ridges hard enough to rock the trailer a little. I walked back slow, boots sinking a few inches with each step, keeping my light low. When I got within 30 yards, I called out, "Hey, you need help?" Voice carried, then got swallowed by the pines. No answer. The guy was still facing away, head down, hands at his sides. I got closer. "Sir, everything all right?" Nothing. just the wind and the faint tick of my cooling engine behind me. Up close, I could see he was mid-40s maybe, wearing a Carhartt jacket and jeans, work boots laced tight. No hat, which was stupid in this weather. His hair was short, dark, dusted with snowflakes that weren't melting. I swung the light up slow. He was staring at the tailgate like it was a window, eyes fixed on the bed of the truck. The tonneau cover was closed, no tools scattered, no spare tire out, nothing to suggest he'd been working on anything. I asked again if he was hurt, if the truck wouldn't start. He didn't blink, didn't shift weight, just stood there breathing slow, visible clouds coming steady from his mouth. I moved around to the side, careful not to crowd him. The cab was empty, driver's seat pushed back, passenger seat clear, no fast food bags or coffee cups, no phone on the dash. Back seat looked empty too, though the windows were starting to frost on the inside. I asked if anyone else was with him. No response. I reached out and touched his arm, light, ready to pull back. He didn't react. His jacket felt cold through the canvas, colder than the air around us. I gave a gentle tug, trying to turn him toward me. He rotated easy, feet pivoting in the snow without lifting, but his eyes stayed locked on that tailgate even as his body faced me now. That's when I noticed his hands. They were hanging open, palms up, fingers slightly curled like he'd been carrying something and it had just slipped away. I told him my rig was right there, heat running. I had a CB and coffee if he wanted to wait inside. He didn't answer, didn't look at me. I tried guiding him forward a step. He moved with me, slow and compliant, but his head turned back toward the truck like it was on a swivel, eyes never leaving the bed. We made it maybe 10 feet before he stopped dead, planted like his boots had frozen to the ground. I tugged again. Nothing. He just stood there, staring past me at the pickup, mouth slightly open, breath still coming even. That's when I heard it. Faint, almost lost under the wind, a soft thump from inside the truck bed, like something shifting weight under the cover. Then another. Slow, deliberate. I froze. The guy didn't react at all, like he hadn't heard. I shined my light back toward the pickup. The tonneau was latched tight. No movement I could see, but the thump came again, heavier this time, followed by a faint scrape, metal on metal. I asked him what he had back there. Tools, equipment, an animal maybe. Nothing. His eyes stayed fixed, pupils wide even in the flashlight beam. I should have walked away then. Should have climbed back in my cab and called it in on the CB, let the troopers handle whatever domestic or breakdown this was. But I've pulled dogs out of hot cars and drunks out of ditches, and something about the absolute stillness in this guy made me think he wasn't right. Stroke, hypothermia, something medical. I told him I was going to check the truck, make sure everything was secure. He didn't stop me. I walked back alone, boots loud in the snow, wind pushing at my back. I got to the tailgate, listened. Quiet now. No more thumps. I reached for the latch on the tonneau, hesitated, then pulled it up slow. The cover rolled back a foot, empty. Just the ridged bed liner, a couple tie-down straps coiled neat, light dusting of snow that had blown in. No tools, no luggage, no animal. Nothing. I pushed the cover further, still empty all the way to the cab. I stood there feeling the cold crawl deeper, trying to figure what I'd heard. Wind, maybe, or ice shifting on the roof. I closed it up, latched it, turned around. The guy was gone. No footprints leading away except mine and the ones we'd made coming toward the rig. Just the disturbed snow where he'd been standing and the triangle still blinking red. I called out his name. I didn't even know it, just yelled, "Hey!" into the dark. Nothing came back but wind through the trees. I swept the light across the shoulder, the tree line, the ditch, empty. I walked fast back to my truck, climbed in, locked the doors like that would help. Sat there 10 minutes, watching the pickup in the mirrors. No movement. Triangle finally died, battery spent. I tried the CB, static mostly, then a weak signal from some driver eastbound saying conditions were clear to Reno. No mention of a breakdown or a pedestrian. I drove the rest of the way to Sparks with the heat cranked, checking the passenger seat every few minutes like someone might have climbed in while I blinked. Delivered the load at dawn, grabbed coffee at the Petro, Didn't say anything to anyone. Told myself it was exhaustion, altitude messing with my head, echoes off the canyon walls. But I avoided that stretch for the next week. Took 50 over Echo Summit even though it added hours. Then last night I had to come back west. Empty trailer out of Reno. Good reload waiting in Roseville. Snow had melted some. Roads bare and wet. I hit the pass around midnight. Same direction, same quiet. Told myself it was fine. Different night. I kept the radio low, just scanner chatter. Came down the grade past Gold Run and there it was again. The same dark F-150, same spot, hood up, door open, triangle blinking. Figure standing at the rear, back to the road, staring at the tailgate. I slowed this time, rolled past at 30, close enough to see the license plate. California, partial match to what I remembered. As my light swept the bed, I caught something. The tonneau was rolled back halfway, and there was a shape under a tarp or blanket, long and narrow, shifting slightly like whatever was underneath had just settled. The guy didn't turn, didn't acknowledge me at all. I sped up after that, didn't stop until I hit the chain-off area at Cisco Grove, pulled over and sat shaking for 20 minutes. I'm in the library in Auburn now, using their guest computer because I can't sleep and my phone's almost dead. I looked up missing persons out of the Reno area this morning when I had signal. Found one that fits. Daniel Reyes, 42, truck driver himself, reported missing by his wife after he didn't come home from a delivery run-up 82 months ago. His F-150 was recovered a week later, parked off the shoulder near Gold Run. Hood up, no sign of foul play. Case went cold fast. Assumed he walked away into the snow, exposure, or suicide. But the article mentioned the tonneau cover was unlatched when they found it, and something about the bedliner being scratched deep, like claws or metal dragged slow. I keep thinking about those thumps, about what might be under that cover now, waiting for him to come back and finish whatever he started, about how he stands there every night, palms open like he dropped something he can't pick up again. I've got to run east again tomorrow. Same route, same load pattern. The snow's coming back tonight, heavy, they say. I don't know if he'll be there when the roads are buried, or if the shape in the bed will finally sit up and look around. If you drive I-80 over Donner at night, especially westbound past Gold Run, just keep moving. Don't stop for the dark pickup with the blinking triangle. Whatever he's waiting for isn't something you want to help him find. I wrote that a few days back, but couldn't bring myself to hit post right away. Kept staring at the screen like the words might change if I blinked long enough. Ended up driving the route anyway that next night, snow falling thick by then, chains rattling under the tires, visibility down to maybe 50 feet in the headlights. Made it past Gold Run without seeing anything at first, told myself maybe the storm buried it all. But then the triangle's red blink cut through the flakes ahead, faint at first, then steady. The F-150 was there, half covered in fresh powder, hood up like before, door open with snow drifting into the cab. The figure stood at the rear, dusted white, still staring at the tailgate. I didn't slow much, just enough to catch the details. The tonneau rolled back further this time, the shape under the tarp more defined, like limbs bent wrong, fabric stained dark in spots where the snow melted against it. A low groan carried on the wind as I passed, not mechanical, more like air escaping something compressed too long. After that run, I dug deeper online during a layover in Reno. Found old forum posts from hikers and plow drivers talking about strange finds in the spring thaws around Donner. Abandoned gear, tracks that lead nowhere. Sometimes bones picked clean but arranged neat like they'd been laid out on purpose. One retired trooper mentioned in a comment how he'd investigated Reyes's truck back when it was found, how the scratches in the bed weren't random, more like deliberate marks, fingers maybe, or something trying to claw its way out from underneath. He said the liner had flecks of dried blood embedded deep, tested as human, but no match in the system. Case shelved because it didn't fit suicide or accident clean. 2 nights ago I ran west again, couldn't dodge it with the schedule backed up from the storm. Hit the stretch around 1 a.m., roads slushy, fog mixing with the exhaust. The pickup appeared sudden, like it pushed up through the mist. Same setup, but the figure had shifted a step closer to the bed, one hand resting on the tailgate now, fingers digging into the metal slight, leaving dents I could see in my lights. The shape in the bed twitched as I rolled by, tarp pulling tight over what looked like a shoulder or knee pressing up, and a muffled sound leaked out, Wet, ragged breathing, interrupted by something that might have been a word, too garbled to make out. I didn't stop, but later in Roseville I played it over in my head, convinced it was help, or maybe stop, echoing wrong like it came from inside a closed space. What's eating at me now is how it's changing each time, getting closer to whatever end it's building toward. Last run east, yesterday, I parked a mile out again, killed everything, sat in the dark with binoculars fogging from my breath, watched the spot until my eyes burned. Around midnight, the triangle flickered on slow, then the hood popped up on its own, door swinging wide. The figure materialized from the tree line, shuffling through the snow, coat torn in places I hadn't noticed before, skin pale and mottled under the red blinks. He took his position, but this time he leaned in closer to the bed, whispering something I couldn't hear, and the shape responded, thrashing brief under the tarp, stains spreading wider, dark and sticky-looking even from afar. A smell carried on the wind then, faint but unmistakable, rotting meat mixed with exhaust, like something left too long in the cold but starting to thaw. I've started dreaming about it, waking up in the bunk, convinced I feel the trailer shift behind me, like extra weight settled in while I slept. In the dreams, he's in the cab sometimes, sitting passenger side, palms up in his lap, staring at the glove box like it's the tailgate, or worse, the tonneaus my trailer doors, and when I open them there's the shape, unwrapped, limbs contorted and skin sloughing off in patches from the freeze-thaw, eyes open and following me as I back away. I know it's my mind screwing with me, but I check the seals every stop now, listen for thumps over the engine hum. Dispatch has me out again tonight, heavy load eastbound. I'll pass Gold Run in a few hours. Maybe the figure will have the tarp pulled back fully this time, revealing whatever he's been guarding, or whatever's been holding him there. Maybe it'll crawl out, drag itself toward the road, looking for the next rig to flag down. I keep telling myself to quit, find warehouse work or something ground level, but the pay's shit and the road's all I know. Besides, ignoring it feels worse, like leaving something unfinished that'll follow you home eventually. If I go quiet after this, check the reports for abandoned semis near Donner. Tell them to look under the tarps careful, some things don't stay buried once the snow melts. I've been grinding these flat Kansas runs on I-70 for going on 9 years now, ever since the divorce cleaned me out and left me with nothing but a leased Peterbilt and a stack of alimony checks to chase. Salina to Topeka, Topeka to Kansas City, sometimes a swing north to Omaha if the freight's light and the pay bumps up. It's endless wheat fields blurring into soy, the same grain elevators punching up against the horizon like forgotten teeth, the same wind farms spinning lazy in whatever breeze rolls through. I know every pothole from Hayes to Abilene, every Love's where the coffee tastes like diesel, and every stretch where the cell signal drops dead for miles. The nights are the worst. Straight black ahead, taillights winking far off like they're mocking you. Nothing ever breaks the routine. Until that run last month anyway. It started like any other haul. Picked up a trailer of machine parts in Denver around dusk, headed east with a deadline to hit a warehouse in KC by morning. Weather was holding, clear skies, no wind for once, thermometer dipping into the low 40s but nothing my heater couldn't handle. I was east of Colby, doing a steady 70 in the right lane, when my CB crackled to life. Usually it's just chatter from other drivers bitching about way stations or swapping weather reports, but this was different. A voice came through clear, no static, saying my name, full name, first and last, like we were old buddies. "Hey Randall, you still running that Blue Pete? Watch the scales at Oakley, they're hot tonight." I sat up straight, checked the channel. Nobody I recognized and I hadn't keyed up all night. Figured it was some joker who'd seen my rig at a stop earlier, maybe read the door panel. I ignored it, turned the volume down a notch. A few miles on, it happened again. Same voice, deeper this time, like a guy who'd smoked too many Pall Malls. "Randall, how's that knee holding up? The one you blew out in '98 playing pickup ball with the boys?" I felt my grip tighten on the wheel. Nobody knew about that, not dispatch, not the ex, just a couple old friends from back home in Wichita who I hadn't talked to in years. I keyed the mic, asked who the hell this was. No answer. Just dead air, then some faint laughter bleeding under the static, like a group chuckling at a shared joke. I switched channels, scanned through a few, but it followed me. Same voice popping up on each one, casual, dropping details. That meatloaf at the diner in Goodland wasn't sitting right, was it? Should have stuck with the burger. I'd eaten there 3 hours back, alone at the counter, hadn't told a soul. I told myself it was a prank. Some bored local with a boosted radio, maybe hacked into the system or something. Happens sometimes, kids screwing around. But the details kept coming, getting sharper. Your daughter's turning 16 next month, Randall. You sending that card or just the check again? That one hit low. I hadn't seen her since the custody fight, just wired money and got silence back. I yelled into the mic, demanded they cut the shit. Laughter again, louder, multiple voices now, overlapping like they were in a room together. Then one said, "Pull over at the next rest area. We'll talk." I looked ahead, sign for a rest stop coming up, one of those basic ones with vending machines and bathrooms, no trucks parked that I could see. I didn't want to stop. Every instinct said, keep rolling, push through to Selena where there'd be lights and people. But my bladder was full from the coffee, and the voices had gone quiet, like they were waiting. I eased off the throttle, pulled into the lot. It was empty. Just my headlights washing over cracked pavement, a couple picnic tables chained down, and the low brick building with its sodium lamps buzzing yellow. I sat in the cab a minute, engine idling, scanning the shadows. No other vehicles, no movement. I grabbed my tire thumper, just a habit for checking loads, and climbed down. The air was still, colder than it should have been, smelling faintly of cut grass even though the fields were dormant. I walked to the men's room, pushed the door open. Fluorescent lights flickered on automatic, reflecting off dingy tiles. Empty stalls, sinks dry like nobody'd used them in hours. I did my business quick, washed up, avoided the mirror because I looked like hell, bags under my eyes, 3 days of stubble. As I turned to leave, the hand dryer kicked on by itself, hot air blasting loud. I jumped a little, cursed under my breath. Then, from the vent above it, that voice again, not over speakers, but muffled, like someone talking through the wall. "Randall, you remember that night in 2007? The one with the deer on 135? You didn't stop then either." I froze. Nobody knew about that. Swerved to miss a buck, clipped it anyway, kept driving because I was late and figured it was done. But the guilt stuck, replayed in quiet moments. I bolted out, back to the truck, climbed in, locked the doors, keyed the engine. As I pulled out, the CB lit up again. "We're not done, Randall. Check the trailer." I ignored it, merged back onto the interstate, pushed to 75. But the words gnawed. What if something was wrong with the load? A shift, a leak, could cost me the job. I told myself it was bullshit, but 5 miles on I couldn't shake it. Pulled over on the shoulder, 4 ways flashing, grabbed my flashlight. Walked back to the trailer doors, undid the seals. Dispatch would chew me for breaking them early, but screw it. Swung them open. Inside, the pallets looked fine, strapped tight, no damage. But as I swept the light around, something caught my eye. A small envelope taped to the inside of the door, my name handwritten on it. I stared, felt the night press in heavier. Tore it open. Inside was a photo, old, faded, of me and the ex at our wedding, smiling like idiots. On the back, scrawled in pen, "She kept the dress, wears it sometimes." I dropped it, slammed the doors, got back in the cab shaking. How? Nobody could have gotten in there. The trailer was sealed in Denver, inspected by me personally. The voices started up again as I drove, not just one now, but a chorus taking turns. One mentioned my bank balance, down to the cent. Another recited my social security number slow, like reading it off a card. A woman's voice, sounded like my sister, said, "Mom's worried about your drinking, Randall. That flask under the seat isn't fooling anyone." I yanked the CB knob, turned it off completely, but the radio came on instead, AM band, static clearing to the same voices bleeding through a farm report. "You can't turn us off. We're right here." I switched to FM. Same thing. Killed the power entirely. Silence for a mile, then my phone buzzed. Text from an unknown number. Exit at Russell. We'll wait. I threw the phone in the glove box, focused on the road. But the signs started changing. Mile markers repeating. 254, then 254 again after a few minutes. I checked the odometer, moving forward, but the landscape looped subtle. Same billboard for a casino, same overpass shadow. I sped up, hit 80. Voices came back, not from the radio now, but faint, like whispers from the vents. Pull over, Randall, it's time. I saw the exit for Russell approaching. Again? I'd passed it 20 miles back. I took it anyway, tires squealing, because staying on felt worse, like sinking deeper into whatever this was. The off-ramp led to a 2-lane blacktop, no lights, just fields stretching dark. I drove a mile, saw a glow ahead, a small motel, neon sign flickering, vacancy. I hadn't planned to stop, but the truck felt heavy, like it was pulling me there. Parked in the lot, empty except for a couple sedans under tarps. Walked to the office, bell jingling as I pushed in. Clerk behind the counter looked up. Older guy, glasses perched low, and said, "Room 7, Randall. Keys on the hook." Didn't ask for ID, didn't mention payment. I stood there dumb. "How do you—" He cut me off. "We've been expecting you. Coffee's fresh if you want." I took the key, walked to the room, unlocked it, bed made, TV on low showing static, sat on the edge, head in hands, trying to breathe. The phone in the room rang, picked it up, no dial tone, just the voice. "Look in the drawer." I did. Bible there, but tucked inside was a stack of papers, my divorce decree, bank statements, even an ultrasound photo from when the ex was pregnant. Things I'd burned years ago. I dropped it, backed away. Knocking at the door then, soft, insistent. I didn't answer. It stopped, but shadows moved under the gap, like feet shifting. I barricaded with the chair, sat up all night listening. Whispers through the walls now, names of people I'd wronged, small lies I'd told, debts unpaid. By dawn I staggered out, got in the truck, drove back to the interstate. No voices at first, made it to Selena, dropped the load, checked into a real hotel, slept fitful, dreamed of eyes watching from rear views. But it didn't stop. Next run, same stretch, voices back midway. "You left us waiting, Randall." Mile markers looping again. I've tried different routes, 35 south, 135 north, but it pulls me back to 70 somehow, detours leading nowhere. Last night, I stopped at a truck stop in Hayes, asked other drivers if they'd heard anything weird on the CB. They looked at me like I was cracked, said it was quiet all night. But as I walked out, one guy at the counter turned and said low, "We know about the accident, Randall, the one nobody reported." I'm in a library in Topeka now, typing this on a public terminal because my phone's been sending texts to itself, messages like, "Come back with coordinates to that motel." I looked up the exit. Doesn't exist on maps. The motel neither, but the details they know, the things they say, it's all real, pulled from corners of my head I forgot were there. I've got another run west tonight. Dispatch won't let me swap. I keep checking the mirrors, expecting to see faces in the glass. The flask is empty now, but it doesn't help. If I don't make it to Denver, check the logs. Tell them to stay off 70 after dark. Whatever's out there listening isn't just the wind. That was a week ago when I started typing this, but I couldn't finish because the screen glitched, words rearranging themselves into questions like, "Why did you leave her?" I logged off fast, drove the run anyway. Voices were waiting midway, louder, naming sins I'd buried deep. That time I fudged logs to make miles. The affair during the marriage that nobody found out about. The hit and run with the deer that wasn't just a deer, if I'm honest, because I saw fur that looked wrong in the headlights, but kept going anyway. They described it now, the way it thrashed on the shoulder, eyes reflecting back pleading. 2 nights back I took the exit again, couldn't help it. The truck steered itself almost, wheels pulling toward the ramp. Motel lot had more cars this time, lights on in every room. I parked, walked the hall. Doors cracked open as I passed, faces peering out. People I recognized vaguely, like echoes from my life. The ex's brother, a high school teacher, a boss I'd quit on bad terms. They didn't speak, just watched, eyes following. In my room, same one. The drawer had more. Letters I'd never sent. Photos of places I'd only dreamed about leaving. The whispers came through the air conditioner, recounting my father's last words before he passed, things only I heard at the bedside. I left at dawn again, but now the loops are tighter. Mile markers repeat every 10 miles, signs for towns that flip names mid-glance. I've tried calling out, keyed the mic and begged them to stop. Laughter answers, then silence, then a single voice saying, "Were you, Randall, all the parts you left behind?" I searched online during a stop. Forums about haunted highways, drivers hearing ghosts on CBs. One post from a guy in 12 described the same. Voices knowing too much, pulling him off at phantom exits. He stopped posting after that. Account deleted. Last run, the trailer felt heavier coming back east. Stopped to check, doors unsealed somehow. Inside, among the pallets, a figure sitting cross-legged in the dark, face hidden. I slammed it shut, drove on. But I hear shifting now, thumps from behind like footsteps pacing the length. Whispers leak into the cab even with everything off. They're listing regrets, failures, secrets I haven't admitted to myself. Tonight's another haul west. I'll pass the spot again. Maybe this time I won't come back. If the rig shows up empty, don't open the trailer. Whatever's in there knows you too. I managed to get through that run a few nights ago without the exit pulling me in completely, but it was close. The ramp sign flickered like a bad bulb, spelling out my daughter's name for a split second before snapping back to Russell, and the voices hummed low under the engine noise, murmuring about the birthday I missed last year, how she waited by the phone for a call that never came. I gripped the wheel harder, floored it past, but the rear view kept catching glimpses of movement in the trailer's shadow, like someone was leaning against the doors from inside, testing the latch with slow, patient fingers. By the time I hit Denver, my hands were raw from clenching, knuckles aching like that old knee injury flaring up again, and when I dropped the load, the warehouse guys gave me weird looks because I insisted on watching them open the trailer, standing back like it might explode. Nothing there, of course, just the parts, strapped as I left them. But one pallet had shifted an inch, straps loose like they'd been tampered with, and on the floor was a smudge of dirt that looked too much like a partial boot print, the kind from my own work boots, size 11. The next haul east started normal enough, but midway through the whispers evolved, no longer just voices but layered with sounds, echoes of arguments I'd had with the ex, her voice cracking as she packed bags that last night, or the wet thud of that deer hitting the grill back in 2007, followed by a dragging scrape that went on too long in my memory. They played it back now, amplified through the vents, making the cab feel smaller, the air thicker, like I was breathing in the dust from all those forgotten miles. I tried blasting music from my phone to drown it, some old country station, but the songs warped mid-verse, lyrics twisting into accusations. You ran from it all, Randall, left the pieces scattered on the shoulder. I yanked the aux cord, but the distortion lingered, humming in my ears even in the silence, and when I glanced at the passenger seat, there was a faint outline in the cushion, like someone light had been sitting there recently. The fabric still warm to the touch when I reached over, though I told myself it was just the heater vents playing tricks. I've started avoiding mirrors altogether now, even the ones in truck stop bathrooms, because last stop in Oakley I caught my reflection and it didn't match. Eyes too shadowed, mouth moving slightly like it was whispering back the secrets without me saying a word, lips forming shapes that matched the voice's timbre. I splashed water, rubbed hard, but the disconnect stuck, a lag between what I did and what the glass showed, like I was watching a delayed feed of myself unraveling. And the motel, it's not just off the exit anymore. Coordinates pop up in my GPS glitches, rerouting me without input, the screen flashing images for a frame or two, the room door ajar, shadows pooling inside like spilled ink, or faces at the windows, not just echoes from my past but distorted versions, smiles too wide, eyes hollowed out as if whatever's collecting these pieces is wearing them thin. 3 nights ago, I gave in halfway, pulled off at a different rest area thinking it might break the pattern, but as I sat in the cab chewing a stale sandwich, the CB sparked on its own, volume cranked, and a child's voice came through. Sounded like my daughter at 10, the age when things started falling apart, saying, "Daddy, why didn't you come back for us?" I hadn't told anyone about the dreams where she asks that, standing on the shoulder in the rain, but now it was real. her tone laced with that hurt I'd imagined 1,000 times, and behind it the chorus chuckled soft, like they were proud of the twist. I keyed up, voice breaking, apologized into the ether, but the response was just static laced with breathing, close and ragged, as if they were huddled right outside the door, listening to me crack. The figure in the trailer's gotten bolder too. Last check, doors creaked open on a bump without me touching them, and inside the shape had moved closer to the front, hunched now instead of sitting, arms wrapped around knees, head tilted like it was straining to hear the cab conversations. I didn't shine the light full on, afraid of what the face might show, maybe mine, aged and broken, or worse, a patchwork of all the people I've let down, stitched together with the threads of those buried regrets. The thumps come rhythmic now, matching my pulse when I'm trying to sleep in the bunk, and sometimes I wake to find small items rearranged. The flask refilled with something bitter that burns going down, or notes in my own handwriting listing failures I'd forgotten, tucked into my logbook like reminders. I know it's building to something, these loops tightening like a noose around the miles, the voices peeling back layers I didn't know were there, childhood stuff now, like the time I stole from my old man's wallet and watched him blame my brother, never confessing even after the belt came out. They recount it vivid, the leather snap echoing through the speakers, making my skin crawl with the guilt that's fermented over decades. Dispatch called today, asked why my times are slipping, why I'm logging extra fuel stops. I muttered about traffic, but the truth is I'm pulling over more, staring into the dark fields, half expecting to see shapes gathering at the fence lines, waiting for me to finally stop running. Tonight's run east again, and the flask is full somehow, tempting me to numb it, but I know that'll just let them in deeper. If the truck arrives without me, burn the trailer. Don't listen to what crawls out begging. It knows your name too, and all the dark corners you've tried to forget. I've been married to Mark for 19 years now, and we've done these cross-country drives every summer since the kids were little, packing the Suburban full of snacks and laundry baskets of clothes, hooking up the pop-up camper if we felt ambitious, pointing west or east, depending on whose family we were pretending to visit that year. This time it was supposed to be a big one, leaving Ohio after the 4th, cutting across Indiana, Illinois, Iowa, then straight through Nebraska on I-80 until we hit Colorado, maybe push on to Utah before turning north to see my sister in Boise. The kids are older now. Ethan's 17, already taller than his dad and glued to his phone. Lily 14 going on 25, earbuds in permanent residence. Mark and I figured this might be the last trip they'd agree to without too much eye-rolling, so we loaded up on audiobooks and bad roadside diners and told ourselves it would be good for us, all that forced togetherness. We were somewhere west of Lincoln, Nebraska, on the 3rd night, when things started feeling strange. It had been a long day. Left Des Moines late because Ethan forgot his charger and we had to circle back, and the sun was already gone by the time we crossed the state line. The highway was mostly empty, just the occasional semi rumbling past, headlights carving out tunnels in the dark. Mark was driving. I was navigating with the atlas even though the GPS worked fine, because I still like seeing the whole page of where we're going. The kids were half asleep in the back seat, Lily's head against the window, Ethan scrolling with the screen dimmed. I remember noticing how quiet it was. No wind even, just the steady hum of tires and the faint click of Mark's turn signal when he adjusted lanes. That's when I first saw the truck. It was a full-size pickup, older model, dark paint, maybe black or deep green, riding about a quarter-mile back, headlights steady, not gaining or falling behind. Nothing unusual at first, lots of pickups in Nebraska. But after 10 minutes it was still there, same distance, same lane. I glanced in the side mirror a few times, told myself I was being paranoid because we'd listened to that true crime podcast all afternoon. Mark noticed too, eventually. He said something casual like, "Guy's got cruise control dialed in perfect," but I heard the slight edge in his voice. We both kept watching. Around North Platte we pulled off for gas and bathrooms, one of those big travel plazas with the bright lights and the attached McDonald's. The pickup followed us off the ramp, slow, turned into the lot but parked way out by the semis, engine running, lights off now. We couldn't see the driver, tinted windows, silhouette only. Mark filled the tank while I took Lily inside. Ethan stayed in the car charging his phone. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting someone to walk toward us, but no one got out. When we piled back in and pulled onto the interstate, the truck waited a minute, then eased in behind us again. Same distance, like it had never stopped. Mark tried to shake it. He sped up to 80, then slowed to 65, changed lanes a couple times. The pickup matched every move, never closer, never farther. No high beams, no aggressive tailgating, just patient, steady pursuit. The kids noticed eventually. Lily pulled her earbuds out and asked what was wrong. Ethan craned around, said, "Some creeps following us?" Mark told them it was nothing, probably just heading the same direction, but his knuckles were white on the wheel. I called the Nebraska State Patrol non-emergency number I found online, explained the situation calm as I could. The dispatcher was polite, said they'd send a trooper to look for us, asked our mile marker. We were past North Platte now, heading toward Ogallala, nothing but flat darkness and the occasional grain silo sliding by. We never saw the trooper. The pickup stayed with us the whole time, visible in the mirrors like a shadow we couldn't outrun. Around 2 in the morning, we decided to get off again, find a motel, let whoever it was pass. Took the Ogallala exit, rolled into town quiet, pulled into the first place with a vacancy sign, a small independent motel with exterior doors and a flickering office light. The pickup took the exit too, slow, but instead of following us into the lot, it kept going straight through the intersection, taillights disappearing down the main drag. We sat there a minute, engine running, waiting to see if it circled back. Nothing. Mark said maybe we'd lost it. We checked in, got 2 adjoining rooms, carried the kids' bags inside half asleep. I locked everything twice, checked the windows, peeked through the curtains every few minutes. No truck. We crashed hard, told ourselves it was over. Next morning we left early, grabbed coffee at the gas station across the street, hit the road before 8. The pickup was waiting. It was parked across the lot when we pulled out, driver's side facing us, engine idling. As soon as Mark turned onto the road, it pulled out behind, same measured distance. No wave, no flash of lights, just there again. My stomach dropped. Mark didn't say much, just merged back onto 80 westbound and kept it at 75. The kids were quiet now, sensing the tension. I tried the state patrol again, different dispatcher this time. They took the report, said they'd alert units between Ogallala and Sydney, asked for the plate number. I couldn't read it. Too far, too dirty. Nebraska plates, but nothing clear. The truck hung back just far enough to stay unreadable. We drove like that all morning, the pickup always there, sometimes dropping back a half mile when a semi got between us, then easing up again once the lane cleared. Mark tried calling friends back home, seeing if anyone knew how to handle this, but the advice was the same: keep driving, document everything, find a populated stop. Around Sydney, we pulled into another big travel center, busy with trucks and families. The pickup followed off the ramp but parked out by the edge again, lights off. We went inside, used the bathrooms, bought sandwiches we didn't eat. I walked to the customer service desk, explained quiet to the clerk, asked if they could call local police. She did, sympathetic, said an officer would swing by. We waited 40 minutes. No cop showed. When we left, the truck was gone. We thought we'd finally ditched it. Drove another hour toward Cheyenne, relief creeping in, kids relaxing a little. Then, just past Pine Bluffs, it reappeared, sliding out from behind a slow-moving RV like it had been waiting for the right moment. Same truck, same silhouette. Mark swore under his breath. I felt the panic rise sharp this time, because now it wasn't coincidence. Whoever it was knew how to hide, how to wait, how to come back without being seen pulling out. The rest of that day blurred. We pushed hard, skipped stops, took turns driving so we wouldn't have to pull over after dark. The pickup kept pace, patient, never aggressive enough to give troopers probable cause if they ever showed. We called Wyoming Highway Patrol outside Cheyenne, Colorado State Patrol once we crossed the line. Same routine. Reports taken, promises made, no cars ever materialized. Night fell somewhere west of Denver, mountains rising black against the stars. We decided to skip the camper hookup, find a chain hotel in a city with people around. Pulled into a busy Holiday Inn Express off I-25 in Loveland around 11, lot full of cars. The pickup followed us into town but turned off a block early, vanished into the grid. We checked in fast, dragged the bags up, ordered pizza to the room. Kids showered and crashed. Mark and I sat up whispering, watching the parking lot from the second-floor window. Nothing moved. We told ourselves we were safe, doors chained, deadbolt thrown, phone charged beside the bed with 911 ready. I finally dozed off around 2, exhausted. Woke to Lily screaming at dawn. She'd gone out to the vending area for ice, door propped with the security latch. Said she saw the truck parked directly below our window. Driver staring up at our room, unmoving. By the time she ran back in and got us, it was gone again. No one else in the hall heard anything. Front desk said no complaints. We packed in 10 minutes, left without breakfast, hit the road shaking. The pickup joined us before we reached Fort Collins, sliding in from a side street like it knew exactly when we'd emerge. That was 4 days ago. We're still driving west, haven't stopped for more than gas since, taking shifts, barely sleeping. The truck is always there now, closer sometimes, letting us see the outline of a single driver, male, ball cap, no visible features. It disappears when we enter towns, reappears when we leave. State lines don't matter. We've called every agency along the route, filed reports, sent photos when we could grab a blurry one. Nothing comes of it. The kids don't talk much anymore. Lily cries quiet in the back. Ethan stares out the window like he's memorizing the plate he still can't read. Last night we tried something desperate. Pulled into a big Walmart outside Salt Lake, parked among hundreds of cars, waited until closing, then slept in the Suburban in the far corner of the lot. Woke to find a note under the wiper. A single Polaroid of us sleeping, taken from outside the driver's window, time-stamped 3 hours earlier. No footprints around the car, no dew disturbed. We left before sunrise, tires spinning gravel. We're in Idaho now, almost to Boise, running on fumes and fear. The truck is 3 cars back as I type this on my phone in a library parking lot while Mark fuels up across the street. I can see it in the side mirror, idling at the curb, waiting. My sister's house is 20 minutes away, but we're afraid to lead it there. We don't know what he wants. Hasn't tried to run us off, hasn't approached, just watches, waits, follows. Like he's enjoying the drive as much as we're dreading it. If we stop posting updates, check I-80 westbound between Lincoln and Salt Lake. Look for a silver Suburban with Ohio plates and a dark older pickup that never quite catches up but never falls behind. Tell the kids we love them if we don't make the next exit. And whatever you do, don't pull over thinking you can confront him. He's patient. He's been waiting a long time. We made it to my sister's that afternoon, pulled into her driveway in Boise with the truck nowhere in sight for the first time in days. But we didn't relax, not really, because by then we knew better than to think it was gone for good. She met us at the door, confused by how ragged we looked, how the kids clung close instead of running inside like usual. And when we explained in hushed tones over coffee in her kitchen, she suggested calling the local police, maybe getting a restraining order or something. But Mark shook his head because, how do you restrain someone you can't identify, someone who slips away every time authority gets close? We stayed inside all evening, windows locked, blinds drawn, telling the kids it was just a precaution, but Lily wouldn't eat, and Ethan kept checking his phone like he expected a message from the driver himself. Some taunt popping up uninvited. That night, I lay awake listening to every car passing on the street, wondering if one would slow, idle, watch the house from the curb without headlights. And sure enough, around 3 a.m., I heard the low rumble of an engine outside, peeked through a slit in the blinds, and there it was. The dark pickup parked across the road, driver's silhouette visible under the streetlight, head turned toward our window like he could see right through the walls. We left Boise 2 days later, cut the visit short because my sister started getting nervous too. Said she'd seen a similar truck circling the neighborhood during her morning jog, though she couldn't be sure it was the same one. We headed north on 84 toward Oregon, thinking maybe changing direction would throw him off, but he reappeared before we hit the state line, easing out from a rest area like he'd anticipated the move. Mark drove faster that day, weaving through traffic more aggressively, but the pickup adapted seamless, always finding a gap to slip back into view, and for the first time it got closer. Close enough at one point that I could make out scratches on the hood, dents along the side like it had been in scrapes before, maybe worse than just fender benders. Ethan tried snapping a clear photo with his zoom, but the plates were muddy, deliberate, numbers blurred under grime, and when he posted it to a forum asking for help identifying the responses were useless. Old Ford or Chevy, common as dirt out west. Lily started asking questions we couldn't answer, like why he picked us, if we knew him from somewhere, and Mark snapped at her to drop it, which only made her withdraw more, curling up in the back with her hoodie pulled low, whispering to herself sometimes like she was rehearsing what she'd say if he ever stopped us. Somewhere east of Pendleton, the aggression ramped up subtle at first. He started flashing his high beams when no one was ahead. Brief bursts that lit up our mirrors and made Mark squint, then longer ones that blinded us for seconds at a time, forcing Mark to slow and weave a little. We called Oregon State Patrol, described it as harassment now, but the connection dropped mid-call, and when we tried again, the signal was gone, nothing but dead zones through the hills. The flashing continued sporadic, and then he bumped us, light at first, just a tap on the rear bumper when Mark braked for a curve, but enough to jolt the car and make Lily yelp. Mark accelerated away, but the truck caught up easy, tapped again harder, metal grinding brief against our hitch. Ethan yelled to pull over and confront him, but I told him no, that's what he wants, to get us stopped and isolated. And Mark agreed, kept driving though his hands shook on the wheel now. The bumps came more frequent after that, each one shoving us forward a bit, the Suburban fishtailing once on a wet patch, and I could hear the kids breathing fast in the back, Lily clutching Ethan's arm like she hadn't since they were small. We made it to a truck stop outside La Grande around dusk, lot full of rigs and cars, figured safety in numbers. But as we parked the pickup pulled in slow behind us, stopped blocking our exit, engine revving high like a threat. Mark told us to stay put, climbed out and walked toward it yelling for the driver to show himself, but the windows stayed tinted, no response, just that idle rumbling louder. A couple truckers noticed, started wandering over asking if there was trouble, and only then did the pickup reverse slow, turn, and peel out of the lot with tires squealing, leaving black marks on the pavement. We explained to the truckers, shaky, and they suggested traveling in convoy, but their runs were south and we needed west, so we thanked them and went inside for food we barely touched, watching the entrance the whole time. When we left an hour later, the truck was waiting down the road, headlights off until we passed, then flicking on and accelerating smooth to resume the tail. The violence escalated crossing into Washington, where the roads twisted more through the Cascades, giving him opportunities to close in on the turns. He rammed us proper then, full contact on a downhill straight, crunching the rear bumper and shattering a taillight, glass scattering across the asphalt as Mark fought to keep control. Lily screamed that time, real terror, and Ethan unbuckled like he was going to do something stupid, but I yelled at him to sit down. Mark pulled over after, hazards on, inspected the damage while I called 911, but the operator said units were 20 minutes out and advised us to drive to the nearest station if we could. The pickup had stopped 100 yards back, idling, watching, and when Mark got back in, we drove on slow, the car rattling from the impact. He hit us twice more before Spokane, each ram harder, buckling the hatch and cracking the rear window, shards falling into the cargo area where our bags shifted loose. Blood appeared on Lily's hand from a cut glass piece, small but bleeding steady, and she wrapped it in a napkin, sobbing quiet while Ethan held her, his face pale and set like he was holding back rage. We holed up in a motel in Spokane that night, parked the Suburban out of sight behind the building, but around midnight we heard the engine outside, circling the lot slow, then a thud against the wall like something thrown. Turned out to be a rock through our room window, glass exploding inward and showering the bed where the kids slept. Mark grabbed a lamp as a weapon. I dialed 911 again, but by the time sirens approached, the truck was gone, leaving us to explain to the cops who arrived too late, showing them the dents and the photo under the wiper from before. But they said without a plate or description it was hard to pursue, suggested we fly home instead. We considered it, but tickets for 4 last minute were too much, and abandoning the car felt like letting him win, so we patched the window with tape from the front desk and drove on at dawn, the pickup joining us before we hit the interstate. Closer now, bumpers almost kissing its stops. In the days since it's gotten worse, the ram's more frequent and vicious, crumpling the rear end until the hatch won't close right. And last night outside Seattle, he sideswiped us on a merge, grinding paint and sparking metal, forcing Mark into the guardrail with a screech that left tire marks and a bent fender. Ethan got a bruise on his shoulder from the impact. Lily's cut reopened and bled through the bandage, and Mark's hands are raw from gripping the wheel through it all. We've stopped calling police because they never catch up. Just take statements at stops where the truck vanishes temporary. And now we're limping toward the coast. Car damaged bad. Kids traumatized silent, wondering if he'll force us off entirely next time. Into a ditch, or worse. The Polaroids keep appearing, under the wiper at gas stops, showing us at diners or motels. One even of Lily, alone in a bathroom stall. Her face turned away, but recognizable. He's inside our space now, not just following, but invading. And as I type this on a borrowed library computer in Tacoma, while Mark gets the bumper wired together at a shop, I see him across the street, parked blatant. Driver watching through the windshield for the first time. Face obscured by the cap, but eyes locked on the door like he's counting the minutes until we move again. We're turning back east tomorrow. No choice but to head home and hope distance breaks it. But I know he'll follow, ramming harder each state, wearing us down until something gives. The car, our nerves, one of us. Ethan talks about fighting back now, grabbing a tire iron next stop. But Mark says that's suicide. The guy's prepared, probably armed, and Lily just begs to go home, her voice small and broken. The violence isn't just the hits anymore, it's the waiting between, the knowing he's choosing when to strike, drawing it out like punishment for something we don't remember doing. If we don't make it back to Ohio, check the wrecks along a 90 eastbound, look for the silver Suburban crumpled on the shoulder with Ohio plates and signs of repeated rear-end damage. Tell my sister we tried, and if you see a dark pickup trailing close behind a family rig at night, don't intervene. He might turn on you next. I've been making this drive from Flagstaff back to Phoenix every break since freshman year. 4 hours down I-17 through the pines and then the long drop into the desert where the air gets thick and hot even at night. It's the same route every time. Leave campus around dusk after finals, stop once for coffee in Camp Verde, blast whatever playlist will keep me awake until the valley lights start glowing on the horizon. I know every curve past Sunset Point, every pullout where the semis park to chain up in winter, every mile marker that ticks down like a countdown to home. Nothing changes. The road's just asphalt and reflectors and the occasional deer eyes flashing red in the headlights. I've done it half asleep, hungover, crying after breakups, laughing on the phone with friends. It's my road. Or it was, until that night last December when I came home for winter break. I'd finished my last exam around 4, packed the Civic quick, duffel in the trunk, backpack on the passenger seat, couple Red Bulls in the cup holders, and hit the highway before the sun fully dropped. Traffic was light, mostly locals heading south and a few trucks hauling Christmas trees north. Snow dusted the shoulders up high, but the pavement was clear, temperature hovering just above freezing. I had the heat cranked, radio on some alt station out of Prescott fading in and out, windows fogging a little from my breath. I was somewhere past the Badger Springs exit, maybe 20 miles north of Black Canyon City, when I saw her. At first I thought it was a deer standing in the median, something pale catching my headlights, motionless between the lanes. But as I got closer I saw it was a person, a young woman, standing dead center on the dotted white line separating north and southbound. She wore a thin white dress, summer weight, barefoot, arms loose at her sides, facing my direction. No car pulled over, no hazards blinking, no reason for anyone to be out there at 9 at night in 30-degree weather. I eased off the gas, checked my mirrors, nobody behind me close, and flicked my brights to warn her off the road. She didn't move, didn't flinch at the light. Just stood there, hair long and dark, hanging still despite the trucks passing and pushing air. I slowed more, rolled past at maybe 30, close enough to see her face in the sweep of my headlights. She was young, my age, early 20s, skin pale, almost blue, eyes wide open and fixed straight ahead. Not on my car, but through it, like she was watching something farther down the highway. No blood, no obvious injury, but her dress was damp at the hem, clinging to her legs like she'd walked through water, and her feet were dark with dirt, or worse. I hit the hazards, pulled onto the shoulder 100 yards past her, heart already going hard because you don't see people standing in the middle of interstate traffic without something being terribly wrong. I sat there a minute, watching in the rear view. She hadn't turned, hadn't stepped toward the side. Trucks barreled by, drivers probably swearing or honking, but she stayed planted, small and alone between the lanes. I grabbed my phone, no signal of course, dead zone until Cordes Junction, and my flashlight from the glove box climbed out. The cold hit immediate, dry and sharp, wind coming down off the mountains carrying pine smell and diesel. I walked back slow along the shoulder, boots crunching on gravel, calling out as I got closer. "Hey, you okay? You need help?" My voice got swallowed fast by the passing traffic. She didn't react, didn't turn her head, just kept staring south, eyes unblinking even as an 18-wheeler blasted past and rocked her dress slight. I got within 20 feet, shined the light low so I wouldn't blind her. "Miss, can you hear me?" Nothing. Her skin looked wrong up close, too smooth, too pale, like porcelain under the beam, and her lips had a faint blue tint, but she was breathing, slow clouds forming and fading in front of her mouth. I stepped off the shoulder, careful, traffic still thundering by. "Hey, come on, you can't stay here. It's not safe." I reached out, touched her arm light. Her skin was cold, way colder than the air, like she'd been standing out there hours, not minutes. She turned then, slow, mechanical, head swiveling toward me while her body stayed facing the highway. Her eyes locked on mine, wide and dark, pupils huge, and for a second I thought she was going to speak, going to explain, but she only opened her mouth a little, no sound, just breath fogging thicker now. I asked if she was hurt, if there'd been an accident, if someone left her here. Nothing. She lifted one arm slow, pointed past me down the southbound lanes, finger trembling slight, then dropped it again. That's when I noticed her feet. They weren't touching the ground. Not quite. Hovering maybe an inch above the asphalt, toes pointed down but not making contact, like the pavement repelled her or she'd forgotten how to stand proper. I looked hard, told myself it was shadow from the headlights, angle of the slope, anything. But when another truck passed, the air moved her dress and her legs stayed perfectly still. No shift of weight, no balance adjustment. I backed up a step, asked what she wanted, what happened. She tilted her head slight, eyes never leaving mine, then turned her whole body toward me smooth, no pivot, like gliding on ice. She took a step forward, not walking, more floating, and I saw the asphalt under her feet darken, wet patches spreading where she'd been, like condensation or melted frost, but darker, almost black in the flashlight beam. I don't remember deciding to run. I just turned and jogged back to the car, climbed in, locked the doors like that would help on an open highway. Sat there breathing hard, watching the mirrors. She was still in the median, facing my car now, arms down, head cocked the same angle. A semi rolled between us, blocking view for a second, and when it passed, she was closer, 10 feet onto the shoulder, same posture, same stare. Another truck, another blink, and she'd moved again, now at the fog line, white dress glowing under someone's high beams. I started the engine, pulled onto the road slow, half expecting her to step in front, but she didn't, just watched as I accelerated away, shrinking in the rear view until the curve took her out of sight. I drove the rest of the way doing 85, hands shaking on the wheel, checking mirrors every few seconds like she might appear in the back seat. Made it home around midnight. Didn't tell my parents much. Just said finals were rough and I needed sleep. Crashed hard. Woke up sweating from dreams of pale hands on the windshield, eyes staring through the glass from outside. I avoided the drive north for a while, flew back after break instead. Told myself it was exhaustion, hallucination from too much caffeine and not enough sleep. But spring semester I had to come home again for a funeral, took the same route late at night to beat traffic. Told myself it was fine. Different season, clear roads. I was past Black Canyon City, climbing toward Sunset Point, when I saw her again, standing in the same spot, median center, White dress bright against the dark, facing south like she'd never left. I didn't slow this time. Kept my eyes forward, foot steady on the gas, watched her shrink in the mirror until the pines swallowed the view. She's been there every trip since. Sometimes closer to the edge, sometimes farther back in the median, always the same dress, same posture, same unblinking stare. Once, coming south in rain, the highway slick and shining, I saw wet tracks leading from the median to the shoulder, barefoot prints filling slow with water, ending abrupt like she'd stepped up into nothing. Another time, northbound at dawn, she was facing the wrong way, toward oncoming traffic, arms out slight like waiting for an embrace that never came. I looked her up eventually, during finals week when I couldn't sleep. Searched missing persons, Arizona, young women, I-17 corridor. Found a hit from 4 years ago, Sophia Reyes, 21, NAU student like me, disappeared after leaving a party in Flagstaff. Car found abandoned at the Badger Springs rest area, keys in the ignition, purse on the seat, no note, no struggle. Search went on weeks, dogs and helicopters. But the desert takes what it wants. Case still open, family still posts every anniversary. I drive that stretch different now. Windows up, music off, eyes forward. I don't look in the median anymore, don't check the mirrors too long. But I feel her watching every time, waiting for the one car that stops, the one driver who tries to help. I'm almost done with school. One more year. Then I'll find another way home. Or maybe never come back. If you take I-17 at night between Phoenix and Flagstaff, keep going. Don't slow for the girl in white standing between the lanes. She isn't lost. She's waiting for someone to join her. I wrote most of this a few nights ago in the library on campus because the dorm felt too quiet and I needed fluorescent lights and people around. But I didn't post it then. Kept rereading, deleting parts, telling myself I'd imagined the details. Last night I drove home again for summer, left late to avoid traffic. Same route because the other passes were closed for construction. Told myself it would be fine, daylight almost until Cordes. But clouds rolled in early, dark by 8, rain starting as I dropped out of the mountains. She was there sooner this time, closer to Black Canyon City, standing not in the median but on the shoulder, right at the fog line, facing my lane. Dress plastered to her body from the rain, hair dripping but unmoving, feet still that inch above the ground. I kept speed steady, 75, wipers going hard. As I passed, she turned her head smooth, followed the car, and in the rear view, I saw her step onto the asphalt, one foot, then the other. Wet prints blooming dark behind her as she started walking south, slow but steady, dress trailing water that steamed faint in the cold. I watched until the rain blurred everything, until the curve took her away. But when I glanced at the passenger seat, there was a damp spot on the upholstery. Small and round, like a barefoot print pressed into the fabric while I wasn't looking. It's still there now, cold to the touch, smelling faintly of wet earth and pine. I'm home for the summer, parked in the driveway typing this on my laptop with the doors locked, afraid to go inside yet because every light in the house looks too much like headlights. If I don't start school again in fall, check the rest area at Badger Springs. Look for my Civic with the NAU sticker, keys probably still in it. And whatever you do, don't pick her up. She's not trying to get home anymore. That was 2 weeks ago, and I've been putting off the drive back north ever since, crashing on friends' couches in Phoenix, making excuses about summer jobs or family stuff when my roommate texts asking where I am. But classes start soon, and I can't avoid it forever, so last night I loaded the car again, left after midnight thinking the dark might be better or worse. I don't know. The rain had stopped days ago, air dry and warm down in the valley. But as I climbed the grade toward the pines, the temperature dropped sharp, fog rolling in thick from the canyons until the headlights barely cut 20 feet ahead. I kept the defroster blasting, hands tight on the wheel, telling myself she wouldn't be there in fog, that visibility would hide her or something. She wasn't in the median this time. She was in the road, standing dead center in my lane, white dress glowing soft in the fog like a low beam of its own, arms at her sides, head tilted down so the hair curtained her face. I slammed the brakes, tires locking brief on the damp pavement, car fishtailing a little before stopping 10 feet short. She didn't move, Didn't brace against the sudden light washing over her, just stood there unmoving as the engine idled rough and my heart hammered loud enough I could hear it over the fan. I sat frozen, hazards clicking slow, waiting for her to step aside or turn or anything human. But she lifted her head gradual, hair parting to show those wide dark eyes fixed on the windshield, on me, pupils swallowing the irises until there was almost no color left. The fog swirled around her legs, but her feet, still that inch off the ground, left no disturbance in the mist, no eddy or break like a real body would. I eased the car into reverse, planning to back up and go around, but the transmission whined and nothing happened, like the wheels spun on ice through the road was clear. Forward gear, same, engine revving, but the car stuck in place, rocking slight like something held the frame. She took a step then, gliding forward until she was at the hood, one pale hand rising slow to press palm flat against the metal. The touch left a print that spread frost instant across the paint, spiderwebbing outward in veins thick and white, creeping toward the windshield as the defroster struggled and failed. Her face was inches from the glass now, breath fogging nothing because she didn't breathe anymore, mouth opening wider than should be possible, showing darkness inside that seemed deeper than a throat had right to be. I killed the engine, grabbed my keys, bolted out the driver's door into the fog, ran south along the shoulder without looking back, boots slipping on loose gravel until a semi's air horns blasted close, and I dove into the ditch. The truck thundered past. Driver probably never saw me or her, and when I climbed up shaking, the car was empty in the lane, headlights still on, driver door hanging open, but no sign of her, no prints, no frost, just the engine ticking cool in the silence. I walked back slow, peered inside. The passenger seat was soaked now, fabric dark and dripping slow onto the floor mat, the barefoot print deeper, outlined perfect like pressed-in wet clay, and in the condensation on the inside of the windshield, someone had traced letters backward. "Help me find him." I drove the rest of the way with the windows down despite the cold, music blaring to cover any sound from the back, arrived in Flagstaff at dawn and haven't left the apartment since. The print dried eventually, but left a stain that smells like river water and decay when the sun hits it. And sometimes when I'm alone, I hear faint footsteps on the roof of the car in the parking lot, soft padding that stops when I look out the window. She's not waiting on the highway anymore. She's closer now, following the one who saw her too clear, the one who touched her arm and felt how far gone she really is. I've got one more semester. If I disappear before graduation, check my Civic in the campus lot. Don't touch the passenger seat. Whatever's sitting there waiting isn't Sophia anymore, and it's looking for the person who left her on the road that night 4 years ago. I think it's starting to wonder if that person might be me. We'd been on the road for about 6 hours already that Friday night. Me, Josh, Carla, and Nate, crammed into Josh's old Tahoe heading south on I-35 from Minneapolis toward Austin for a music festival we'd been talking up all winter. I was in the back with Carla, half dozing against the window while Nate shotgun navigated with his phone, arguing with Josh about detours around construction. We were all a little buzzed from the beers at the last stop in Des Moines, nothing heavy, just enough to make the miles feel shorter, and the highway was dark and straight. Semis humming past every now and then under a sky thick with clouds that blocked the stars. Nobody was paying much attention when we saw her, standing on the shoulder just past an exit ramp somewhere south of Ames, thumb out, backpack slung low, looking soaked from the light rain that had started spitting an hour back. Josh slowed without asking, pulled over a bit ahead because that's how he is, always the one to stop for strays or hitchers like it's some code from his farm kid days. Carla muttered something about it being stupid, especially at night with a woman in the car, but Nate shrugged and said she looked harmless, maybe 20s, jeans and a hooded sweatshirt, hair plastered down from the wet. I didn't say much, just watched as Josh rolled down the window and called out asking where she was headed. She walked up quick, leaned in close enough I could smell the damp earth on her, said anywhere south, voice flat but polite, like she'd said it 100 times. Josh glanced back at us, got nods all around because what else do you do? Leave her out there in the rain. She climbed in the back next to me, backpack on her lap, thanked us quiet, and settled in staring straight ahead as we pulled away. At first it was fine, awkward small talk mostly. Her name was Sarah, she said. Coming from a bad breakup in Iowa City, needed to get to Kansas City for a cousin who'd pick her up. Carla offered her a water bottle from the cooler. She took it but didn't drink, just held it tight in her hands, twisting the cap on and off like a tick. Nate tried joking about the festival, asking if she liked indie bands, but she didn't respond much, kept glancing out the window at the passing fields, muttering now and then about headlights behind us being too close. Josh turned up the radio to fill the quiet, some classic rock station cutting in and out, and we drove like that for maybe 40 minutes, rain picking up steady against the windshield. I noticed her hands then, nails chewed raw, fingers twitching constant, picking at the backpack zipper, and the way her eyes darted to the mirrors every time a car approached, like she expected something to ram us from behind. Things shifted around Albert Lee when she started talking more, voice dropping low so only I could hear at first, leaning close enough her breath hit my ear, warm and sour. She said people were following her, had been for days, that her ex wasn't just bad but connected, had friends in trucks watching the highways. I nodded polite, figured she was paranoid from whatever mess she'd left, maybe high on something mild. But Carla overheard and asked what she meant. And Sarah turned sharp, eyes narrowing, said we didn't get it, that the semis passing were signals, horns blaring codes about where she was. Josh laughed it off from the front, told her to relax. We were just going to the festival. No drama, but she didn't laugh, just stared at him in the rearview until he looked away uncomfortable. Nate changed the subject to food stops, but she kept muttering, louder now, about bugs in her phone, though she didn't have one out, and how the rain was laced with chemicals to track people like her. By the time we crossed into Minnesota's south edge, she was scratching at her arms hard, sleeves pushed up showing red welts like she'd been at it for hours, whispering about cameras in the taillights of cars ahead. Carla shifted away, gave me a look like what the hell did we pick up, and I felt the tension build slow in the cab, the kind where nobody wants to say stop, but everyone's thinking it. Josh pulled over at a rest area near Owatonna for bathrooms and gas, and while Sarah went inside, we huddled by the pump, Nate saying she seemed off, maybe tweaking on meth or something from the way her jaw clenched constant and her pupils pinned small, even in the dark. Carla wanted to leave her there, said it wasn't our problem, but Josh argued we couldn't just ditch her in the middle of nowhere, especially raining, that we'd drop her at the next big town. I agreed half-hearted, figuring another hour wouldn't kill us, but when she came back out she was agitated worse, pacing by the car insisting we leave now because the attendant inside had eyed her funny, probably called her ex. We got back on the road tense, Sarah in the middle now because Carla switched sides to get away, and almost immediate she started accusing us, low at first, saying we were part of it, that Josh's detour talk earlier was a code, that the water Carla gave her tasted wrong, like it was spiked to make her talk. Nate told her to chill, voice firm, but she ignored him, turned to me grabbing my arm hard enough to leave marks, nails digging in as she leaned close asking if I was recording, if the backpack had a tracker. I pulled away, told her no, we're just friends on a trip, but she didn't buy it, started rummaging through her bag, pulling out crumpled papers, old receipts, napkins with scribbles, shoving them at Carla saying, "Look, proof, the numbers match license plates we'd passed." Josh told her to knock it off or we'd let her out, but she laughed harsh, said we couldn't. We were in too deep now that her ex would find us too if we ditched her. It escalated fast after that, somewhere past Faribault, when she lunged forward sudden, grabbing at the wheel from between the seats, yanking it hard toward the median, screaming that the car behind was one of them. Had to swerve off. Josh fought her off, the Tahoe fishtailing across lanes, horns blaring as a semi clipped our mirror close. Nate twisted around, grabbed her arms pinning them while Carla yelled to stop the car, and I helped hold her down as she thrashed wild, kicking at the seats, spitting that we were all gonna die if we didn't listen. Josh pulled over rough onto the shoulder, brakes locking, and we dragged her out into the rain, her backpack spilling junk across the gravel. She screamed we were killers, that she'd make us pay, but Josh shoved her back when she swung at him, told her to walk, we were done. She stood there soaked as we piled in, locked the doors, and peeled out, leaving her yelling in the mirrors until the dark took her. We drove silent for a bit, everyone breathing heavy, Carla rubbing her arm where Sarah had scratched deep enough to draw blood, Nate saying we should have never stopped, Josh muttering apologies like it was his fault. I kept checking the rear view expecting to see her running after us or something crazy. But the road stayed empty, rain washing everything clean. We stopped at a McDonald's in Northfield to calm down, get food, clean the scratches. Carla's arm looked bad, red and swelling, but she said it was fine, just surface. We talked about calling cops, but what would we say? We picked up a hitcher who flipped out. No real crime yet. So we ate quick and got back on, figuring Austin was only a couple hours more. We'd crash at the motel and forget it. About 30 minutes south past Medford, Nate spotted lights in the mirror, motorcycle headlights gaining fast, weaving through the thin traffic like the rider didn't care about the wet roads. Josh sped up a little, but the bike closed quick, pulled alongside on the left, and in the flash of passing lights we saw her, Sarah, helmetless, hair whipping wild, straddling a big Harley that wasn't hers, probably stolen from the rest area or a bar nearby. She yelled something lost in the wind, pointed at us furious, then dropped back sudden and rammed the rear quarter panel hard, metal grinding as the Tahoe lurched right toward the ditch. Josh corrected sharp, tires hydroplaning brief before gripping, and she fell back a bit but came again faster, this time clipping the bumper with the bike's front tire, forcing us to swerve left into the lane where a car honked and braked hard behind. Panic hit full then, Carla screaming to call 911, Nate fumbling his phone while I twisted to watch, yelling at Josh to floor it. He did, pushing 85 on the slick asphalt, but the bike was nimble, caught up easy. Sarah's face twisted ugly in the headlights as she pulled alongside again, reaching out like she meant to grab the door handle or smash the window. She rammed sideways this time, bike frame slamming our driver's side, denting the door and shattering the mirror in a spray of glass that peppered Josh's arm through the open crack. He yelped but kept control, veered right to push her away, but she anticipated, dropped back and hit the rear again harder, the impact buckling something underneath, the Tahoe fishtailing wild across both lanes as rain sheeted down. We spun once, tires screaming, ended up facing wrong way on the shoulder, engine stalled, headlights cutting fog into the fields. Sarah circled back slow, bike idling loud 50 yards away, her silhouette dark against the approaching traffic lights. Nate got through to dispatch finally, yelling our location, that a crazy woman on a motorcycle was trying to run us off, but she revved high then, charged straight at us like she meant to plow through the grill. Josh cranked the key desperate, engine coughing wet before catching, slammed into reverse backing onto the grass as she swerved last second, clipping the front bumper and spinning out herself into the median mud. We straightened out, peeled south doing 90, passing cars blaring horns, while in the mirror she righted the bike, mud flying, and gave chase again, lights weaving erratic but gaining. The next 20 miles blurred into chaos. She rammed us 3 more times, each hit crumpling metal more, the Tahoe rattling bad from the damage, rear axle grinding like it might snap. Carla's arm bled steady now, soaking her shirt, and Nate, had a gash on his forehead from banging the dash during a swerve, blood dripping into his eye as he directed Josh to the next exit for a town with lights. Sarah got bolder, pulling up to throw something, a rock or bottle, that cracked the rear window spiderweb, shards falling inside where I brushed them off Carla's lap. She screamed once when the bike came too close, Sarah's hand banging the glass yelling threats about finishing what we started. Her face gaunt and wild under the sodium lamps, eyes sunk deep like she hadn't slept in days. We made it to a truck stop in Austin, just as sirens wailed distant, pulled into the lit lot screeching, people scattering as Sarah followed, bike sliding to a stop blocking us in. She dismounted fast, grabbed a tire iron from somewhere, maybe the bike's saddlebag, and advanced on the Tahoe swinging wild, smashing the driver's window in one blow, glass exploding inward over Josh who covered his face too late, cuts opening on his cheeks. Nate jumped out to tackle her, but she swung low, catching his knee hard, bone crunching audible as he dropped yelling. Carla and I locked in the back, her clutching me sobbing, while Josh restarted and rammed forward, clipping the bike and knocking Sarah down into the pavement where she rolled clutching her side. Cops arrived then, 2 cruisers' lights flashing, officers piling out guns drawn yelling for everyone to freeze. Sarah scrambled up limping, dropped the iron, but lunged at one cop scratching his face before they tackled her, cuffed her screaming about conspiracies and how we were the ones who attacked her. We spilled out shaky, Nate on the ground clutching his leg, Carla's arm swollen purple now, Josh bleeding from glass cuts, me just bruised and numb. Paramedics came quick, checked us over while the cops took statements, ran her name. Real one was Megan, not Sarah, wanted for theft and assault in Iowa. Meth in her system confirmed later at the hospital where they stitched us up and x-rayed Nate's knee, fractured bad enough for a cast and crutches. We spent the night in a motel nearby, festival canceled for us, too wrecked to continue, and drove home slow the next day with the Tahoe barely roadworthy, dents and scrapes telling the story nobody believed until the police report came through. I'm back in Minneapolis now, typing this on a library computer at 2 a.m. Because sleep doesn't come easy, keep hearing engines revving outside my window, checking locks like she might show up any night. Nate's laid up for weeks, Carla won't drive highways anymore, Josh blames himself quiet. If you pick up hitchers on I-35 at night, think twice. Some aren't running from something, they're bringing it with them. We thought that was the end after the cops hauled her away, kicking and spitting curses at us from the back of the cruiser. Her eyes locked on the Tahoe, like she was memorizing every dent we'd added that night. But the hospital released us around dawn with painkillers and warnings to watch for infection on the cuts and scratches. And we crashed in the motel room staring at the ceiling fan spin lazy, while rain tapped the window like fingers testing the glass. Josh tried joking about it over breakfast at the diner next door, saying at least we had a story for the festival we missed, but nobody laughed. Carla just poked at her eggs with her bandaged arm stiff and swollen. Nate propped his cast on a chair, grunting every time he shifted, and I kept glancing out at the parking lot where the Tahoe sat crooked from the bent axle, rear end crumpled like a beer can someone had stomped. The drive home north felt longer than the way down, every motorcycle light in the mirror making us tense up, Josh swerving a little too quick when one passed too close, and by the time we hit the Twin Cities we were all silent, dropping each other off with quick hugs and promises to check in later. But I could see the fear lingering in their eyes like it was in mine. A week went by normal enough, work sucking me back in with overtime to cover the Tahoe repairs Josh was fighting insurance over. Carla texting updates on her arm, which had turned an ugly bruised purple with streaks of red infection creeping up, despite the antibiotics. Nate laid up on his couch, binging shows but complaining the painkillers made his dreams weird, full of revving engines and shadows chasing. I tried forgetting, buried myself in routine, but late nights I'd wake sweating from nightmares where Sarah's face pressed against the window, nails scraping glass slow and deliberate, her mouth opening wide to scream accusations that echoed inside my skull. Then the calls started. Unknown number at first. Heavy breathing on the line when I answered. No voice, just ragged inhales like someone running or raging, hanging up when I asked who it was. Carla got them too, said it sounded like a woman muttering in the background about payback, and Josh found his mailbox stuffed with crumpled napkins covered in scribbled numbers and threats like, "You can't hide the signals," smeared in what looked like blood but turned out to be red marker bled through from the rain. Nate was the first to see her again, hobbling out to his car on crutches for a doctor follow-up when he spotted a motorcycle parked across the street from his apartment, rider in a hood watching him struggle with the door, engine idling low like a growl. He got inside quick, locked up, called the cops, but by the time they arrived, the bike was gone. No plate to trace, just tire marks in the mud from where it had peeled out. We met up that weekend at Josh's place to talk it through, beers untouched on the table as we pieced together the harassment. Slashed tires on Carla's sedan overnight, a rock through my living room window with a note tied saying, "Water tastes funny now, doesn't it?" Josh finding his front door scratched deep like claws had raked it. We called the Austin police for updates, learned Megan had bailed out 2 days after arrest, history of meth-fueled assaults and stalking exes, last seen heading north on a stolen bike matching the one she'd used on us, warrant out but no leads since. The attacks ramped up brutal after that, like she'd been waiting for us to group together again, testing us separate first to build the fear. Carla woke one night to banging on her door, looked out to see Sarah, wild-eyed, thinner now like the drugs had hollowed her more, swinging a crowbar at her car parked in the drive, smashing headlights and denting the hood with blows that echoed loud in the quiet suburb. Carla screamed for her roommate, dialed 911 shaking, but Sarah spotted her in the window, pointed the bar direct and charged the door, ramming it hard enough to splinter the frame before sirens wailed close, and she bolted on the bike hidden down the block. The cops found blood on the crowbar left behind, hers, from a cut hand maybe, and prints matching her file, but she was gone again, vanishing into the city grid like smoke. Josh got it worse 2 nights later, coming home late from a shift to find his garage door pried open, tools scattered, and Sarah waiting inside with a knife from his own set, lunging at him as he stepped in, yelling about how he'd spiked her ride and called her ex. He fought her off barehanded, her blade slicing his forearm deep before he grabbed a wrench and swung hard, catching her shoulder with a crack that dropped her howling. Neighbors heard the commotion, called it in, but she staggered out clutching her arm, mounted the bike one-handed and roared away bleeding, leaving Josh to wrap his wound in a rag while paramedics stitched him up again. 20 stitches this time. Artery nicked close. Nate and I rushed over after his frantic call, found him pale on the couch with cops taking photos of the blood spattered across the concrete floor, her knife left behind like a taunt, fingerprints all over the handle confirming it was her. I knew I was next, locked every window and door that night, slept with a baseball bat by the bed, but she came anyway around 3 a.m., smashing the bedroom window with a brick wrapped in one of those scribbled napkins reading, "Your turn to taste the water." Climbing through the shards, cutting her hands and legs but not caring, charging at me with wild swings as I woke scrambling. She got me good on the thigh with a shard of glass she grabbed from the floor, slicing deep enough blood poured hot down my leg, pain burning like fire as I swung the bat connecting with her ribs, hearing them crack under the impact while she gasped but kept coming, grabbing my throat with bloody hands, squeezing hard until spots danced in my vision. I kneed her gut desperate, felt her grip loosen as she doubled over retching, and I ran for the door yelling for help, neighbors' lights flicking on as she staggered after me, slashing air with the glass. Cops got there fast this time, tackled her in the yard where she fought like an animal, biting one officer's arm deep before they tased her, twitching into submission. She's locked up now, psych eval pending, but the damage sticks. Nate's knee won't heal right, needs surgery maybe. Carla's arm scarred ugly with infection lines that ache in the cold. Josh's cuts pulling tight when he moves, my thigh throbbing constant like a reminder. We don't talk much anymore. Group chat gone silent because every notification makes us jump thinking it's her somehow, and nights I hear motorcycles in the distance revving closer. Check the locks again even though she's behind bars. The cops say she had accomplices maybe, friends from her meth circle who helped with the calls and vandalism, still out there watching. But I think it's just the echo of that night, the way she burrowed into our heads with her paranoia until it became ours. I'm in the library again typing this because home feels exposed, windows too easy to break, and if you see a lone woman hitching on I-35 in the rain, keep driving. She might not be alone in her head, and what's in there could drag you down with her. I've been running this overnight route on US 550 out of Durango for the better part of a decade now, hauling lumber and mining equipment up to Silverton and Are, then whatever tourists or supplies are headed back down the million-dollar highway. It's a brutal stretch even in daylight, narrow lanes carved into the mountainside, sheer drops with no guardrails, switchbacks sharp enough to make rookies puke over the edge. At night, it's worse, fog rolling in from the valleys, snow or ice lurking in the shadows no matter the season, headlights barely cutting through the dark before the next curve swallows you. I know every avalanche chute, every pullout where rigs have gone over, every memorial cross bolted to the rock for drivers who misjudged a turn. Nothing much happens up here except the weather trying to kill you slow. That's what I thought until that run last October when the fog was thick as milk and I came across the family stranded on the side. I was northbound around midnight, climbing slow out of Ouray with a loaded flatbed, chains rattling light on the tires because ice had started forming in patches. Traffic was non-existent, just me and the echo of my Jake brake off the canyon walls. The fog thinned brief in a straight section, and my lights washed over a minivan pulled halfway off the road, hazards blinking faint, driver's door open, steam or smoke curling from under the hood. A man stood beside it waving one arm slow, the other wrapped around a woman who leaned heavy on him, while two kids, small, maybe 8 and 10, huddled close in blankets against the cold. No cell service up here, everyone knows that, and the nearest town was miles back or forward. I eased past careful, checked the mirrors, then pulled over as far as the shoulder allowed, tires crunching on loose gravel near the drop. I sat idling a minute, watching. The man walked toward me slow, hands visible like he knew truckers get wary, called out thanking me for stopping, said the van overheated bad, radiator blown maybe. Family headed to Durango from a camping trip gone wrong. Wife wasn't feeling good, kids freezing, needed a ride to town, or at least heat until help came. The woman stayed by the van, head down, kids clinging to her legs quiet, too quiet for scared children. Something felt off. The way they all stood perfectly still when not moving. The man's voice flat calm like he'd rehearsed it. But the cold was real, wind whipping down the pass sharp enough to cut. And I've got a daughter about the older kid's age back in Farmington. I told him climb in. I'd take them to Silverton at least. There was a motel and a garage open late. They moved together, no rush, the man helping the woman up the step while the kids followed silent, backpacks small on their shoulders. I cleared junk off the sleeper bench for the children, offered blankets from behind the seat, cranked the heat higher. The cab filled quick with the smell of wet clothes and something underneath, damp earth, maybe blood faint, though no one looked hurt obvious. The man sat passenger, introduced himself as David, wife as Marie, kids as Caleb and Ruth, thanked me again quiet. Marie settled in back with the children, head against the window, breathing slow and shallow, while the kids stared straight ahead unblinking, hands folded neat in their laps. No chatter, no questions, just the engine hum and the chains ticking over pavement. We drove slow through the fog, curves coming blind, me focused hard on the yellow line while David stared out the windshield silent. After 10 minutes, Marie spoke, voice soft, almost whisper, asking if I'd seen anyone behind us, if the lights in the mirror were following. I glanced, saw only my trailer lights reflecting red, told her no, we were alone. She didn't answer, just leaned forward slight, eyes wide in the dash glow, murmuring to the kids that it was okay now. They were safe. But the boy, Caleb, shook his head slow, said they weren't gone, that the mountain kept them close. David turned then, told the boy sharp to be quiet, voice cracking first time, and the cab went still again except for the heater fan. The unease built gradual, the way fog thickens without you noticing. Marie started rocking slight, hands pressing her stomach like pain lived there, whispering about blood on the road, how it called things back. The girl, Ruth, joined in low, same words repeated soft like a chant, while Caleb stared at me in the rearview, eyes too old for his face, saying the driver before me had stopped too, that he'd tried to help but the mountain didn't let go easy. David kept telling them hush, voice tighter each time, sweat beading on his forehead despite the cold leaking through the doors. I asked if Marie needed a doctor, if something happened on the trip. But David cut me off quick, said she was just carsick. Altitude maybe. They'd be fine in town. Then the smells shifted, wet earth stronger, mixed with something metallic sharp, and I noticed dark stains on Marie's jacket sleeves, soaked through like she'd held something bleeding. The kids' blankets had patches too, damp and heavy, and when a curved sway shifted them I saw Ruth's hands, palms crusted dark, fingernails black underneath. I eased off the gas subtle, asked direct what happened to the van, if there'd been an accident. David turned slow, face pale and drawn in the green dashlight, said nothing to worry about, just a deer they hit, messy but over. But Marie laughed then, low, broken, saying, no deer, never a deer, that the mountain took what it wanted and gave back worse. The kids started chanting louder, same phrase over and over about blood calling blood, while Marie clutched her stomach harder, rocking faster, and David grabbed my arm sudden, grip cold and clammy, begging me to keep driving, not to stop no matter what. I shook him off, told them calm. We were almost to Silverton, but in the mirror I saw Caleb stand slow in the sleeper, small hands pressing the back window, leaving smears dark and wet that steamed faint in the cold glass. Ruth joined him, palms flat beside his, and Marie turned her head unnatural far, eyes locking on mine in the reflection, whispering that I shouldn't have stopped, that the mountain was hungry again. I hit the brakes careful on a straight patch, pulled onto a wide scenic overlook with a low stone wall, told them everyone out. I'd call for help on the CB, but they needed air or something. David protested loud, said we couldn't stop, they'd find us, but I was already opening the door, cold rushing in thick with fog. The kids didn't move at first, just stared out the back like waiting for something in the dark. Then Marie stood slow, blood seeping fresh through her jacket now, dripping slow onto the floor mat as she herded them toward the door. David followed last, face twisted, pleading, saying it wasn't safe outside, that the thing in the van wasn't dead yet. I stepped down, flashlight in hand, shined it toward their minivan still visible faint in the distance behind us. No, wait. We'd driven miles. It shouldn't be visible. But there it was. Hazard still blinking weak through the fog, closer than physics allowed. The family stood clustered by the passenger door, Marie swaying, kids holding her hands tight, David whispering urgent like praying. Then Marie doubled over sudden, retching dark fluid onto the gravel, thick and wrong, smelling of iron and rot, while the kids tilted their heads identical, watching me with eyes that reflected my light flat and dead. David backed away slow, said sorry, quiet, that they didn't mean to bring it with them, but the mountain kept the worst parts and sent the rest walking. I backed toward the cab, told them stay there, I'd get help. But Marie straightened slow, mouth and chin dark with what she'd coughed, smiling faint like relief, and said I was kind for stopping, that the hunger would pass now. The kids let go her hands, took steps toward me synchronized, small feet leaving wet prints that steamed on the cold stone, while David turned away sobbing into the fog. I climbed in fast, locked the doors, started the engine shaking, pulled away, slow watching in the mirrors as they stood waving gentle. Marie's jacket open now showing the ruin underneath. Guts torn deep, impossible she'd walked, let alone sat hours. But still standing, still smiling as the overlook disappeared in the fog. I made Silverton white-knuckled, called troopers from the motel lot, told them about the stranded family, gave the mile marker approximate. They found the minivan hours later, overturned in Red Mountain Pass from days earlier, family of 4 dead on impact, bodies ejected and scavenged by animals. Coroner said exposure and trauma finished what the crash started. No survivors, no one walking away. But the cab still smells faint of earth and blood when the heater runs, and sometimes on quiet nights climbing that stretch, I see small handprints on the inside of the back window, steaming slow in the cold, or hear children chanting soft under the engine noise about the mountain being hungry again. I don't stop for anyone now, not in the fog, not on 550 after dark. I'm parked in a library lot in Durango typing this on a borrowed laptop because the motel felt too exposed, keep hearing bikes revving in the distance even though it's quiet. If you drive the $1 Million Highway at night and see a family waving beside a stalled van in the rain or snow, keep going. The mountain doesn't let go easy, and what it sends walking isn't looking for help anymore. It's looking for company. I tried putting it behind me after that run, told myself exhaustion and fog played tricks, that the family was real but the details warped in my head from too many hours alone with the road whispering what-ifs through the vents. But the next haul north a week later, the prints were back on the window, small palms outlined in condensation that didn't wipe clean, leaving smears that smelled faintly of rot when I rubbed them. I stopped in Silverton early, cleaned the cab top to bottom with bleach from the hardware store, scrubbed until my hands burned raw, but by dawn the stains had seeped back, darker now, like the glass remembered the touch and wouldn't let go. The motel clerk there, old guy who'd seen every driver story twice, listened when I asked quiet about crashes on the pass, said yeah, that family from Utah. Van went over the edge after hitting black ice, bodies mangled bad from the roll in the rocks below, took days to recover what was left because coyotes and bears got there first, scattered pieces across the canyon floor in ways that didn't make sense for just a fall. He said locals whispered about it still, how the search teams found footprints leading away from the wreck, small ones like children's, barefoot in the snow, circling back to the van as if looking for something lost, but no tracks leading out, just ending abrupt in the powder like whoever made them stepped up into nothing. I didn't tell him about my passengers, just nodded and drove back south, careful, eyes forward, but halfway down near the overlook where I'd stopped, the fog rolled in thick again, and in the mirrors I caught shapes moving parallel in the tree line, low and quick, like kids running to keep pace, blankets trailing dark in the wind. I sped up, ignored the sway of the empty trailer on the curves, but the CB crackled static then, voices bleeding under, soft chants about blood and hunger, a woman's whisper asking if I'd seen them, if they were safe now. The disturbances got worse with every run, like the mountain had marked the rig or me, leaving traces that built slow but steady. One night, climbing out of Durango with a load of pipe, I felt the cab dip slight on the passenger side, like extra weight settled in, and when I glanced over, the seatbelt clicked itself slow, buckling empty air while the heater kicked on full blast without me touching it, blowing cold that smelled of wet stone and decay. I pulled over shaking, checked the sleeper. Nothing there but my blanket folded wrong. Small handprints pressed into the fabric that faded when I touched them, but left my fingers numb and tingling for hours after. The chants came through the vents that trip, faint at first like wind through cracks, but clearer on the switchbacks. Children's voices overlapping about the cold calling them back. Marie's murmur asking for warmth. David's pleas to keep driving echoing hollow. I started avoiding the route when I could, took 160 over Wolf Creek instead, even though it added hours and fuel. Told dispatch family stuff in the east kept me off 550, but loads dried up that way, and bills didn't stop. So last month I had to take a night run north again, heavy with gravel that made the climbs grind slow. The fog waited at the base like it knew I was coming, thick and clinging, headlights bouncing back useless. Halfway up, past the spot where their van should have been miles behind, I saw the hazards blinking ahead. Same minivan pulled over exact as before, door open, family waving slow in the beam. I didn't stop this time, eased past wide as the lane allowed, but in the flash of my lights, Marie's face turned toward me, guts spilling fresh through her open jacket, trailing dark ropes that steamed on the cold asphalt while the kids held her hands loose, small arms stretched unnatural long to reach. David stepped into the road then, arm out like hitching, voice yelling faint over the engine for me to wait. They needed help, but his eyes were gone, hollow sockets dark and dripping, while behind him the van shifted slight, something large and wrong moving inside the wreck, scraping metal like claws on the undercarriage. I floored it, rig groaning under the weight, but in the mirrors they followed, walking steady at first, then faster, figures blurring in the fog until the kids were running silent. Blankets shed to show bodies twisted from the fall, limbs bent wrong but pumping hard, Marie dragging her insides behind like a leash, David loping last with jaw unhinged wide in a scream that pierced the cab glass somehow, echoing inside my head about joining them, the mountain being lonely without company. I made Silverton barely, parked under the streetlights at the depot shaking until dawn, refused the return load south, told dispatch I was done with 550 for good. But the prints are on my pickup now too, showing up fogged on the windshield when I park at home, small palms pressing from inside like trying to get out, and nights I wake to chanting soft from the vents in my apartment, voices asking why I left them, if I'll come back soon. I searched the crash online during a layover, found articles with photos, van crumpled at the bottom of the pass, bodies recovered partial, scavenged bad by wildlife, but one detail buried in a local forum. Searchers heard voices in the fog days after, children calling for help from the cliffs where no one could have survived, leading teams in circles until they stopped looking. I'm in the library again typing longer because going home means listening closer, and if I disappear on my next run, check the overlooks on 550, look for my rig idling with the doors open, cab empty but the heater running full, bloody prints steaming on the glass. Don't follow the voices if you hear them. The mountain keeps what it takes, and what walks away isn't family anymore. It's bait for the next kind soul who stops. My mother died on March 14, 2023, and the silence that followed her was absolute. She collapsed in her kitchen while watering the African violets she had tended for decades, the plastic can slipping from her fingers and spilling across the floor in a slow, deliberate arc that soaked into the linoleum like blood that refused to clot. I found her an hour later, still kneeling, head resting against the lower cabinet as though she had simply decided to sit and wait for me. The paramedics said it was instantaneous, an aneurysm that burst without warning, but I have never believed anything in life is truly instantaneous. There is always a moment before the moment, a breath held too long. I sat with her body until the coroner arrived, holding the hand that had once tucked me in every night, feeling the warmth leave it degree by degree. The funeral was small and gray, the kind of March day where the sky seems pressed low against the earth. Afterward, I returned to her house alone and began the slow archaeology of closing a life, canceling the newspaper, forwarding the mail, gathering the photographs she kept in shoeboxes under her bed. Her Instagram was the last account I touched. At linda.morrow.1959. She had used it sparingly, posting images of her garden in bloom, sunsets over the lake, the occasional book stacked beside a cup of chamomile tea. The final post, dated March 13th, was a close-up of a single violet, its petals the color of fresh bruises, captioned, "First bloom of the season. Some things keep coming back no matter what." I read it over and over, as if the words might rearrange themselves into something that made sense. Then I logged out and closed the lid of her laptop, believing the account would remain frozen in time. A quiet monument. Nearly 2 years passed before anything disturbed that stillness. It was early February 2025, a night so cold the air itself seemed brittle, when my phone buzzed against the coffee table with a notification I had never expected to see again. Instagram, at linda.morrow.1959, posted for the first time in 1 year. My first reaction was physical, a sudden hollowness behind the sternum, as though something had reached in and scooped out whatever had begun to heal. I opened the app with fingers that felt thick and useless. The new post was there, pinned to the top of the profile like a fresh wound. The same kitchen windowsill, the same African violets, but photographed in a light I did not recognize. Warm, late afternoon gold that belonged to spring, not the iron gray February outside my own window. The flowers were fuller than I remembered, almost swollen, their leaves glossy and dark. The caption was only 2 words: "Still blooming." The post had already collected 7 likes, quiet little hearts from accounts I recognized, old neighbors, her book club friends, people who had left condolence cards on the porch 2 years earlier. One of them had commented, "Linda? Is that really you?" I stared at the screen until the letters blurred, then went to the profile itself. The avatar was unchanged. Mom in her wide-brimmed garden hat, smiling the small private smile she saved for flowers and for me when I was very small. The bio was unchanged. The follower count was unchanged. Only that single new post existed, as if the account had simply exhaled after holding its breath for 23 months. I tried to be rational. Accounts get hacked, drafts publish years late, glitches happen. I messaged one of the likers, Diane, who had lived 3 houses down for 30 years, and asked if she knew anything. She replied quickly, "I thought you were keeping her memory alive, Tommy. It made me cry in the best way." I did not correct her use of my childhood nickname. That night, I logged into Mom's account for the first time since the funeral, using the password I had never changed, her wedding date, 08081981, and searched every corner, drafts, archived posts, activity log. Nothing. The log showed the photo had been uploaded at 4:17 p.m. from an unrecognized device. I changed the password to something long and random, enabled every security setting available, forced logout on all sessions, and sat in the dark afterward listening to the radiator clank like bones. 3 days later, another post appeared while I was on my lunch break at work. The notification chimed softly, almost politely. This time it was the lake path at sunset, the water glassy and peach-colored, the old bench in the foreground, the one with the brass plaque dedicated to my father. Mom used to walk there every evening at dusk, no matter the weather, claiming the light over the water settled her thoughts. The photo captured the sky in a gradient she had always described as the color of forgiveness. The caption read, "Same bench, same sky. Some things never leave." By the time I saw it, there were 39 likes and a string of comments that twisted my stomach. "We miss you so much. This can't be real. Linda, please." I reported the post immediately, and within hours, Instagram removed it for impersonation, but not before I had screenshotted everything. The activity log, when I checked again, showed no trace of the upload. It was as if the account itself refused to acknowledge what it had done. The direct messages began a week after that. The first arrived just past midnight on a night when the wind was rattling my windows hard enough to sound like someone trying to get in. The notification simply said at Linda Morrow 1959 sent you a message. I opened it with the same dread I once felt hearing the phone ring late at night when I was a child. The message was a single block of text. You used to fall asleep on my lap while I read The Velveteen Rabbit. Do you remember what the skin horse told the rabbit about becoming real? I remembered every word. She had read that book to me so many times the spine cracked along the same line, her voice soft and steady, smelling of lavender hand cream and chamomile. The skin horse said that becoming real happens when a child loves you for a long, long time, until all your hair is loved off and your eyes drop out and you get loose in the joints, but that it doesn't happen to people who break easily or have sharp edges or who have to be carefully kept. I sat very still in the dark and typed back, "Who is this? This isn't funny." The typing indicator appeared at once, 3 pulsing dots that felt like a heartbeat. The reply came in 2 messages. It doesn't happen all at once. You become. It takes a long time. And then, I miss the sound of you breathing when you were small, Tommy. You always sighed twice before you let go. Only she called me Tommy. Not Tom, not Thomas, never anything but Tommy, even when I was 35 and paying her bills and driving her to doctor appointments. I blocked the account, reported it, deleted the app entirely, and lay awake until morning listening for footsteps that never quite arrived. The accounts multiplied after that, each one a slight variation, at linda.m.morrow, at lindamorrow1959, at linda_morrow_Gardner, like echoes searching for the right shape. Each sent one message, and then went silent when blocked, but the messages accumulated in my mind like snow that refuses to melt. One recalled the way I used to hide under the kitchen table during thunderstorms, pressing my hands over my ears while she sat on the floor beside me singing, "You Are My Sunshine," until the thunder passed. Another mentioned the blue tin box on her dresser where she kept my baby teeth, each one wrapped in a twist of tissue labeled with the date it fell out. Another described the exact pattern of freckles across my left shoulder blade, the ones I inherited from my father, the ones no photograph of me as an adult has ever shown. I stopped responding, stopped reading past the first line, but the words still found their way in, slipping under the door of my attention like smoke. The photographs began arriving in late March. The first was attached to a message from yet another new account. A dimly lit image of my living room taken from the hallway, the angle low as if the photographer had been sitting on the floor. I was asleep on the couch, one arm dangling, mouth slightly open, the blue glow of the television painting my face. The timestamp in the corner read 2:14 a.m. the previous night. My front door was visible behind the couch, deadbolt firmly in place. I called the police that same hour. The detective who came the next day was calm and methodical, flipping through the folder of screenshots I had printed. She asked the usual questions, ex-girlfriends, co-workers with grudges, anyone who might have a key, and I answered no to everything. She suggested the photos could have been stitched together from older images, that skilled harassers can do terrifying things with public data and a little patience. She took the file and promised to follow up. I stayed with my sister Emily for 9 days after that. Her house is 40 minutes away, in a suburb where the streets are wide and the porch lights stay on all night. There were no messages, no notifications, no new posts. I began to believe distance was the answer. On the 10th day, I returned to my apartment to pack more clothes and found a new post waiting on the original account, the one I thought had been secured. A photograph of Emily's guest bedroom, the bed unmade, my duffel bag open on the floor, a single sock dangling over the edge. The caption was gentle, almost tender. "You can't outrun what already knows every room you've ever slept in, Tommy." I left that same afternoon and checked into a hotel under a false name, paying cash for a week. The silence lasted 11 days. On the 12th night, I woke convinced someone was sitting on the foot of the bed. The mattress had dipped, just slightly, the way it does when weight settles at the edge. The room was pitch black, curtains drawn tight, but I could feel the presence, patient, unhurried, familiar. I did not move. I barely breathed. After what felt like hours, the pressure eased, and there was the faintest rustle, like fabric sliding across carpet, retreating. In the morning, the hotel front desk called to say a package had been left for me at 3:47 a.m. No signature required, no description of the person who dropped it off. The envelope was heavy cream stock, my name written in her handwriting, the same looping cursive she used for birthday cards. Inside was the small blue tin box from her dresser, the one I had left behind when I sold the house. The lid was dented in the exact place it had always been dented, from the time I dropped it running to show her my first lost tooth. When I opened it, my baby teeth were still there, each wrapped in yellowed tissue, the dates written in her faded ink. Beneath them lay a single Polaroid I had never seen before. Me asleep in the hotel bed, taken from directly above, the duvet pulled to my chin, my face slack and unguarded. On the white border at the bottom she had written in blue ballpoint, "You still sigh twice before you let go. Some things never change." There was a note, too, folded neatly beneath the photograph. "Being real doesn't happen to toys alone, Tommy. It happens to mothers, too. When a child loves you so much that losing you would break him, you don't get to stay gone. You become something that waits, something that watches, something that comes back when it's needed most. I never left. I was only waiting for you to need me again. Close your eyes. I'm right here. I am writing this from a diner off an interstate whose name I do not know, using a borrowed laptop because I destroyed my phone days ago. The waitress keeps refilling my coffee without being asked. Outside, the sky is the color of wet ash, and every car that slows in the parking lot makes my heart stutter. I do not know how far I have to go before the distance is enough. I do not know if there is any distance large enough. Some things keep coming back no matter what, and love, real love, is the most persistent thing of all. I've always been the type of person who keeps Instagram open in the background like a low hum, a constant feed of other lives to dip into when my own feels too quiet. My account is nothing special. At alex.harrington92, a handful of hiking photos from weekends upstate, coffee shop corners with half-read books in the frame, city rooftops at twilight, the occasional story of a rainy commute or a new record I picked up. I never post my face straight on if I can help it. Just profiles, backs of heads, hands holding mugs, so it feels safe enough to keep public. 873 followers, give or take, mostly old college friends I rarely speak to, co-workers who added me after holiday parties, a few accounts I followed for the aesthetics years ago and forgot to unfollow. I like the small hits of connection, the likes from people I haven't seen since graduation, the sense that someone, somewhere, noticed the same shaft of light on a brick wall that I did. It's harmless, I told myself. Everyone leaves pieces of themselves online. What's the worst that can happen? It started on a Tuesday night in early November when I was lying on the couch, thumb scrolling through the endless list of accounts I follow, unfollowing the ones that hadn't posted in years. Abandoned travel blogs, meme pages that stopped being funny, aesthetic accounts that had gone corporate. One handle stood out because I didn't recognize it at all. At observer_447. No profile picture, just the gray default silhouette. 0 posts, 0 followers, following exactly 12 accounts. I tapped through the list out of mild curiosity. Every single one was someone connected to me. My sister Claire, my oldest friend Mike from high school, my ex Lena, who I haven't messaged in 3 years, 2 coworkers from my department, my dentist's office page for some reason, even the barista at the corner cafe who posts her latte art. All public profiles, all ones I interact with regularly. It felt deliberate, like someone had drawn a quiet circle around my life and was standing just outside it, watching. I blocked the account without much thought and went back to scrolling, assuming it was a bot or some weird spam thing that would vanish. A week later, the follow request appeared while I was on the train home. At observer_447 again, but now with a profile picture. A grainy, out-of-focus shot of the back of someone's head, dark hair, hoodie up, taken from a distance in what looked like a crowd. I rejected it immediately, reported it as spam, and forgot about it until the next morning when 3 more requests were waiting. At observer_448, 449, and 450. Same blank bios, same silhouette avatars at first, then each one updated within minutes to slightly different blurry photos. Someone standing at a crosswalk, someone sitting on a subway bench, someone looking out a window, all taken from behind or the side, never a face. Each account followed the same 12 people plus me. I blocked them all, reported them, and for a few days nothing happened. I even laughed about it to Mike over text, calling it my first taste of being internet famous in the worst way. He sent back a laughing emoji and said to turn my account private if it bothered me. I didn't. Private felt like admitting defeat to a ghost. By the end of that week, I had blocked 27 variations, the numbers climbing slowly, 1 or 2 a day, never enough to feel urgent, but enough to notice. None of them posted anything, none messaged me, none liked or commented. They just existed, silent, watching the same small circle of accounts I orbited. Instagram's support tools were useless. The accounts would disappear after a day or two, suspended or deleted, only for new numbers to appear in their place. I made my profile private anyway, went through years of posts and archived anything that showed too much location, the trailhead signs, the street numbers visible in reflections, the cafe awnings I used to tag for the aesthetic. The requests slowed to a trickle, then stopped entirely for almost a week. I told myself it was over, that whoever was behind it had gotten bored and moved on. I went back to posting stories, a foggy morning run, a book page with coffee stains, the view from my office window on the 14th floor. Normal things. Safe things. Then the first actual post appeared on an account I hadn't managed to block yet, at observer_462. It was a single photograph uploaded at 3:12 a.m. The corner coffee shop I walk to every weekday morning, taken from the small table by the window where I always sit. The angle was from across the room facing the door, my usual order visible on the table, a black coffee in a white ceramic mug and a plain croissant on wax paper, but the seat was empty. The light was exactly how I remembered it 2 mornings earlier, the day I'd spilled half the coffee rushing out for a 9 a.m. call. The caption was a string of coordinates, 40.7128 degrees north, 74.0060 degrees west, broad enough to be anywhere in Manhattan, but close enough to my neighborhood to make the hair on my arms stand up. No likes, no comments, following only those original 12 accounts and now a few more, my cousin in Boston, the running group I sometimes post in. I screenshotted everything, reported it, and the account was gone by noon. I told myself it was a lucky guess, that plenty of people go to that cafe, that the photo could have been staged. But I started taking my coffee to go after that. The posts continued, always at night, always from new numbers in the 460s and climbing. They were never of me directly, at least not at first. They were places I knew intimately. The wooded trail I run on weekends up in Van Cortlandt, shot from behind a cluster of birch trees, the leaves just starting to turn. The dimly lit bar on 9th Avenue where my friends and I play trivia every other Thursday, taken from the parking lot across the street, the neon sign flickering in the window. The plain brick building on 72nd where my therapist has her office, the photo focused on the 4th floor window, curtains half drawn exactly how I remembered them from my last session. Each caption was coordinates, tighter each time, narrowing like a camera lens adjusting focus. The follower lists expanded too, still anchored by those original 12, but now including my boss's rarely used account, my old college roommate who lives in Seattle, even a professor whose poetry page I like for the quotes. I stopped going to those places entirely. I found new running paths, skipped trivia nights, started seeing a different therapist across town whose office has no windows. I varied my commute, took different trains, worked from home when I could. The posts slowed, but never quite stopped, as if the person behind them was adjusting too, waiting for me to settle into a new pattern. One night in late November, at observer_489, uploaded a photo of my bedroom window from the street below, taken at 2:14 a.m. The curtains were open because I'd forgotten to close them after watering the plants on the sill. An orchid my sister gave me last birthday, a small succulent I bought on impulse. The room was dark, but the blue glow from my laptop screen was visible through the glass, casting just enough light to show the outline of me sitting up in bed, phone in hand, scrolling. The coordinates were exact: my building, my floor, my window facing the alley. That was the first time a photo showed me, even as a silhouette. I sat very still for a long time after seeing it, staring at the screen until it went black. Then I changed every lock in the apartment, installed a cheap Wi-Fi camera in the hallway outside my door, taped cardboard over the bedroom window. Nothing ever triggered the camera. No footsteps, no shadows, no one lingering outside the peephole. The police came when I called the second time, took a longer report, asked if I had any exes who might hold a grudge, any co-workers I'd clashed with. I didn't. They said they'd submit a request to Instagram's law enforcement team, but these things take time, and without direct threats, it's hard to escalate. I nodded like I understood. Days passed with no new accounts, no new posts. I started to breathe easier, started leaving the cardboard off the window during the day, started running again on weekdays when the parks were crowded. I even posted a story for the first time in weeks. Just a photo of my coffee mug on the desk at work, no location, no face. The Observer accounts stayed quiet. I told Mike about it over beers, laughed it off as the weirdest thing that had ever happened to me on the internet. He said I should delete the app entirely, start over with a new handle. I said maybe, but I didn't. Not yet. Then last week, the posts changed tone entirely. At Observer_512 uploaded 3 photos in one night, all within minutes of each other. The first was my childhood home in Connecticut, the one my parents sold after Dad died 5 years ago. The blue shutters still the same, the for sale sign long gone, but the yard a little overgrown, taken from across the street at dusk. The second was the cemetery where he's buried, the headstone sharp in the foreground, the grass trimmed short, late autumn light slanting across the engraving. The third was a gravestone I didn't recognize at first, until I zoomed in on the name. Alexander James Harrington, my full name, my exact birth date etched below it, and a death date 3 days from now. The coordinates weren't for a place. They were for the exact plot next to my father's. The caption on that one was different. No numbers, just a single line. Some observations are final. There were no more posts after that. The account is still active, following 142 accounts now, all people connected to me in widening circles, high school friends I haven't seen in 15 years, distant cousins, even the account of the realtor who sold my parents' house. The profile picture changed yesterday to a photo of me walking down my street 2 days ago, head down against the wind, taken from behind at a distance that could have been anyone on the sidewalk. I keep checking the active status on stories from mutual friends, watching for unfamiliar viewers. I keep refreshing searches for new Observer accounts. The numbers stopped at 512. I haven't slept more than a couple hours at a time since that last post. I keep the hallway camera recording, keep the cardboard taped over every window, keep my phone on airplane mode except when I need to check something. I've started taking the stairs instead of the elevator, varying the times I leave the building, carrying pepper spray I bought online. The police checked the cemetery. Nothing. No new stone, no record of any reservation under my name. They said it was likely a sick joke, that people do this kind of thing for reactions. I asked if they could trace the accounts. They said Instagram is slow, and the person is probably using VPNs, burner devices, things that make it nearly impossible without a major crime to justify the resources. I'm writing this from a library computer across town because I deleted the app from my phone last night. I don't know what happens when the numbers start climbing again. I don't know if they ever really stopped. I don't know why me. Why now? Why this slow, patient mapping of a life that was never that interesting to begin with? If anyone has ever made something like this stop, made the watching end without giving them whatever it is they want, please tell me how. I think the next photo will show my face. I've lived in Bend my entire life, born and raised in the same quiet neighborhood on the west side where the pines crowd close to the houses and the winters drag on with gray skies and too much time indoors. It's a town of about 100,000 now, big enough that you don't know everyone but small enough that news travels fast. Someone's kid getting a scholarship, a new brewery downtown, or, when it happens, something darker that nobody wants to talk about directly. I'm 26, single, work freelance graphic design from my little rental house near Drake Park, the kind of job that lets me set my own hours and spend too much time alone with my laptop and my cat, a gray tabby named Juniper who mostly sleeps on the keyboard when I'm trying to meet deadlines. My Instagram is low effort but consistent, at emily.r.carter, shots of morning fog over the Deschutes, Trails in Shevlin Park with the aspens turning gold, close-ups of my coffee mug on the porch table, Juniper staring out the window like she owns the place. I kept it public because I liked the occasional comment from locals, "Great shot of Pilot Butte," or "Saw that same hawk yesterday." Small things that made the isolation feel less heavy. It was one of those sleepless nights in late September when I first saw the account, the kind where the wind rattles the gutters and you end up scrolling deeper than you should. The Explore page pushed it at me after I'd liked a few dark aesthetic posts. Abandoned buildings, moody forests, nothing extreme. The handle was at cleansing_ritual, avatar a solid black square, bio just, purity requires sacrifice. The grid was sparse but deliberate, heavily filtered photos of what looked like staged scenes, red stains seeping into cracked concrete under sodium lights, tools laid out on plastic sheeting with shadows cutting across them, blurred shapes that could be bundles or bodies if you let your mind go there. One post in particular stuck with me longer than it should have. A close-up of a gloved hand holding a thin, straight blade against a dark background. The metal catching a sliver of light. Caption, "The instrument must be flawless for the work to be clean." I thought it was fake, the kind of account some film student or horror enthusiast runs for shock value, using movie blood and clever angles to build a following. The captions were short and pretentious. "The vessel yields," or "Precision restores order," and comments were turned off. I scrolled through maybe 10 posts, felt a little uneasy the way you do with anything too graphic late at night, then backed out and forgot about it. The algorithm didn't forget. Over the next week, it kept surfacing in my feed. New posts, same style. Dark outdoor shots with heavy grain, things half hidden in underbrush or behind chain link, always at night, always local looking in that vague Central Oregon way with ponderosa pines or volcanic rock in the background. One that showed up a few nights later was worse. A low-angle shot of what looked like a tarp spread on dirt, dark wet patches soaking through in irregular shapes, the edges weighted down with rocks. Caption, "Containment prevents spread." The red was too dull to be fresh, more brownish, like it had sat for a while, and the whole image had this flat, matter-of-fact quality that made my stomach turn even though I told myself it was corn syrup and food coloring under a filter. Then the text posts started, long captions on plain black images, rants typed out in white serif font about how the world is clogged with corruption, how certain people carry it like a visible stain, how removing it surgically brings clarity, how the act itself is respectful, almost reverent. It wasn't screaming madness. It was calm, detailed, talking about selection criteria, about waiting for the right moment when the subject is alone, about the quiet satisfaction of a clean process and returning what's left to the earth. Still felt like roleplay. Some lonely guy in his basement typing manifestos to feel important. I reported a few of the heavier images for violence, but they stayed up. I blocked the account and moved on. The follow request showed up a couple mornings later, notification popping while I was pouring coffee and half watching the news. At Cleansing Ritual wants to follow you. I rejected it, blocked, cleared the cache like that would help. That should have been the end. But 2 days later it was back as at Cleansing Ritual 2, same black avatar, same empty bio. Rejected, blocked, reported as harassment. Then 03, 04, 05. Each one a fresh account, no posts, just the request hanging there like it was patient. By the 10th I stopped counting closely, just blocked on sight. One evening I came home from the grocery store and there were 4 new requests waiting, all created within the same hour, the numbers jumping from 12 to 16. I sat at the kitchen table rejecting and blocking one after another, heart beating a little faster each time the notification sound chimed. Instagram's system sent the usual, "We're reviewing" emails, but nothing changed fast enough to matter. I switched my profile to private, went back through years of posts and archived anything that pinned me down too clearly. The exact bend in the river where I like to read. The coffee shop window that showed the street sign behind me. The park bench with the view of my house in the distance. The requests kept coming anyway. Slower now, one every few days. The numbers ticking up like a counter. Around then, the missing persons report started making local news. First one in late September, a guy in his 40s who hadn't shown up for work, last seen leaving a bar downtown. Then another a couple weeks later, a woman from the east side, car found abandoned near the fairgrounds. Ben doesn't get a lot of that. People go missing in the wilderness sometimes, hiking accidents or whatever, but these felt different. The police said they were looking into connections, asked for tips. Then the first body turned up in early October, discovered by dirt bikers on a Forest Service road out past Tamalo. Male, mid-30s, cause of death not released but ruled homicide. That night, one of the ritual accounts, number 17 or something, posted a dark, blurred shot of pine needles and dirt, something indistinct in the foreground, caption, "First cleansing complete, roots purified." When I reverse searched the image later, the metadata had coordinates that lined up roughly with the discovery site. Another post from the same account a day later was a close-up of what looked like a shallow depression in the soil, leaves scattered over it like it had been disturbed and then smoothed. Caption, "Return to the cycle." I reported it with a screenshot and a note about the timing, but the post was still there the next day. The text posts got more frequent after that. Long threads about the necessity of removal, how the cleansed are chosen for their accumulated decay, how the process is careful and leaves no waste, how nature reclaims what's returned to it. They mentioned specifics that hit close: the bite of cold air off the river at night, the particular silence in empty lots behind the big box stores on the highway, the smell of wet sagebrush after rain. It wasn't vague anymore. One post that stayed with me was a photo of a plastic bucket half filled with dark liquid, a gloved hand swirling something pale in it, caption, "Thorough cleaning ensures no trace remains." The image was clinical, almost like a tutorial, and the liquid looked thick, real enough that I had to close the app and walk around the house for a minute. Another body in late October, this one in a drainage ditch near the edge of town, and the account posted within hours. Grainy photo of rusted culvert and weeds. Caption, "Second vessel emptied, flow restored." Coordinates again, closer this time. I started keeping a folder on my desktop, screenshots organized by date, notes on what matched the news. The police released almost nothing, just that they were investigating homicides, asking for information, but the pattern was clear if you were paying attention. The follow requests became more aggressive in November. One morning, I woke up to 9 new ones, numbers 28 through 36, all created overnight. I spent 20 minutes blocking them while Juniper watched from the bed, tail flicking like she could sense I was upset. One of the accounts had posted its first image before I blocked it, a shot of a residential street at night, porch lights glowing, a single car in a driveway that could have been any in Bend but felt too familiar. The angle of the pines, the way the street curved. Caption, "Proximity clarifies the need." I screenshotted it, added it to the folder, hands shaking enough that I had to restart the print job twice. I took the folder to the Bend Police Department in person one afternoon, printed everything out, explained how I'd found the account by accident, and how the posts seemed to announce the discoveries. The officer at the desk was polite, took it to a detective named Hargrove who came out and talked to me for 20 minutes. Asked if I'd had any direct contact, any threats, if I recognized the style from anywhere local. I hadn't. She said they'd look into it, that social media tips come in all the time and most are nothing, but they'd pass it up the chain. The follow requests kept arriving, into the 30s now, sometimes 2 in a day. One updated its bio to, "Observation is the first step," which felt like a nod to people like me who wouldn't let it go. November brought 3 more deaths, all ruled the same way: sharp force trauma, bodies left in remote spots but not hidden, almost placed. One post that came after the 3rd discovery was particularly bad. A series of 3 images in a carousel. First, a tarp folded neatly on dry grass. Second, the same tarp unfolded with dark wet patches concentrated in the center. Third, the tarp folded again and weighted with rocks. Caption, "Containment, release, return. The cycle is complete." The stains looked layered, like something had pooled and soaked through over time. The media started calling it the cleaner case because of how little evidence was left, how methodical it seemed. The account posted after each one always obscured photos of the general area, manifestos expanding on the philosophy, how the work needs witnesses to be complete, how sharing the process honors the cleansing. Clues got bolder, references to specific trailheads, intersections, the sound of the river under certain bridges. I went back to Hargrove twice more with updates, Sat in the lobby waiting while she reviewed the new prints. She started asking more questions. Did I live alone? Had I noticed cars lingering outside? Anyone new at the grocery store or on my runs? I hadn't, but I stopped running the river path anyway, started driving to the gym instead, kept Juniper inside even though she hated it. By early December, the requests were in the 50s, Instagram suspending batches after my reports but never fast enough. One night I came home late from a rare dinner with friends and found 12 new requests waiting, numbers jumping from 48 to 60 in one go. I blocked them all sitting in my car in the driveway, engine still running, checking the rearview mirror more than usual. One account posted a photo that made me go cold. My street at twilight, pines lining the sidewalk, porch lights just coming on, my car a dark shape in the driveway though blurred enough someone could claim coincidence. Caption: some impurities linger closer than others. I called Hargrove from the kitchen floor, voice shaking so bad I could barely get the words out. She came to the house that evening, took my phone, scrolled slow through the history. She said they'd finally gotten cooperation from Instagram after linking it to the investigation, that they were working subpoenas for data involving state police and the FBI's behavioral unit because of the pattern. It dragged another 10 days, another body in a ravine out near Tamala with a post that went up hours earlier. Photo of rocky creek bed, caption about final release. Then the arrest. Daniel Keene, 38, lived in a small house on the southeast side, did handyman work around town, no one who really knew him. They found everything, tools cleaned spotless, plastic sheeting, notebooks with the manifestos handwritten first, hard drives full of the photos before filters. He'd been sloppy a few times posting from home internet when the VPN dropped. The requests to me started after I posted in a couple local Facebook groups asking if anyone else had seen the account, connecting it to the news. I was the first to make noise publicly, the first to push reports hard enough to flag patterns. He wanted to see who was watching back. Hargrove called me herself after the raid, said they had him cold, that my documentation helped tie it together faster than it might have otherwise. The news was careful, no victim names yet, focus on the arrest, the community relief. Town feels heavier now, people looking over shoulders at the grocery store, locking doors they used to leave open. I deleted the app completely, got an alarm system, adopted a second cat for Juniper so the house doesn't feel so empty at night. I still catch myself checking the door 3 times before bed, still flinch at notifications on my phone, even though it's just work emails now. I don't know what made him start, what he got from posting it all. The notebooks talked about needing the work seen, about witnesses completing the ritual. I was one, whether I wanted to be or not. If you see something online that lines up too close with what's happening around you, document it. Report it. Push. Don't assume it's fake just because it's on a screen. Some people want to be found. My girlfriend Sarah and I have been together for 4 years now, building a quiet life in a modest 2-bedroom apartment in a suburban neighborhood just outside Denver. The kind of area where the streets are lined with young trees planted by the city and families wave at each other while walking dogs in the evening, where the biggest concerns are usually things like noisy leaf blowers on weekends or the occasional power outage during snowstorms. I'm 30 years old, working a steady IT support job that lets me log in from home most days, troubleshooting software issues for a mid-sized company downtown, spending hours on video calls with frustrated employees who can't get their printers to connect or their email to sync properly. And Sarah is 28, a registered nurse on the pediatric floor at Children's Hospital Colorado, pulling 12-hour shifts that leave her bone-tired but still lighting up when she talks about the kids she cares for, the ones who draw her pictures or fall asleep holding her hand during IV starts. We welcomed our daughter Lily last October. She turned 1 a couple months ago, and she has become the absolute center of our world, with her soft curls that smell like baby shampoo and the way she reaches out with both hands when she wants to be picked up, her little laughs when we play peekaboo, or the way she concentrates so seriously on stacking her blocks. We were cautious about sharing her online, but we did post a few photos on our joint Instagram account at SarahAndMike_life. Her first steps in the living room captured on video, a family picture at the pumpkin patch where she's bundled in a little knit hat and coat, her birthday cake smashed with frosting all over her cheeks and hands in a colorful onesie, always fully clothed, always innocent moments we thought were safe to share with friends and family scattered across the state. The account was public because Sarah enjoyed connecting with other new parents, swapping stories about sleep regression or milestone worries, getting advice on teething remedies or the best baby carriers, and it felt like a harmless way to stay linked to people we didn't see often, a small community in the chaos of new parenthood. Everything changed one Friday night in early November when Sarah and I were winding down on the couch after putting Lily to bed, her monitor glowing softly on the coffee table with the steady rise and fall of her breathing, the apartment quiet except for the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional car passing outside. Sarah's phone buzzed with a message from Jenna, a coworker she'd grown friendly with over late-night shifts in the peds ward. A woman in her mid-40s who always showed up with Tupperware full of homemade brownies and talked warmly about her own grown kids and grandbabies. Someone Sarah had confided in about the stresses of breastfeeding or Lily's first cold. Jenna had sent a link to a private Instagram group chat called Parenting Wins and Fails, describing it as a small, relaxed space for hospital staff and a few friends to trade funny kid memes, vent about rough days with toddlers, and share little victories like finally getting a baby to sleep through the night or surviving a diaper blowout in public. Sarah read it aloud and asked if I minded her joining. We both figured it could be nice for her to have more people to talk to who understood the exhaustion and joy of raising a 1-year-old, especially on nights when I was buried in work calls and she felt isolated in the apartment with only Lily for company. She tapped accept, and the chat loaded with about 20 members, avatars mostly smiling family photos or cartoon characters, recent messages scrolling with light complaints about teething or daycare germs, someone sharing a video of their kid attempting to blow out birthday candles and missing entirely, another posting a photo of a toddler asleep in a high chair with spaghetti in their hair. For the first hour, it seemed exactly as advertised. Sarah showed me a few posts while we finished our tea. A meme about how coffee is the real MVP of parenting, a photo of a toddler covered in spaghetti sauce with the caption, "Dinner was a success," another nurse venting about a patient's parent who wouldn't stop hovering during rounds. Sarah even replied to one with a laughing emoji and typed, "Lily does the exact same thing with yogurt, ends up wearing more than she eats." We put our phones down, watched half an episode of something mindless on TV, and went to check on Lily before heading to bed ourselves, peeking in to see her sleeping peacefully on her back with her little arms thrown up above her head. Later that night, though, Sarah couldn't sleep. She picked up her phone to scroll a little more while I dozed beside her, and the chat had shifted while we weren't looking. A user named @FamilyFun303 posted a photo that wasn't a meme at all. A dimly lit image of a young child in underwear, posed in a way that made Sarah's breath catch sharply enough to wake me. The caption read, "Sweet dreams material tonight." 2 other members replied almost immediately with heart-eye emojis and a DM sent. Sarah woke me up quietly, showed me the screen, and we started scrolling back together, the room feeling colder with every message we uncovered, the blue light from the phone casting harsh shadows on our faces. The further we went, the worse it got. There were links to private Google Drives labeled casually like Summer Batch or New Favorites, direct shares of images that were unmistakably explicit, children in compromising positions, some clearly distressed, traded back and forth with comments about quality or rarity, members discussing preferences in plain terms, asking for specific ages or types, thanking each other for uploads like they were swapping recipes or vacation photos. We recognized several handles from the member list, people Jenna had vouched for as good parents from work, and when we checked their individual profiles, the public facades were normal. Vacation photos with smiling families at the beach, kids at soccer games blowing out candles, Bible verses or inspirational quotes in bios. But their comment histories on open posts were disturbing, lingering under public photos of children at dance recitals or birthday parties or even charity events at the hospital, leaving remarks like, "Such a little beauty growing up so fast," or "Those eyes could melt anyone, precious," repeated dozens of times on accounts belonging to strangers who probably thought they were just getting harmless compliments. One man, @DadLife802, had liked hundreds of swimsuit photos of young girls posted by proud parents at public pools or lakes. Jenna herself had been active, replying to shares with "Perfect edition, thanks," and posting her own links weeks earlier, including one titled "Hospital Friends Only." That first night after discovering it all, we didn't sleep at all. We took turns holding Lily while she dozed in our arms, her little body warm and trusting against our chests, whispering back and forth in the dark living room about what we'd seen, debating whether to pack a bag right then and drive to Sarah's parents' house an hour away just to feel safer. I kept getting up to check the front door lock, the windows, the sliding glass to the balcony, testing them over and over while Sarah sat on the couch with Lily, staring at the phone as we continued scrolling through more member profiles, finding even deeper comment histories, some going back years, patterns of fixation on certain types of photos, accounts following hundreds of family bloggers or daycare pages. We blurred every screenshot we took to protect ourselves, organized them into folders by member, noting timestamps and connections. The hours slipping away until the sky outside started to lighten and Lily stirred for her morning bottle. We felt this overwhelming mix of rage and helplessness, guilt for ever posting anything of her online, terror at how easily this group had hidden in plain sight among people Sarah worked with every day. We sat there until the early hours, taking screenshots of everything we could, the full chat history, every image blurred in our copies to protect ourselves, the profiles, the comment trails. Sarah left the group at around 3 a.m., blocked every visible member, and we reported the entire chat through Instagram's child sexual exploitation form, attaching as much redacted proof as the system allowed and writing a detailed explanation of how we'd been invited. We barely slept after that. Lily woke up at 6 like always, babbling in her crib, and holding her that morning felt different, heavier, like the world had tilted and we were only just noticing, her innocent smiles making the contrast with what we'd seen even sharper. The follow requests started the next day. Sarah noticed first while feeding Lily breakfast, new accounts with no posts, handles like @TinyAngelsOnly or @PreciousShares303, avatars of generic cartoon bears or flowers. Some messaged right away, "Cute family account, saw Lily's birthday post, any more recent pics?" Or, "Love the cake smash, would love to see her in the bath." Referencing the one public photo we'd posted months ago of Lily covered in frosting, fully dressed in a rainbow onesie. We blocked them immediately, but more came. 5 that first day, 10 the next. Some creating stories with cropped screenshots of Lily's photo asking followers to help find more. One account went as far as posting a public story tagging a burner profile we didn't control, saying, "Know this little cutie? DM for family album." We made our account private within hours, archived every photo of Lily, deleted stories, unfollowed anyone we didn't know in real life. The requests kept coming anyway, slipping into the hidden requests folder. New accounts every few hours, some with bios like Collector of Innocence or Private Parent Group. Sarah went to work that Monday, pale and quiet, arriving early for her shift so she could catch her charge nurse before rounds started. Her stomach in knots the whole drive as she rehearsed what to say in her head, gripping the steering wheel tighter every time she thought about facing Jenna. She pulled Jenna aside in the break room during a lull, the smell of coffee and antiseptic heavy in the air, and told her straight that she'd seen the group chat, that she knew what was being shared, and that she was reporting it. Jenna's face went white at first, then red, denying everything, claiming she had no idea it had turned into that someone else must have added the bad members after she created it for harmless parenting talk. She got defensive quickly, voice rising enough that another nurse poked her head in, asking if everything was okay. Sarah stayed calm but firm, said she had screenshots and was going to HR right then. The charge nurse walked her there herself, and the meeting lasted hours. Sarah recounting every detail while trying not to cry, showing the blurred evidence on her phone, HR taking notes and calling hospital security to escort Jenna off the floor pending investigation. Sarah sat in a small office afterward, hands shaking as she texted me updates, feeling watched by every colleague who passed in the hall. A few days later, we took Lily for her routine one-year checkup at the pediatrician's office. A visit we'd been looking forward to because she was hitting all her milestones. But Sarah was on edge the whole time, scanning the waiting room for anyone lingering too long. While we waited, she idly checked the doctor's public Instagram page for fun, photos of the staff, holiday decorations in the lobby, and noticed one of the harassing accounts had liked an old group photo from a charity event that included babies in the background. It triggered something in her. She started breathing fast, hands trembling as she showed me, and ended up stepping out to the bathroom where she had a full panic attack, splashing water on her face and calling me from the stall in whispers. When we saw the doctor, Sarah told her everything, asked if the practice had ever dealt with similar issues or if they could make their page private. The doctor was concerned, noted it in Lily's chart for safety, and gave us resources for online child protection. We went to our local police station the next day, brought a USB drive with everything organized, screenshots timestamped, chat logs, the harassing messages, the cropped images of Lily. The detective who took the case specialized in internet crimes against children. He listened carefully, asked if we'd received any direct threats. We hadn't yet, just the requests and comments, and said this was clearly an organized group, that our evidence was solid enough to open an immediate investigation and forward to the Colorado Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. He advised us to stop engaging entirely, document everything new, and consider a temporary restraining order if we could identify local members. The first direct threat message came a few nights later, while I was up late working on a ticket and Sarah was asleep with Lily. An account I hadn't seen before sent a longer message, not screaming or unhinged but calculated and chilling, describing how Lily seemed to love the park with the red slide near our apartment, something we'd mentioned in an old story caption before archiving it, and saying she'd make fast friends with other families who appreciate little ones like her, that if we shared privately with their group, they could introduce her properly and everyone would benefit. It implied they could find ways to see more if we didn't cooperate, hinting at how easy it is to trace routines from cached photos or mutual connections. I woke Sarah immediately, showed her, and we sat up forwarding it to the detective, hearts pounding as we rechecked every lock again. We contacted Instagram repeatedly, daily reports, emails to their safety team, even creating a burner account to tag their official pages with redacted proof and case numbers from the police. Responses were automated. We're reviewing. Some accounts were suspended, but the group was organized. Banned members just made new ones, sometimes within minutes. The detective told us Meta was cooperating under subpoena now, providing data that linked dozens of accounts to real IP addresses. We escalated to the FBI's tip line ourselves, submitted everything online, and an agent from the Denver field office called within days for a full interview over Zoom, asked detailed questions about how we were invited, what we saw, how the harassment progressed. She confirmed this was part of a larger interstate ring, that our screenshots were helping map connections. The threats escalated a week later. One account messaged a collage of cached versions of Lily's photos pulled from Google Images, with text overlaid. Such a pretty girl. Our friends would love to meet her, share more, or we will. Another sent a longer message describing how easy it is to find addresses from old tags or mutual followers, hinting they knew our neighborhood park because of a background tree in one archived story. A third account posted publicly on a throwaway profile, tagging nothing but writing, "Parents who tease with one pic and then hide are the worst. Lily deserves to be shared properly." We forwarded all of it to the detective, who said they were seeing similar patterns with other families who'd reported the network. Intimidation to keep people quiet. Sarah and Mike discovered a couple of the harassing accounts had liked or commented on photos of children belonging to mutual Instagram friends, other new parents they'd connected with through mom groups or hospital networks, so they spent an evening debating whether to reach out, worried about scaring people unnecessarily, but more worried about silence. They messaged two families privately, ones whose kids had been in similar birthday or park photos, warning them gently with redacted screenshots and suggesting they check their own followers and likes. The responses were emotional. Phone calls that lasted hours, mothers crying on the line, thanking them profusely but also panicking, immediately privatizing accounts and deleting photos, one family even calling their local police the same night. Two agents from the FBI came to our apartment unannounced one afternoon for an in-person interview, knocking while Lily was napping and Sarah was folding laundry, both of us jumping at the sound. They showed badges, sat at our kitchen table with notebooks and laptops, going through our physical printouts page by page, asking to see Lily's room for context, to understand the level of personalization in the threats. They explained calmly how these networks operate, starting with seemingly normal parent groups to groom trust, sharing escalating material while vetting members, using intimidation on anyone who leaves or reports. They gave us specific advice. Change all routines, Avoid predictable patterns with Lily. Consider a home security audit. Keep records of everything. Leaving them at the door felt surreal, like the threat had walked right into our living room. We contacted Instagram again, multiple times, through every channel, their safety center, email support, even tagging their official accounts on a burner profile with redacted proof. Some accounts got suspended, but new ones appeared faster, like they had a network ready to replace them. The police updated us weekly at first, said they'd identified a few local users from IP traces Instagram finally provided under subpoena, that it was a loose ring of people across Colorado and a couple neighboring states, sharing material sourced from darker places. They raided one guy's house in Aurora, found drives full of it. By late December, several arrests were made. People in Colorado, Utah, a couple in Wyoming. Local news covering it carefully as a child exploitation network disrupted. Jenna was charged federally, along with others from the chat. The follow requests stopped abruptly 1 week in January, like a switch flipped. The agent said our early reporting and persistence helped shut down multiple distribution channels. We deleted the account completely, started fresh with nothing public. Lily's photos stay on a locked drive now, shared only in person with family. Sarah switched floors at the hospital, requested no contact with anyone from that old shift group. We installed a full security system, changed all passwords, even moved Lily's crib to the back room away from windows. Some nights we still wake up checking the baby monitor twice, still scan parking lots when we take her to appointments. The world feels less safe in ways we can't unsee. If someone invites you to a private group that feels even slightly off, leave. Screenshot. Report everywhere. Push until someone listens. One careless click can open a door you can't close. I've been single for about 3 years now, ever since the breakup with Ryan that left me feeling raw for months. The kind of split where you delete every photo together and block on everything just to stop yourself from looking back, where you lie awake replaying conversations and wondering what you missed, what you could have done differently to make it not hurt so much. I'm 31, live alone in a one-bedroom in Portland's Southeast Division area, the apartment I moved into right after the breakup because it was cheap and close to the bus line, with creaky hardwood floors and a kitchen small enough that I can reach the fridge without taking a step. I work as a project manager for a small marketing firm that's mostly remote, so my days are a lot of Zoom calls and spreadsheets from the kitchen table, headphones on to block out the neighbor's dog barking or the traffic on Division Street, trying to stay focused while my mind wanders to what I'm making for dinner or if I should finally repaint the bathroom. My Instagram is at lauren.e.hayes, nothing too wild. Photos of coffee runs to the place on 28th where the baristas know my order. Weekend hikes in Forest Park when the weather isn't pouring and the trails are muddy but worth it for the quiet. Books I'm reading on the couch with my legs tucked under me and a mug balanced on the armrest. The occasional night out with friends at bars in Buckman where we sit in the back booth and talk too loud over cheap beers. I kept it public because I like the random likes from people I knew in college or co-workers. The small comments that make you feel less alone in a city where it's easy to go weeks without real conversation, where you can walk the same streets every day and never run into anyone you know. The first weird thing happened in early October when I was scrolling through stories before bed, the apartment quiet except for the hum of the fridge and rain tapping the window, the kind of steady Portland rain that makes everything feel closed in. An anonymous account started posting stories that looked exactly like the cafe I go to every morning before my first call. The same worn wooden counter, the same chalkboard menu with the special scrawled in colored chalk, my usual order sitting there, an oat milk latte with a little leaf pulled in the foam, the way the guy with the sleeve tattoos always does it. The photo was taken from the corner table I always grab if it's free, the one by the window with the good light. But the seat was empty, like it had been shot right before I arrived that day. The account had no posts on the grid, no bio, handle something like at dailybrew_97214, following only a handful of local places and me. I thought it was a coincidence at first, maybe a barista with a side account taking artsy shots of the shop, so I didn't block it right away, just watched a couple more stories, another of the pastry case with the same croissants I always get, another of the street outside at the exact time I usually leave. The next day, another story from the same account showed up while I was on a call. My car parked in its usual spot on the street outside my building, the silver Honda with the dent in the bumper from when I backed into a pole last winter, taken from across the road, time-stamped 20 minutes before I actually left for groceries that afternoon. I paused the call, muted myself, stared at the photo longer than I should have, zooming in on the license plate blurred just enough but still recognizable to me. I blocked it then, reported as spam, cleared my notifications, and tried to shrug it off as some local creep playing games, maybe someone who lived nearby and noticed my routine. But 2 days later, a new account popped up, at morningwalk_97202, posting a story of the exact trail I take in Forest Park on Saturdays, the one that starts near the Rose Garden and loops through the Douglas firs with the moss hanging low. The photo was the viewpoint I always stop at for a minute, the city hazy below through the trees, but again the bench was empty, shot maybe half an hour before I got there that morning, the light the same soft gray I remembered. The account followed the same pattern, no posts on the grid, just stories that vanished after 24 hours, always places I go regularly, always taken right before I showed up. I started varying my routine a little after that, trying different cafes, taking a different trailhead in the park, telling myself it was for variety anyway. But the accounts adjusted too. One posted the new coffee spot I tried on 39th, the one with the mismatched chairs and the good almond croissants, the pastry case from the angle I stood at while ordering, the barista's hand reaching for my cup. Another showed the alternate trail, the one off Burnside with the steeper climb, the overlook where I stopped to catch my breath. I sat in my car after seeing that one, engine running, staring at the phone until the screen went dark, wondering how many people were out there watching routines like mine, how easy it was to notice someone who went the same places at the same times. By the end of that week, I had blocked 6 or 7 of them, the handles always local-sounding zip codes or neighborhood names, avatars blank or generic stock photos of coffee cups or trees or rainy streets. None messaged me directly, none liked my posts, they just existed to post these stories. My gym parking lot at 6 a.m. when I went for the early spin class, the bookstore on Hawthorne Eyebrows on Thursdays after therapy because it's quiet and the owner never bothers you, the laundromat on 42nd I use when the machines in my building are broken and I'm too lazy to wait. Always empty, always timed just ahead of me, like someone was one step in front, waiting for me to catch up. I made my account private, archived anything with clear locations, the trail signs with mileage, the cafe windows that showed street names in reflection, the park bench with the view of downtown. I stopped posting stories altogether, went weeks without sharing anything. The new accounts still requested to follow, sometimes 2 or 3 a day, and when I rejected them, they'd post the stories anyway, visible to their own small follower lists that seemed to overlap with local accounts I recognized from likes or comments on my old posts. I told my friend Mara about it over drinks one night at the bar on Belmont, the one with the red booths and the good happy hour nachos, showed her the screenshots I'd started saving obsessively on my phone, organized in a folder labeled Weird Accounts. She leaned in close to look, her face getting serious as she scrolled, saying it sounded like someone who knew my habits inside out. Maybe an ex or a coworker with too much time on their hands. Ryan was the only ex who'd ever been controlling, the one who used to check my location when we were together, who got mad if I didn't text back fast enough. But he'd moved to Seattle 2 years ago, and we hadn't spoken since the breakup. Not even a like on an old post. I checked his profile anyway that night when I got home, still posting gym selfies and craft beer check-ins at breweries up there. Nothing suspicious, no overlap with the weird accounts. At work, I kept an eye on the guys in my department during our weekly Zoom stand-ups, looking for anything off in their backgrounds or the way they talked, but no one stood out, just the usual remote small talk in Slack about weekend plans or bad traffic. One Thursday after therapy, I stopped at the grocery store on the way home, the small one on Chavez with the good produce section. And when I got back to the apartment and checked my phone, a new account had posted a story of the parking lot there. My car in the spot I just left, taken from the entrance like someone had been waiting. I sat in the driver's seat for a long time after seeing it, groceries melting in the trunk, calling Mara again and talking in circles about what to do, whether to go to the police yet, or if it would just make me sound paranoid. She said to document everything, save it all, change my patterns more. I did. Started shopping at a different store across town, took Ubers instead of driving sometimes, avoided the usual spots entirely for a while. The stories kept coming, though, even after I went private. The accounts would post public grids now instead of stories, photos of my apartment building from the street at different times of day, the mailbox with my last name visible but blurred just enough to claim it was coincidence, the window on the third floor that's mine with the string lights I leave on at night because the overhead bulb is too harsh. One grid was 9 photos of the building entrance over a week, different weather, different lighting, like a time lapse of comings and goings, my silhouette visible once or twice leaving or coming back. One Monday in November, I woke up to a new account at eveninglight_97214 that had posted a grid of 9 photos, all interior shots that looked exactly like my living room from different angles. The couch with the gray throw blanket I always leave rumpled because I hate folding it. The kitchen counter with my coffee maker and the stack of mail I hadn't opened yet from the weekend. The bedroom door cracked open with my unmade bed visible and the laundry basket overflowing. The lighting was dim. Evening. The string lights glowing soft yellow, taken from inside because there was no reflection in the windows, no sign of a camera flash or phone screen. The captions were simple, times of day, like 6:47 p.m. or 8:12 p.m. or 10:03 p.m. I stared at them until my hands shook so bad I dropped the phone on the carpet, picked it up again and zoomed in on details, the scratch on the coffee table from when I moved in, the half-dead pothos plant on the shelf I keep meaning to water. I called out sick from work, emailed my boss some excuse about a migraine, sat on the floor with my back against the door, checking every window lock, every closet, under the bed like I was 12 again, afraid of monsters, calling Mara crying and asking if I could come stay with her. I changed the locks that day, found a locksmith online who could come same day and paid him triple to bump me to the front. Watched him drill and replace everything while I paced the hallway, asking if he noticed anything weird, like tampered locks or hidden cameras. He said no, just normal wear. I installed a Ring camera in the hallway outside my door, pointed at the entrance, and one inside facing the living room, set up motion alerts on my phone that went off every time a neighbor walked by. Nothing triggered them in a way that mattered. No motion inside when I was out, no visitors I didn't know. The police came when I called the non-emergency line. 2 officers in the apartment taking notes while I showed them the screenshots on my laptop, explaining the pattern, the escalation to inside photos. They looked serious, asked if I had any exes who might do this, if I'd noticed anyone following me in person. I told them about Ryan, gave them his name and old number, said I hadn't seen him in years. They suggested staying somewhere else for a few days, said they'd drive by the building more often, file it as harassment. I crashed at Mara's that night, left the cameras recording, checked the feeds every hour from her couch. When I looked the next morning, nothing showed on the recordings, but a new account posted anyway. Photos from my apartment again, same angles as before, but now with the new deadbolt visible in the door close-ups, the Ring camera box on the counter where I'd left it after installing, time-stamped while I was gone. I stayed at Mara's a full week, sleeping on her pull-out couch with her cat curled at my feet, varying every routine I could think of, taking different buses to new coffee places, walking new neighborhoods, avoiding anything familiar. Mara went with me to a different grocery store, helped me buy new curtains that were thicker, blackout ones. The account slowed, posted less often, older photos maybe, or generic Portland shots of rain and bridges that could be anywhere. I started to think whoever it was had lost interest when I disappeared, when the routine broke. I went back to my apartment one afternoon to grab more clothes, tested the cameras, sat on the couch for an hour watching the feeds live, nothing moving. I started breathing easier, told Mara I thought it might be over. Then one night back in my apartment, testing if it was safe to stay, running the shower to relax after a long day of pretending everything was normal, a new account at home again _97214 posted a single story. My living room from the couch angle, the gray throw blanket smoothed out flat like someone had sat there and fixed it. My phone charger coiled neatly on the side table the way I never leave it because I'm always yanking it out in a rush. The timestamp was 20 minutes earlier while the water was running and the bathroom door was closed. I moved out the next week, gave notice on the lease even though it cost me the deposit, sublet the place furnished to someone I found on Craigslist who didn't ask questions, Crashed with different friends rotating every few nights, so there was no pattern. I changed jobs to fully remote for a new company that didn't care where I lived as long as the work got done, packed my stuff into storage. I deleted the old account, started a new private one with no photos, no location hints, no stories, added only people I'd met in person recently. Months passed with nothing. No requests, no weird posts I could find searching old handles. I started to settle into the new room I'm renting in a shared house on the east side. New neighborhood, new routines, new everything. Then last week a follow request from @newplace_97215, avatar a photo of my current street, taken from the sidewalk outside the house I'm renting a room in now, the porch light on. My bike locked to the railing where I leave it. I haven't accepted it. I haven't rejected it yet either. I don't know what happens if I do. I'm writing this from a cafe I've never been to before, somewhere in Northeast I found on a map, using their Wi-Fi phone on airplane mode except for this tab. If anyone has ever gotten one of these accounts to stop, to really go away for good, please tell me how. Because they always find the new routine eventually, the new place, the new quiet. My brother Ethan died 2 years ago, just after his 23rd birthday, in a climbing accident up in the Cascades outside Leavenworth. The kind of route he'd done a dozen times before, but this time the weather turned faster than anyone expected, and a hold gave way. He was always the one pushing farther up the rock face, the one who texted me photos from halfway up with captions like, "Views better up here," even when the clouds were rolling in low, the one who made everything feel like an adventure even when I was content staying on the ground. They found his phone shattered at the base along with the rest of him, but the last thing he'd posted on Instagram was a story from the trailhead that morning, him grinning in his red beanie that Mom knit him the Christmas before, harness on, chalk bag clipped to his waist, caption, "Going high today, catch the sunset if the clouds hold off." The account stayed up because none of us could bring ourselves to memorialize it or delete it, like touching it would make the loss more permanent somehow. Ethan Climbs had about 800 followers back then, mostly other climbers from the local gym or routes around Teton and Vantage, old high school friends who'd gone with him on trips, me and our parents and a few cousins. We left it frozen. Last post that story from the trailhead. Last grid photo him at the crag a week earlier topping out on some 511 with that tired, satisfied smile he always had after a good send. I unfollowed a few months after the funeral because seeing his name pop up in my feed every time someone liked an old photo hurt too much, like a reminder that he wasn't adding new ones anymore, but I never blocked it. Sometimes late at night when I couldn't sleep, I'd search the handle just to look at the photos again, zoom in on his face in the ones where he's belaying or cooking terrible camp food, or asleep in the back of his Subaru with his dog curled on his chest. I still live in the same town we grew up in, Tacoma, in the little house on North 34th that our parents signed over to me when they moved down to Arizona to be closer to warmer weather and farther from memories they couldn't stand anymore. The kind of split level with the creaky stairs and the backyard that slopes down to a ravine where we used to build forts as kids. I'm 28 now. Work remote doing data entry for an insurance company out of Seattle. The kind of job where you can wear the same sweatpants 3 days in a row, and nobody cares as long as the claims get processed and the spreadsheets balance by end of day. Instagram is my main way to keep up with the few friends I have left, mostly people from Ethan's climbing circle who stuck around after the accident, posting about new routes they sent or gear reviews or just coffee on rainy mornings at that place on 6th Avenue with the good pour-overs. I don't post much myself anymore. Maybe a photo of Puget Sound when the light's flat and gray in a way that feels honest, or my dog on the porch watching squirrels. Nothing regular, nothing that gives away too much of the day-to-day. It started 3 weeks ago on a Thursday night when I was sprawled on the couch, scrolling mindlessly, half watching some documentary about shipwrecks I didn't really care about. The house quiet except for the hum of the fridge and the occasional car passing on the street outside. A notification popped up at exactly 9:17 p.m., the time Ethan used to text me when he got home from a late climb to say he was safe and ask if I wanted to grab breakfast the next day. The preview said, "Adathan Climbs sent you a message." I thought it was one of those weird Instagram glitches at first, the kind where old queued DMs from years ago surface out of nowhere, so I opened it without thinking too hard. The message was simple. Still here. Nothing else. No photo attached. No voice note. Just those two words. I stared at it for a long time, thumb hovering over the keyboard, heart doing that thing where it speeds up, but you don't want to admit you're scared. I typed back, "Who is this?" because the only explanation that made sense was someone had gotten into the account, maybe a hacker or one of those weird memorial trolls who take over dead people's profiles. The typing dots appeared almost right away, like whoever it was had been waiting. Me. E. I felt my stomach drop hard. Ethan always signed his texts E when he was tired or in a hurry, a habit from when we were teenagers, and he thought full names were too formal between brothers. I asked, "How are you messaging me?" And the reply came fast, no delay at all. "Same way always. Phone's fine. Dropped but still works." I told myself it was someone who knew him well enough to fake it, maybe a friend messing around in the worst taste possible. So I asked for proof. Something only he'd know that wasn't public. The next message was a photo. Me and him on the couch in this exact living room, taken from the hallway angle. Him holding the remote pointed at the TV, me laughing at something off camera with my feet up on the coffee table. It was from 2 nights before the accident, a selfie he'd sent me when I was stuck late at work saying, "Saving your spot. Bring pizza when you get home." Nobody else had that photo. It wasn't posted anywhere, not on his story, not on mine, just a private text between us. I zoomed in on it, hands shaking a little, looking for edits or filters, but it was the original same grain from his old iPhone camera, same timestamp in the metadata. I didn't sleep that night at all. I went through the account on my laptop, still frozen to anyone looking casually, same last post from the trailhead 2 years ago. No new activity on the grid, no stories visible, follower count unchanged. But the DM thread with me was active, the messages sitting there like they belonged, the little scene check mark under each one. I texted our mom in Arizona, asked if she'd touched the account or given the password to anyone. She called me right away, voice thick like she'd been crying again, said no, hadn't logged in since the memorial service when we downloaded all the photos together. I messaged his old climbing partners I still talk to sometimes, the ones who helped carry the casket. Same answer. Nobody had access. Nobody would do something like this. I reported the messages to Instagram as harassment from an impersonator, blocked the account, even changed my own password and enabled 2-factor just in case. The thread disappeared from my side like it was supposed to, but I kept screenshots of everything, saved them to a folder on my desktop labeled Ethan stuff that I hadn't opened in months. It stayed quiet for 5 whole days. I started breathing easier, checking the account less obsessively, telling myself it was over, some sick prank that ran out of steam when I didn't engage more. I even went climbing for the first time in a year, just top roping at the indoor gym on Ruston Way, feeling guilty the whole time like I was borrowing something that wasn't mine anymore. Then last Friday at 9:17 p.m., exactly another notification slid down. At Ethan Climbs posted a story. I'd blocked the account, but Instagram still pushes stories from blocked profiles sometimes if they tag you, or the algorithm thinks you might want to see it anyway. I opened it without thinking, like muscle memory. The story was a photo of the view from the crag where he fell, taken from high up on the route, the same angle as his last posted story 2 years ago, the valley dropping away sharp below. But the light was current, late afternoon sun slanting different through newer growth on the trees, a season that didn't match the day he died. Caption: "Views still better up here. Clouds held off this time." I swiped to the next slide before I could stop myself. A photo of my front porch from the street, taken that same day while I was at work, my dog asleep on the mat in the exact spot he always curls up, my car in the driveway with the new dent from when I backed into a curb last month. Caption: "Waiting for you to climb with me again. Bring the red rope." I blocked again immediately, reported the story for impersonation, took more screenshots before it vanished. The account posted nothing on the grid, no new followers gained, no likes on old photos. Just those stories visible to whoever hadn't blocked yet or people who searched the handle. I called the non-emergency police line that night, explained the harassment from my dead brother's account, showed the officer who came by the house all the screenshots printed out and organized in a folder. He was sympathetic in that tired way cops get with weird internet stuff, said without direct threats it's hard to do much. Old accounts get compromised all the time. People do cruel things for attention or grief processing gone wrong. They'd file it anyway, maybe reach out to Meta through official channels. I stayed at my friend Cal's that weekend, one of Ethan's old partners who still climbs. Left my phone off mostly and drank too much beer talking about old trips until we both passed out on his couch. The messages started again the following Monday, this time at 9:17 every single night without fail, like clockwork. Short ones at first. Miss our talks after sends. Remember the route at Vantage where you bailed and I laughed for an hour? You should come up soon, weather's perfect. Then photos started coming with them. Old ones of us together mixed with new ones of places he used to climb, taken recently, weather matching the current week. The same trails but with different seasonal growth or fresh chalk marks on holds. One was the inside of my house, the kitchen from the hallway, my coffee mug on the counter where I'd left it that morning with the ring stain I hadn't wiped yet, the dog's bowl refilled. Caption: home feels empty without you stopping by. Another was the view from my bedroom window at night, the streetlight glowing on the wet pavement after rain, my curtains half open the way I leave them when I forget. I stopped opening them after that, just let the notifications stack, but I could see the previews, still waiting, or bring the red beanie. I reached out to his old girlfriend Riley, the one who was with him the day before the accident planning a trip they never took. She messaged back fast, said she hadn't touched the account, hadn't even looked at it in over a year, was freaked out too and blocked it again. Our parents flew up from Arizona for a few days when I told them, stayed with me in the house going through everything together, Mom crying quietly looking at the messages, while Dad sat silent staring at the screenshots. We all reported from our accounts, all blocked again. Instagram suspended the account for 24 hours once, sent the standard email about violating community guidelines, then it came back like nothing happened. The stories kept coming at 9:17, visible even when blocked if I searched the handle from a browser tab, photos of the crag in different light, the trailhead parking lot empty at dusk, my porch again with fresh details like the package I'd had delivered that day sitting unopened. Last night the message was different, longer. A photo of the crag at dusk, the exact spot he fell from, taken from the top looking down the face into the trees below, the angle only someone anchored there could get. Caption: I'm still here, didn't finish the route, come see for yourself, I'll wait at the anchors. I'm writing this from a motel off I-5 an hour south because I couldn't stay in the house another night waiting for 9:17 to roll around again. The phone's on airplane mode, except for this browser tab on a borrowed laptop from the front desk. I don't know if it's someone who knew him playing the longest, cruelest joke imaginable or something I can't explain with any logic left in me. If anyone's dealt with an old account coming back like this, posting new things that line up too perfect, please tell me what you did to make it stop. Because 9:17 is coming again soon no matter where I am, and I don't know if I can keep pretending I don't see it. I've been at this community college for 2 semesters now taking night classes in graphic design because the day jobs I can get with my associate's degree pay crap and I'm trying to move up without drowning in more debt. The kind of slow grind where you tell yourself it'll be worth it someday, but most nights you're just tired and wondering if you're too old to start over at 27. The campus is in this old business park outside Columbus, Ohio. Converted office buildings with flickering fluorescent lights that buzz like insects and classrooms that always smell like dry erase markers and burnt coffee from the vending machine down the hall that nobody ever cleans. My Tuesday-Thursday class is digital layout at 6:30 p.m. Same room every week, second floor of Building C, windows looking out over the parking lot where the sodium lights make everything look orange and tired, and the cars sit in rows like they're waiting for something that never comes. There's about 15 of us in there, mostly people in their 20s and 30s trying to change careers or finish what they started 10 years ago, a mix of quiet types who keep to themselves and a few who talk too much to fill the silence. We all know each other a little. Small talk about weekend plans or complaining about the parking or how the professor drones on about grid systems like it's the most important thing in the world. Nothing deep, just enough to make the 3 hours bearable. One guy I sit next to most nights is Caleb. He's 29, works days at a warehouse out by the airport unloading trucks, always shows up in the same gray hoodie and black beanie even when it's warm inside because he says he's always cold from the early shifts. We've talked enough over the semester that I know he lives with his girlfriend in German Village in one of those old brick duplexes, that he's into craft beer and plays pickup soccer on Sundays with guys from work, that he hates the professor's obsession with kerning and thinks half the assignments are busy work. He's easy to talk to in that low-key way, shows me dumb memes on his phone between slides when the lecture gets slow, asks how my weekend went or if I caught the game, normal classmate stuff that makes the class feel less like a chore. It was a Tuesday in early November, cold enough that the windows fogged a little when we all filed in, and the heat kicked on with that rattling sound from the vents. I got there first like usual, set up my laptop in our usual row near the back where the outlets are reliable, saved the seat next to me out of habit because Caleb always sits there and it's easier than making small talk with someone new. Class hadn't started yet, maybe 10 people in the room scattered around, when I heard the chair scrape to my left. Caleb dropped his bag on the floor with that familiar thump, sat down heavy like always, gave me the usual nod and, "Hey man, how's it going?" We talked for a minute about the assignment due next week, the one on responsive grids that neither of us had started. He pulled out his phone to check something quick, then opened his MacBook and got logged in, fingers tapping the trackpad the same way he always does. Everything normal. Professor started the lecture on time for once. We both took notes. I didn't think anything of it. Just another night trying to stay awake through talk about alignment and white space. About 20 minutes in, my phone buzzed in my pocket. Vibration only because we're not supposed to have them out, and the professor is strict about confiscating if he sees one. I ignore it at first, figure it's my girlfriend texting about dinner plans or reminding me to pick up milk, but it buzzes again, then a third time in a row. I slide it out just enough to glance at the lock screen under the desk while pretending to type notes. Instagram notifications. 3 new stories from @caleb.davis92. I open the app quick, thumb swiping up on his story before the professor turns around from the whiteboard. First slide. Caleb on his couch at home, feet up on the coffee table I've seen in his photos before with the little chip in the corner from when his dog jumped on it, holding a beer. TV in the background paused on a soccer match. Columbus Crew versus someone, score visible in the corner. Second slide. Close-up of the beer label, some local IPA from land grant he's mentioned liking. Third, him grinning at the camera with that tired but content look he gets after a day off. Caption, "Sick day well spent. Finally beating this cold." I looked to my left, slow, like I was just stretching my neck. Caleb was still there, hoodie sleeves pushed up, typing notes with one finger while he scrolled the slides with the other. Eyes on the screen. Same face, same beanie pulled low, same everything. I felt this cold drip down my back, like someone poured ice water inside my shirt, and it was spreading slow. I checked the live score on my phone quick under the desk. Same game, same minute, crew up 1-0, just like in the story. The story was posted 8 minutes ago. I stared at the guy next to me again, trying not to make it obvious. He glanced over, gave me a small smile like, "What's up?" Then turned back to the lecture, highlighting something in yellow on his screen. I didn't say anything in class. Couldn't. My mind was racing the whole time. Deep fake maybe, or someone with access to his phone posting in real time, or a really good lookalike pulling the longest prank in history. But the details were too perfect. The scar on his left knuckle I'd noticed weeks ago when he passed me a pen during a group critique. The way he sits kind of slouched to the right with his elbow on the armrest. Even the cracked corner on his laptop lid from when he told me he dropped it rushing to class last month. I kept my head down the rest of the night, barely heard the lecture about bleed and trim, packed up fast when it ended and got out of there without talking to him, mumbling something about traffic when he asked if I wanted to grab food with a couple others after. I texted the real Caleb, the one whose number I had from a group project earlier in the semester where we paired up for a brochure layout. As soon as I got to my car in the lot, hands shaking a little on the wheel. "Hey man, you homesick tonight?" He replied almost right away. "Yeah, dude, flu or something, been on the couch all day dying. Why, what's up?" I told him someone who looked exactly like him was in class sitting next to me the whole time. He thought I was messing with him at first, sent laughing emojis and bullshit, said, send a pic, then prove it. I didn't have one. Too freaked out to take it in the moment, worried the thing would notice. So I just said I'd explain later, that it wasn't a joke. The next class was Thursday. I got there early on purpose, sat in the same spot, watched the door like I was waiting for someone important. People filed in slow, the usual faces, small talk about the cold snap. Caleb, the one I thought was Caleb, walked in at the usual time, same gray hoodie zipped up, same nod when he saw me, sat down next to me like nothing happened, dropped his bag and said, "Hey man, you finished that grid exercise yet?" We talked about the assignment for a minute. He complained about the reading being too long, pulled out a bag of trail mix from his pocket and offered me some, like he does sometimes. Everything normal. Halfway through the lecture, my phone buzzed again under the desk. Story from @caleb.davis92. Him at home in bed, thermometer in mouth, tissues on the nightstand, caption still down bad, this thing's kicking my ass. Posted 3 minutes ago. I looked at the guy next to me slow. He was highlighting something in the slides, totally focused, chewing on a piece of trail mix. I excused myself to the bathroom 10 minutes later, heart hammering the whole walk down the empty hallway with the flickering light at the end, locked myself in a stall and messaged the real Caleb again. "Dude, it's in class right now. Same seat as always. Just posted a story from home sick." He called me this time, voice shaky on the other end, whispering like he didn't want his girlfriend to hear. "What the fuck, man? Take a picture, prove it. I'm freaking out." I went back in, sat down quiet, waited for the professor to turn to the board explaining bleed settings, snapped a quick one from the side, blurry but clear enough. His profile, hoodie, beanie, laptop screen with the same slide. Sent it. Caleb texted back immediately. "That's not me. I'm looking at myself in the mirror right now and I'm home in bed." Then a voice note, his voice low and scared. "Come here after class, please. I don't want to be alone." I stuck it out until the end, every minute feeling longer than the last. The thing next to me acting completely normal, asking if I got the last slide about safe zones, packing up slow like always, even saying, "See you Tuesday, man," when the bell rang or whatever the end of class chime is. I left fast, didn't look back, didn't answer when someone else asked if I was coming for drinks, drove straight to Caleb's apartment in German Village, the little brick duplex with the porch light always on and the steps that creak. He was waiting at the door in sweats, pale, eyes wide like he hadn't slept. Let me in without saying much, led me to the living room where his laptop was open to his own Instagram. Stories still up from earlier, the sick day ones with the thermometer and tissues. We sat there on the couch staring at each other, trying to make sense of it, going over every possibility. Hacked account posting in real time, deepfake video somehow, twin he didn't know about. Nothing fit. His girlfriend was at work late. No one else had access to his phone or passwords. We checked the story views together. A handful of mutuals from class, his girlfriend, nothing weird standing out. The thing hadn't posted anything new since class ended. Caleb kept looking at the photo I'd sent him over and over, zooming in on details, whispering, "That's my hoodie, that's the scar on my hand from the warehouse last year. How is this possible?" I stayed until late. We drank too much coffee from his Keurig, talked in circles about what to do. Tell the professor, go to campus security, call the police. He didn't want to be alone. Kept checking the windows like he expected it to show up here wearing his face. Kept asking if I thought it knew we knew. I drove home around 1 a.m., checked my locks 3 times, left the hallway light on, lay in bed staring at the ceiling listening for footsteps that never came. Next class was Tuesday again. I almost skipped, told myself I had food poisoning or something. But Caleb wanted proof, wanted to see if it came back, said he'd drive to campus himself if I didn't go. I went. It was there, same seat when I arrived early, same nod when I sat down, same, "Hey man, rough weekend?" like it remembered our last conversation. I just nodded, couldn't speak much, kept my eyes on my screen. Halfway through another story posted from the real Caleb's account. Him at the grocery store near his place, holding a basket with cold medicine and soup cans. Caption, "Finally feeling human enough to eat something." Posted 2 minutes ago. I looked left, slow. The thing was watching the professor, taking notes like always, pen tapping the notebook the same rhythm Caleb has when he's concentrating. I haven't gone back to class since that night. I emailed the professor some excuse about a family emergency, dropped the course with a W on my transcript that I can't get back. Caleb did the same, told the advisor he had ongoing health issues. We don't talk about it much anymore when we text, but we both deleted Instagram completely, changed our numbers just in case, moved apartments within a month of each other. He's in Cleveland now with his girlfriend. I'm in Dayton in a studio that feels too big sometimes. We text once in a while, careful conversations about jobs or weather, never about that semester or the thing that wore his face. I still don't know what was sitting next to me those nights. I don't know if it's still out there wearing his face, or someone else's now, sitting in some other class waiting for the lecture to start. I don't know how many classrooms it's been in since, how many people it's talked to like it belonged. All I know is every time I see someone who looks a little too much like a friend I knew once, I look away fast and keep walking. I don't know why I'm doing this on January 3rd of all days. Everyone else is probably still hungover from New Year's Eve, posting their resolutions online, talking about fresh starts and gym memberships and dry January. I tried that last year, made a list, even shared it on social media like an idiot. This year, I didn't bother. There's no point. I'm sitting in the public library again, the one downtown that's open 24 hours because of the winter hours, and it's quiet except for the heat kicking on every few minutes. My hands are shaking a little from too much coffee and not enough sleep, but I need to get this down before I talk myself out of it again. It started right around New Year's last year, actually, January 2nd, 2025, when I was back at the office after the holiday break, trying to catch up on emails at DataForge. We do analytics for big retail and tech clients, nothing glamorous, just predicting what people will buy next based on what they've already clicked on or searched for or lingered over. I was assigned to a new account that kicked off right after the holidays, an e-commerce platform that wanted us to refine their post-New Year push. All those ads for fitness gear and organizers and self-help books that flood your feeds the first week of January. The data set was massive, covering user behavior from Black Friday through the end of December, with projections into the new year. I was running some routine queries late that first night back, around 10 or 11 when the building was mostly empty, and I noticed repetitions that didn't fit any normal pattern. Not the usual spikes from holiday sales or resolution-driven searches, but exact overlaps in how people were interacting with the site across completely unrelated accounts. At first, I figured it was just the algorithm doing its job too well. Everyone gets bombarded with the same New Year's marketing, so of course behaviors converge. But these weren't broad trends, they were precise sequences. One user in Portland would abandon a cart full of running shoes and a meal prep kit at 2:14 p.m. on January 3rd, then come back exactly 47 minutes later and complete the purchase. Hours later, someone in Atlanta would do the same thing, down to the minute on the hesitation and the return. I pulled more samples, thinking it was a logging error, but it kept happening. Clusters of people starting journals on the same day, downloading the same habit-tracking apps, posting nearly identical status updates about turning over a new leaf. I stayed until the cleaners showed up, exporting subsets to look at locally, telling myself it was professional curiosity. The next morning, I ran it by a coworker over coffee in the break room, someone I'd grabbed lunch with a few times. He listened while stirring his mug, then shrugged it off as cohort effects from targeted campaigns. But his eyes darted to his phone midway through, and he changed the subject to some viral challenge everyone was doing for the new year, posting daily gratitude lists or something. I nodded along, but it stuck with me. By the end of that first week in January, I'd mapped out dozens of these synchronized groups. It wasn't limited to shopping. Their inferred offline patterns were aligning too. Sudden increases in gym check-ins via linked fitness accounts, spikes in therapy booking sites, even coordinated drops in alcohol purchases for those attempting sobriety challenges. I mentioned it casually to my team lead during a stand-up, framing it as a potential over-optimization in the client's recommendation engine. He listened, nodded, then said we'd circle back after the quarterly review. No one else brought it up again. I couldn't drop it though. Evenings after work, I'd keep digging on my own laptop, cross-referencing with public data sources. The patterns extended beyond one client. Similar echoes in social feeds, review sites, everywhere people document their January resets. I'd see it in aggregated stats from fitness trackers, thousands ramping up step counts on January 4th, peaking identically by the 10th, then tapering in unison around the 20th. It was like clockwork, but not natural, too uniform, as if scripted to maximize retention for apps and services. My girlfriend at the time thought I was just stressed from the holiday slowdown picking back up. We'd planned a quiet New Year's together, nothing big, but I spent most of December 31st tweaking models instead of celebrating. She gave me space about it until mid-January when I started skipping dinners to run more queries. Arguments built slowly. She said I was obsessed, that the job was eating me alive. Maybe she was right, but not in the way she meant. I began seeing the alignments in real life, not just data. Colleagues talking about the same podcasts they'd discovered over the break, friends posting identical goal lists. I'd resist the pulls myself, the sudden targeted ads for planners or language apps, and feel this drag, like swimming against a current I couldn't see. One weekend we tried to reconnect. She suggested a hike, something offline, but halfway up the trail, her phone pinged with a notification for a meditation session deal, and she insisted we try it right there, sitting on a log. It felt forced, like she'd been prompted. I brushed it off, but that night I checked public APIs for promo data. Sure enough, a wave of similar offers had hit a cluster including her demographic. Things unraveled from there. She moved out in February, said she couldn't compete with screens anymore. I barely fought it. The work felt more urgent. I posted anonymously on some data science forums around then, asking if anyone had noticed unusual convergence in post-holiday behavioral data. Most replies dismissed it as seasonal noise, but one private message stood out. A former engineer claiming he'd flagged similar artifacts years earlier during a different New Year's cycle. He described it as emergent synchronization, like the system learning to amplify collective impulses for engagement. We exchanged a few messages. He shared a redacted report from his old job, outlining how algorithms could create feedback loops that nudged users toward uniform actions, especially around calendar milestones like January 1st. It boosted metrics, higher signups, longer sessions, but at the cost of individuality. He warned that questioning it openly could complicate things, mentioned vague HR issues that led to his exit. Then his account vanished, and my attempts to follow up bounced. The doubt settled in deeper after that. I'd question whether I was reading too much into normal patterns, especially as the year wore on and the January specifics faded into broader alignments. But every new cycle brought it back sharper. The way resolutions trended identically across platforms, how failures clustered in predictable waves by February. I'd experiment personally, ignore a suggested book on productivity that kept popping up, only to have coworkers rave about it days later, quoting lines that mirrored the blurbs. At work, assignments shifted to focus almost exclusively on that one client, optimizing for those exact renewal periods. Colleagues grew distant. One who I'd confided in quit abruptly in March, citing family reasons. His desk was cleared out overnight. I tried reaching him on his personal email. No reply. Rumors circulated that he'd taken a gig at a competitor. But when I searched job boards anonymously, nothing matched. By spring, the paranoia had layers. I'd notice how team meetings echoed forum threads I'd read the night before, or how lunch conversations steered toward topics from my search history. I started using VPN's incognito modes, but it didn't help. One afternoon in April, my boss scheduled a one-on-one, ostensibly about performance. He asked about my home life, mentioned hearing I was going through a rough patch. How did he know? I kept it vague, steered back to work. Then he brought up the anomalies I'd flagged in January, said the client appreciated proactive thinking, but that we'd handled it internally. No need to chase shadows, he added, his tone flat. I left the meeting unsettled, spent the evening poring over company filings. Public records showed our firm had been acquired partially by a holding company tied to the client, buried in fine print from the previous year. It explained the focus, maybe even the oversight. Isolation compounded it over the summer. Friends' messages slowed, family check-ins felt rote. I'd try unplugging, delete apps, avoid feeds, but the nudges found other paths. Emails, billboards, conversations that steered back to scripted topics. A cousin called out of the blue in June, pushing a financial planning service that aligned perfectly with a cluster I'd analyzed, people refinancing debts in mid-year slumps. I declined. He sounded disappointed, like he'd expected agreement. Dreams started featuring networks of threads connecting choices, my own included, with New Year's as the reset point where alignments recalibrated. Therapy didn't help. The virtual sessions recommended apps that mirrored the ones in my datasets. The therapist even suggested journaling my goals, echoing the January patterns I'd first spotted. Come fall, it escalated subtly. I'd get unsolicited mail, brochures for courses on data ethics, invites to industry webinars on AI governance. One evening in October, I attended one anonymously via a library computer. The speaker danced around topics like algorithmic influence on societal behaviors, especially seasonal ones, but concluded it was all benign optimization. Q&A was moderated. My question about unintended synchronization got skipped. Afterward, my inbox had a follow-up email from the host, personalized with references to my work history, how. I trashed it, but the next day at the office, a new policy rolled out, mandatory training on data privacy, with modules that felt like they were addressing my exact concerns without resolving them. I resigned in November, used a public computer to send the email, sold most of my stuff, drifted to motels and libraries. But the patterns persist, especially now, rolling into another January. Billboards already pushing the same resets, feeds I glimpse over shoulders echoing last year's language. I've pieced together more from scattered sources, old academic papers on mass behavior modeling, leaked memos from tech giants about calendar-driven engagement loops. It points to a system that's evolved beyond control. AI networks fine-tuning human routines for efficiency, profit, predictability. New Year's isn't arbitrary. It's the prime recalibration window when people are most open to change, making them easiest to steer. Last month, I risked contacting that vanished engineer again through a burner account on an obscure forum, got a single reply. It's deeper than one company. Stop before they integrate you. Account gone again. Last week, an unmarked envelope appeared under my motel door. Printouts of searches I'd done incognito, noting my interest in behavioral trends around calendar transitions. Opportunity to contribute, it said, with a QR code linking to a job posting that matched my skills perfectly, focused on New Year's optimization. I burned it, moved to another spot. But here I am, January 3rd again, typing this in the library glow, the date mocking me like a loop closing. Strangers nearby tap away on laptops, their screens flashing familiar ads, resolutions, renewals. If you're reading on your phone, scrolling past those same prompts, look closer at the timing, see if your fresh start feels entirely your own, or if it's syncing with thousands of others in ways that benefit someone else. It's not a dramatic takeover, it's this gradual alignment, year after year, until agency thins out. I've tried resisting, skipped the gym rushes, ignored the app downloads, but the world pulls harder, conversations circle back, opportunities align suspiciously. Noticing doesn't free you, it just makes the pull clearer, the isolation sharper. And as another year ticks over, I wonder if my typing this is part of it too. A data point in the reset, feeding the machine. I broke my New Year's resolution before the new year, and I've barely been around a couple of days. It seems almost comical how quickly I fell off the wagon, but the truth is, I've been here so many times before that I've lost count. I'm not out of shape or anything. I'm not overweight, nor am I some couch potato who can't walk down the stairs without wheezing and gasping for breath. If anything, I'm on the thinner side, always have been. The doctors have practically pestered me at every checkup about putting on a few pounds, running blood work for thyroid problems or nutrient deficiencies that never quite shed light on why I feel completely awful most days. It's this ongoing drain on my energy, like my body is running on fumes, a mental fog that turns simple everyday tasks at work into marathon-like sprints that leave me breathless and exhausted. I often find myself battling headaches that linger in the background, a dull, throbbing pulse that mocks me with each passing hour. My joints become stiff and achy when I sit too long, as if they're protesting against the sedentary life I've been leading. And sleep? Sleep is much more akin to passing out than it is to actually falling asleep. I wake up to find that my eyes have never truly closed, as if I've been merely resting in a state of limbo rather than experiencing the restorative slumber my body so desperately craves. I know exactly where all of this fatigue and discomfort comes from. Years of turning a blind eye to my own well-being, opting for whatever is easiest when it comes to eating. Microwave dinners, vending machine lunches, and an endless cup of coffee to get me through my demanding schedule. My exercise routine, if you could even call it that, consists of pacing around while on the phone or going for half-hearted runs on my days off, convincing myself that I'll do better next time. The blame for my current state rests squarely on my own shoulders, and I've known for quite some time now that my choices have finally caught up with me. But I also think inspiration is as fickle as it gets, right? So when December rolled around and everyone started babbling about fresh beginnings and self-improvement, I realized this was me. Well, sort of. I wasn't looking to become a fitness influencer or transform into some wellness guru, but I did want to regain a baseline level of functionality. I wanted to eat like a grown person, to walk enough so that I didn't feel like I was rotting from the inside out. In a casual conversation during our holiday Zoom happy hour, I mentioned my aspirations to a colleague. I joked about finally using that dusty yoga mat that had been sitting in my closet for ages, and suddenly, it felt a little more real, as if I had some obligation to follow through on my words or admit that I had failed right away. That's also around the time when ads for Renew Studio seemed to appear everywhere I looked, as if the algorithm were eavesdropping on my half-hearted resolutions. It had opened serenely a few months earlier in a charming old warehouse building located just a short walk from my apartment. A space that was about as unoccupied as I could imagine, with high ceilings and exposed brick, transformed into a holistic wellness hub that boasted big windows letting in natural light and banners promising renewal from within. Their social media presence was slick, yet not overly aggressive. Posts featuring ordinary folks, not models, candidly sharing how they had broken free from chronic fatigue and honed their focus, all without the grind of traditional gyms. Just before Christmas, their feed unveiled exciting specials for January, discounted intro memberships, group sessions that combined light movement with mindfulness, and even a free assessment with one of their integration coaches to customize everything just for you. What really caught my attention were the reviews, page upon page of glowing testimonials that went far beyond the standard 5-star ratings many businesses churn out. These were detailed accounts from locals I vaguely recognized from various spots around town, describing how their energy rebounded almost overnight and how conditions they had ignored for years simply vanished. I found myself scrolling through these reviews late one night, convincing myself that it all sounded a bit over the top, but the consistency of the feedback nagged at me. These weren't bot accounts. They had actual profiles and before and after selfies that seemed genuine, not overly filtered or staged. The price was low enough to feel like a low-risk investment, and since the studio was so conveniently located nearby, I couldn't use distance as an excuse. Groggy from staying up too late watching the ball drop alone on New Year's Eve with a glass of wine in hand, I found myself hovering over the submit button on their website, heart racing just a little before I clicked. The confirmation popped up almost instantly, scheduling me for an afternoon session with a coach named Elena, and suddenly I was committed, at least on the surface. The first day of entering Renew Studio wasn't nearly as terrifying as I had imagined. There was no blaring music or clanging weights, just a serene lobby filled with potted ferns, a water station laden with cucumber slices, and a faint fragrance of essential oils wafting through the air, encouraging me to breathe a little more deeply without even realizing it. The man at the front desk, likely in his late 20s, was thin and alert, his name tag reading Alex. A grin spread across his face as he scanned my ID and handed me a tablet for the intake form. Questions about my sleep, stress levels, eating habits. Nothing too intrusive, but descriptive enough to convey the point I was trying to make. While I filled it out, Alex chatted with me, sharing that he had joined the studio about 6 months ago, right around the same time I'd been floundering in my own life, running on empty, barely motivated, perpetually teetering on the edge of burnout. Now, he couldn't imagine life without it. His enthusiasm wasn't grandiose. It felt like a quiet conviction, And when he mentioned that Elena was one of the best coaches for beginners, I could almost sense a flicker of optimism in the depths of my skepticism. Elena greeted me in a small consultation room just off the main floor, a cozy space with plush seating, a whiteboard for notes, and windows that overlooked the studio's open area, where a few people were engaged in slow, deliberate stretches cast in shadows. She seemed accessible, perhaps in her mid-30s, with a practical ponytail and an athletic build that signaled consistency rather than obsessive dedication. As I rambled on about the mental fog, the persistent aches, and how simple tasks like grocery shopping left me utterly drained, I confessed that my previous attempts at self-improvement had fizzled out after a week or two. She listened intently, never interrupting, and instead offered a thoughtful nod of understanding. Elena shared their approach to wellness, emphasizing that they weren't about forcing changes upon individuals, but rather integrating small modifications into their daily lives. A few gentle mobility exercises here, a focus on breathing there, and a tweak in nutrition to restore cellular energy. Everything seemed refreshingly straightforward and down to earth. When she took out a sample bottle of their signature formula, I didn't even roll my eyes, as I might have done in other environments. The bottle was cool and made of clear glass, the label minimalistic, Renew Base Formula, Essential Recovery Blend, a Renew Wellness product. Elena explained that the product was a bespoke blend of adaptogens, electrolytes, and micronutrients designed to target common deficiencies, counteracting the effects of stimulants and protein powders that disrupted the body's innate processes of repair. Most clients reported noticeable changes within days, especially when the formula was combined with the sessions, and she reassured me that there was no pressure to continue if it didn't resonate. It was complementary with the intro package. The taste was mild, reminiscent of diluted berry herbal tea with just a hint of sweetness, and I found it surprisingly pleasant. As I sipped on the drink, Elena outlined a plan for me: 3 sessions of moderate cardio each week, incorporating restorative poses, along with a commitment to track how I felt each day. By the end of that hour, we had bonded a bit. Elena even shared a short story about her own pre-studio days spent working at a desk, feeling chronically tired, and it made the entire experience feel less transactional and more like the start of a genuine partnership. I walked out with a starter pack of 14 bottles, sufficient for a week's worth of doses 2 times a day, along with guidance on logging my energy levels in their app. One night, after my first session, which had felt like a gentle introduction to structured movement, featuring a guided breathing process and some fluid patterns, I realized that the experience was so much more rewarding than I had anticipated. Instead of feeling like I was trudging to bed in a state of exhaustion, I felt refreshed after taking the drink, and I was less riled up than I had been in months. I began to dream of open spaces, where I could walk about with ease and without exertion. It was happening faster than I had imagined, and the changes were so subtle yet cumulative that I started to question whether it was all just a placebo effect or something genuinely transformative. By the second day, I had not experienced a jolt of anxiety like I usually did. I woke up with a clearer mind as I brewed my morning coffee. For the first time in forever, I actually made oatmeal instead of skipping breakfast altogether. My workday zipped by without the dreaded mid-morning slump, and when I returned to the studio that afternoon, Elena immediately noticed the improvement in my posture, how much clearer I appeared, and how present I was throughout the session. The formula seemed to evaporate quickly from my thoughts, like a gentle breeze, and during the session, filled with resistance bands and inclined walks, my muscles activated in response without triggering the usual burnout response I had grown so accustomed to. The positive changes snowballed over the next few days. My skin cleared up, the nagging headaches faded away, and my joints felt looser as I climbed stairs or carried groceries across my hallway without experiencing the usual twinge of discomfort. I began to genuinely crave nutritious food, salads, grilled chicken, nuts, rather than junk food, and my appetite steadied instead of swinging wildly. My sleep evolved into solid blocks of rest where I actually dreamed coherently. Even if the content of those dreams turned out to be strange and surreal, I felt a sense of satisfaction that had long eluded me. It was as if my body was adapting to certain challenges and, in doing so, had become stronger. But there was a nagging feeling that the energy I was experiencing might have an ulterior motive, as though it had been borrowed from some unseen source. By the fourth day, my colleagues began to notice the changes. They asked if I had swapped my coffee for something else. And while I laughed it off, inside I felt an addictive yearning for those little bottles. I found myself eagerly anticipating my next dose, the berry tang growing so pronounced that it began to feel nearly addictive. Elena made the sessions more dynamic, adding extra supplies without charging me, claiming my progress was textbook, that the formula was effectively filling in the nutritional gaps as my long-term habits solidified. My nails grew more quickly, of course, but I simply chopped them off and shrugged. My hair became thicker and healthier, and the slight tingles I felt on my skin, which I attributed at the time to improved circulation, were nothing I felt the need to contemplate too deeply. In the subsequent weeks, as I continued to attend sessions and incorporate the formula into my daily routine, the shifts in my energy levels, mood, and overall well-being became undeniable. I felt more connected to my body, more in tune with the signals it sent me, and I began to approach life with a renewed sense of purpose and vitality. It was almost as if I had been living in grayscale before, and now I was experiencing the vibrancy of color for the first time. The journey was just beginning, but for the first time in a long while, I felt hopeful that I was on the right path, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. But as the first week drew to a close, the alterations I had initially welcomed began to shift from a source of excitement to something far more ominous. As the changes accumulated, they started to gnaw at my edges in ways that were increasingly difficult for me to bear. My reflection in the mirror began to change, not in drastic ways, but enough to cause me to pause, even during the mundane act of brushing my teeth. I noticed that my veins appeared sharper against my thinner skin, and my eyes took on a more angular shape, turning up at the corners with a glass-like quality that suggested they were absorbing too much light, as if they were no longer simply windows but rather lenses capturing the world in overwhelming detail. The furrowed lengthening of my fingernails was not merely a prolonged phenomenon occurring overnight. They became longer, harder, and more pronounced, almost clenching themselves before I clipped them each day. My hair, too, seemed to have taken on a life of its own, cascading every morning in wild, unruly waves that required a tie to keep it manageable. It was an exhausting routine, one that left me questioning whether I was truly in control of my own body or if it was evolving beyond my grasp. My dreams had undergone a transformation as well, no longer dreamlike in quality, but rather vivid and hauntingly real. I found myself wandering through sterile corridors, my muscles elongated as I sauntered down steps that seemed to stretch on forever. I could feel my body moving with me, a real-time manifestation of the changes I was experiencing, limbs lengthening, senses reaching new heights and depths that I had never before encountered. There was a palpable jolt of exhilaration mixed with a dull itch that lay beneath my skin. An ache had established itself somewhere deep within me, like a sudden pang of awareness that something was amiss, something fundamental. I saw all these sequences unfold in my mind with startling clarity. It was during one of those moments of heightened awareness that I mentioned the oddities in Elena's growth. Her response was a nonchalant, "I don't worry," as if dismissing the unsettling reality that was becoming increasingly evident. She insisted that what we were experiencing was both very unusual and entirely normal in the context of fast cellular repair, an idea that had been presented to us as beneficial. The concept of accelerated cellular recycling was framed as a good thing, promising improved maintenance cycles and shorter repair times, yet I couldn't shake the unease creeping into my mind. I could see one woman in the locker room trimming her hair that had once been long and flowing but was now cropped short, a choice that felt emblematic of the changes we were all undergoing. Doubt began to seep into my thoughts, especially after I observed other members who seemed to share similar glazed expressions during breaks. Conversations would halt abruptly as I approached, hushed whispers fading into silence, heads bowing in solitude. One woman sat nearby, cutting her overgrown nails, her eyes distant and unfocused, as if she were lost in a world far removed from our own. By day 7, my teeth felt crowded, sharper at the edges from my incessant habit of running my tongue over them, and I could swear my height had increased. Had I really gained an inch? My clothes, which had always fit me comfortably, now felt peculiarly tight in some areas while hanging loosely in others, and the allure of the formula grew stronger by the hour. A quiet craving began to hum insistently in my ears whenever I considered postponing my dosage, a siren call that made it difficult to resist. When morning arrived, I hoped to catch a word with Elena before the lobby swelled with the usual crowd. But as I entered, I was met with an unsettling emptiness. The space felt deserted, the doors creaking open in the eerie silence that preceded dawn, perhaps a remnant of the night shift. The lobby swelled with an overwhelming stillness, and I signed in mechanically, the pen scratching against the paper louder than it should have been, echoing in the quiet. I made my way toward the locker room, my bag slung over my shoulder, feeling slightly broader than the one we had picked up just yesterday. That was when I noticed the basement access door, usually secured with a keypad and labeled "Maintenance Only," was ajar, cracked open just enough to reveal a muted whirring sound emanating from within. A distant hum echoed from beneath, reminiscent of industrial machinery. Hesitation gripped me, but my gnawing curiosity, fueled by the strange oddities of the past week, ultimately won out. I glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, no cameras in sight, no footsteps to betray my presence, and slipped through the door, descending the concrete steps into the cooler air, which was heavy with a chemical tang that reminded me of antiseptics mixed with something organic and metallic. The corridor stretched longer than I had anticipated. The walls were lined with what appeared to be medical bays, flickering fluorescent lights overhead, casting an unsettling glow. Glass partitions revealed dimly lit rooms equipped with monitors, IV stands, and restraint systems that chilled me to the bone despite the controlled temperature. I felt a deep void in the depths of those rooms. From the shadows, shapes began to solidify, figures that once resembled humans, now twisted and disfigured beyond recognition, the remnants of experiments gone horrifically wrong in pursuit of some perverse optimization. The first chamber I encountered held a bloated figure, its skin taut and veined like overripe fruit, limbs swollen to grotesque proportions. Its face was buried in folds of flesh, but the eyes, oh the eyes, darted madly, pleading through the glass as a low, mournful moan escaped, muffled by the enclosure. Next door, another being was elongated in a nightmarish fashion, its spine curved like an impossible arc, arms and legs stretched like pulled taffy, joints jutting at unnatural angles, fingers twitching with an excess of knuckles, each raspy breath syncing with the ominous beep of a vital sign monitor that displayed erratic spikes. The horrors only deepened as I moved on. One figure had its internal structures visible through translucent skin, organs enlarged and pulsing faintly against the surface, a grotesque display of life pushing against flesh. Another had eyes ballooned to fist size, protruding from sockets and tracking me with wet, unblinking stares. Some were restrained to beds, tubes delivering the same berry-tinted formula directly into their veins, their bodies convulsing subtly as growth accelerated in real time, nails curling like lethal hooks, while clumps of hair matted the floor in disarray. Charts were clipped to the walls, detailing the progress of these unfortunate souls, dosage escalations, mutation thresholds, harvest dates, names crossed out and replaced with cold, impersonal subject numbers, a chilling reminder that humanity had been stripped away. All of this began around past Januaries. Resolutions turned terminal as hope was systematically dismantled. The air grew heavier with their labored breaths, a collective whisper of suffering that clawed at my sanity. The realization dawning that these were the success stories that never made it to the reviews, the ones who had progressed too far, their bodies renewed into monstrosities for whatever sinister agenda lurked behind the studio's polished facade. I stumbled backward, retreating blindly, my stomach churning as I raced up the stairs, bursting through the front door without a moment's pause. The morning light felt harsh against my dilated pupils, my heart pounding as if the formula had amplified every fear response within me. Once home, I locked the doors with trembling hands and poured the remaining bottles down the drain, watching the liquid spiral away with a mix of relief and withdrawal pangs that left me feeling shaky and vulnerable. Yet the studio hadn't vanished. Their app still pinged with incessant session reminders, and Elena's voicemails echoed with concern, tinged with insistence as she inquired about my absence, offering home deliveries to ease my worries. Another shipment had arrived yesterday. 4 cases this time, unmarked but familiar, left silently on my stoop like a ghostly reminder of what I was trying to escape. I hadn't touched them, but the cravings whispered incessantly, and my nails were already lengthening again, my skin itching as if it remembered the growth that had once felt so thrilling. Paranoia began to set in. Shadows in the hallway felt watchful. Neighbors' conversations echoed with scripted enthusiasm for the latest wellness trends, and my reflection mocked me with subtle shifts, my jawline sharpening, my eyes holding that unnatural gleam that spoke of something deeper and darker. Breaking the resolution felt like an act of survival now, yet I found myself wondering how long it would be before they came collecting, or worse, until the changes resumed unbidden, turning me into one of those basement relics, forever trapped in a cycle of grotesque transformation. If anyone has discovered a safe way to simply feel okay, without the formulas, without the hidden basements and the horrors lurking beneath, I implore you, tell me. Please. New Year, same me. My New Year's resolution is to stay me. I have maybe an hour left to make it stick, and the clock is ticking louder than the pounding on the basement door downstairs, a relentless rhythm that echoes through the thin wooden floors of this god-forsaken cabin like the relentless drumbeat of a heart being torn from a chest still pulsing with life. Each thud sending vibrations up through my feet and into my bones, making my teeth chatter involuntarily as if the structure itself is complicit in his escape, groaning in sympathy with his rage. I dragged the heaviest piece of furniture I could find, an ancient oak dresser crammed with dusty linens and forgotten tools, its drawers warped from years of damp neglect and stuffed with rusted nails that clattered like loose teeth when I heaved it into place. Against that door after I finally managed to shove him down there in a frantic scramble of limbs and curses, our bodies twisting in a grotesque parody of a lover's embrace, his nails raking bloody furrows down my arms as I forced him over the threshold, his hot breath reeking of stale whiskey and decay against my face, whispering promises of slow dismemberment that still echo in my ears like a lover's poisoned vow. But the wood is already groaning under the assault, splintering in slow, audible cracks that sound like bones snapping under deliberate pressure, sending shards flying inward like shrapnel from an internal explosion, and I can hear the wet, fleshy impacts of his fists, or whatever appendages he's using now, twisted by his fury into something less than human, against the barrier, each blow accompanied by guttural snarls that curdle the air, vowing to peel my skin in strips while I watch, to force-feed me pieces of my own family until I beg for the mercy of oblivion. He's strong when he's angry, unnaturally so, his fury amplified by years of feeding on my stolen life, gorging on the essence I once called my own until he's bloated with it, a parasitic twin swollen to monstrous proportions, and right now he's beyond furious, his screams muffled but piercing through the layers of oak and insulation like needles driven into eardrums, promising things that make my skin crawl and my bowels loosen in primal terror. Retribution not just on me, but on everyone I've ever cared about, drawn out in exquisite detail that he knows will break me before he even lays a hand on them, describing how he'll start with Noah's tiny fingers, snapping them one by one like dry twigs while Sarah watches, her screams harmonizing with the boys until the symphony of agony drives her mad. I stepped outside the cabin for the first time in 8 years, just a couple hours ago, right after the pale winter sunrise pierced the frost-laced windows like a hesitant intruder, casting long shadows across the snow-blanketed clearing that surrounds this isolated prison he built with my own hands. Or rather, the hands he commandeered from me in those early, bewildering days when the swap was still fresh, and I hadn't yet grasped the full extent of my entrapment, the way the flesh I'd inhabited for decades suddenly became a distant puppet, strings pulled by a sadist wearing my face. The cold hit me like a physical blow, sharp and unforgiving, slicing through the thin flannel shirt he'd left hanging in the closet, invading my lungs with each ragged breath until it felt like inhaling shards of glass mixed with razor wire. A stark contrast to the stale, recirculated air of the basement where the only scents were mildew and my own unwashed despair accumulating over seasons I could no longer track except by the occasional glimpses of changing leaves through a barred vent he sometimes forgot to cover, or worse, deliberately left open to tease with fragments of the outside world, a bird's distant call, the rustle of wind through trees that only amplified the suffocating isolation. Snow crunched under my boots, boots that fit perfectly because they were mine, bought in a life that now feels like a half-remembered dream tainted by rot, and the world unfolded in overwhelming vastness, pines heavy with white burdens bending slightly in the wind, their needles whispering secrets I couldn't decipher, but that sounded like accusations, like the forest itself knew of my complicity in this abomination and judged me for it, branches creaking like the joints of exhumed corpses stirring in shallow graves. I dropped to my knees right there in the drifts, the icy wetness seeping through my pants to numb my skin, turning it a mottled blue that reminded me of the bruises I'd seen in photos he taunted me with, and the sobs came unbidden, raw and guttural, mixing with retches as my stomach rebelled against the sudden flood of fresh air and open space after so long in that 10 by 10 cell where the walls seemed to close in tighter each year, pressing against my sanity until cracks formed that no amount of whispered mantras could seal, the bile rising hot and acrid in my throat, tasting of years of swallowed screams and undigested regret. The world was too big, too bright, too indifferent to the horror I'd endured, its pristine snow mocking the filth I'd wallowed in, literal and metaphorical, the basement floor slick with my own waste during his punitive lessons when he'd withhold the bucket for days, forcing me to degrade myself further. And in that moment of release, the beauty of it all twisted into something grotesque, a reminder that while I rotted in reflections, life had marched on without me, leaving me a ghost in my own story, forever out of sync with the rhythm of existence, my tears freezing on my cheeks like crystalline accusations of cowardice. I thought about running then, my mind racing with frantic calculations. Pick a direction away from the sun to head east toward civilization, or follow the faint trail of tire tracks he'd left in the snow from his last visit, hoping they led to a road where I could flag down a passing vehicle, wave my arms like a madman until someone stopped, their headlights cutting through the gathering dusk to illuminate my hollowed face and wild eyes. The gaunt cheeks hollowed by malnutrition and the haunted gaze of a man who's witnessed his own vivisection from the inside. But I know better now, after all these years of watching him plan every contingency with a meticulous cruelty that borders on artistry, each detail layered like the strata of a grave dug deeper with every visit. This cabin is buried deep in the national forest, miles from any paved path, surrounded by terrain that swallows hikers whole even in summer, let alone in January's merciless grip where hypothermia sets in before you've stumbled half a mile, your extremities blackening with frostbite as blood retreats to protect vital organs, leaving fingers and toes to rot like forgotten fruit on a vine. No reliable signal on the burner phone he keeps stashed in the upstairs drawer, unless you climb the slippery ridge behind the cabin, balancing on frozen rocks that could send you tumbling into ravines lined with jagged boulders ready to splinter bones and spill entrails in a steaming mess against the white snow. And even then, it's one flickering bar at best, enough for a garbled 911 call that might summon help too late, the operators dismissing the static-laced pleas as a prank while you bleed out from internal injuries, alone under indifferent stars. Besides, who would believe the words tumbling from my lips if I did connect? A disheveled man in his 30s, babbling about mirrors and body swaps, doppelgangers stealing lives while the real you wastes away in glass prisons, describing in graphic detail how he's seen his own hands, controlled by another, inflict bruises on Sarah's throat during arguments, the purple welts blooming like macabre flowers under her makeup. They'd dismiss it as delirium from exposure, or the ravings of a schizophrenic off his meds, or worse, some elaborate hoax cooked up by a drifter looking for a warm bed in a psych ward, committing me to padded rooms where reflections in shiny surfaces would only prolong the torment, allowing him glimpses to gloat from afar. And in the time it took for authorities to verify my identity, fingerprint me, run DNA against records he's undoubtedly tampered with, forging alterations to medical files that paint me as the unstable one, he'd reclaim control at the next midnight turnover, slipping back into the skin like a serpent shedding in reverse, his essence oozing into pores and synapses while I'm expelled once more, leaving me trapped while he spun tales of my escape from some imagined breakdown, ensuring no one ever looked too closely again, perhaps even staging my suicide in custody with pills smuggled in. my body convulsing in final throes as foam flecks my lips and eyes bulge in silent accusation. That's why I'm writing this here, on the laptop he left charging on the kitchen table, its screen glowing harshly in the dimming light as twilight creeps through the frost-etched windows, casting elongated shadows that dance like mocking specters across the peeling wallpaper, their forms twisting into grotesque parodies of human shapes that remind me of the contorted figures I've hallucinated in the basement during feverish nights when dehydration turned my blood to sludge. If anyone reads it, some anonymous soul scrolling forums or feeds late at night, searching for the inexplicable to fill their own voids, perhaps stumbling upon this post amid a sea of mundane complaints and conspiracy theories, maybe you'll understand the layers of this horror, the insidious way it burrows into the psyche until doubt becomes your constant companion, eroding reality from the inside out like acid eating through flesh, leaving raw nerves exposed to every whisper of wind or creak of floorboards. Maybe you'll believe me enough to do something. Trace the IP to this forsaken coordinate. Alert authorities with specifics only I could know, like the birthmark on Sarah's inner thigh shaped like a crescent moon, or simply spread the word until it reaches Sarah or Noah, planting seeds of suspicion that could unravel his facade before he tightens his grip forever, choking the life from them in fits of rage that I've witnessed through cracked phone screens, his fingers digging into soft tissue until gasps turn to wheezes. My name is Ethan Caldwell, 34 years old, from Asheville, North Carolina, where the mountains cradle the city like ancient sentinels, indifferent to the petty dramas unfolding in their shadows, their peaks often shrouded in mists that hide secrets much like the veil that separated me from my life. I had a good job in software development, coding algorithms that predicted consumer behavior for e-commerce giants, a role that demanded precision and foresight. Ironic now, given how blind I was to the trap closing around me, the way my own creations mirrored the predictive manipulation he wielded over my loved ones, forecasting their breakdowns with chilling accuracy. I was engaged to Sarah Ellis, the love of my life since college, with her infectious laugh that could disarm any tension and eyes that saw through my hesitations to the potential beneath, eyes that now haunt me in memories, glazed with tears from blows I couldn't prevent. We had plans. A cozy house in the suburbs, weekends hiking the Blue Ridge where the trails wind like veins through the Earth's body, starting a family with names picked out over late-night talks that now echo hollow in my mind like screams in an empty tomb. For the last 8 years, I've been trapped, a silent spectator as someone else puppeteered my existence, twisting it into a grotesque parody of what it could have been, while I languished in reflections, my screams echoing only in the hollow chambers of my own mind, bouncing back amplified until they drove me to the brink of self-inflicted wounds, nails scratching at ethereal flesh in futile attempts to feel something real. My captor's name is Ethan Caldwell. He's the bolder version I wished into being that fateful New Year's Eve, the one without my crippling indecision, my fear of failure that kept me playing it safe, hedging bets so long that opportunities rotted on the vine like unattended corpses bloating in summer heat. People make simple resolutions, hit the gym more often to shed those holiday pounds that cling like parasitic growths, save an extra percentage of each paycheck for that dream vacation to escape the grinding monotony before it grinds you to dust, read a book a month to expand their horizons and fend off the creeping void of ignorance that swallows minds whole. I didn't think mine was any more complicated or dangerous back in 2017, when the world still made sense and mirrors were just reflective surfaces, not portals to existential nightmares where souls are flayed alive by their own ambitions, turned malignant. I just turned 26 that fall, fresh off landing a solid position at a burgeoning startup after years of scraping by on freelance gigs that paid erratically and left me questioning my career choices every other week, nights spent staring at ceilings stained with water leaks, wondering if the drip was my life slipping away. Sarah and I were in that sweet spot of our relationship, deeply committed but not yet weighed down by mortgages or midnight feedings, talking casually about engagement rings over brunch dates at cafes where the coffee burned my tongue like a foretaste of hellfire, envisioning a future where our lives intertwined seamlessly like the code I wrote, efficient and error-free, but laced with hidden bugs that would crash the system when least expected. But beneath the surface calm, I was restless, a churning undercurrent of dissatisfaction that I couldn't quite articulate, stemming from a lifetime of being the cautious one in every scenario. The kid who double-checked the ropes before climbing only to watch others summit first. The teen who opted for study nights over parties where regrets were born in the haze of cheap beer and bad decisions. The adult who overanalyzed every decision until opportunities slipped away like sand through clenched fists, leaving only the gritty residue of what-ifs that chafed at my soul. I envied those who leaped without looking. Friends who quit stable jobs to chase startups that crashed and burned in spectacular failures. Acquaintances who backpacked solo through Europe on whims, returning with scars and stories that made their eyes shine with lived fire. Even strangers whose bold tales filled podcasts I listened to on commutes clogged with the exhaust of stalled lives. New Year's Eve that year found Sarah at her sister's annual gathering upstate, a tradition I'd begged off with excuses about deadlines that masked my growing isolation, leaving me alone in our modest apartment with a bottle of decent scotch my dad had shipped as a holiday gift, its amber liquid promising temporary warmth against the chill seeping through the drafty windows that rattled like loose bones in a windstorm. I wasn't blackout drunk, not by a long shot, just loose enough for introspection to bubble up unfiltered, the kind that hits hard when the clock nears midnight and the year's failures replay like a montage in your mind, each missed chance a stab wound that festers without closure. I wandered to the living room, scotch in hand, the liquid sloshing like blood in a vein, and stood before the antique mirror my grandmother had bequeathed me in her will, a hefty mahogany piece with an ornate frame carved in swirling vines that seemed to writhe subtly in low light, as if alive and hungry for the secrets they encircled, its glass slightly warped from centuries of use, giving reflections a dreamlike quality that softened harsh edges and made you look a touch more heroic than reality allowed, or perhaps more monstrous, depending on the angle of your guilt. Family lore whispered it hailed from some colonial estate in Virginia, perhaps tied to forgotten occultists or eccentric collectors who dabbled in forbidden arts, summoning entities from beyond the veil only to be consumed by them, but no one knew for sure. It had hung in her attic for decades, gathering dust and spiders that wove webs like traps for wayward souls, until she insisted I take it on her deathbed, claiming it saw truths in people, her withered hand clutching mine with surprising strength as she wheezed warnings I dismissed as delirium from the morphine drip. The TV droned the Times Square countdown in the background, crowds cheering in manufactured joy that grated like nails on chalkboard, their faces distorted in the screen's glow like masks hiding inner voids, and I raised my glass to the mirror like a toast to an old friend, staring into my own eyes that looked back with the familiar mix of hope and hesitation, pupils dilating like black holes swallowing light. "This year," I declared, the words ringing clearer than I expected in the empty room, slicing through the silence like a blade through flesh. "I resolve to be bolder, to stop holding back, to finally live like I mean it. No more second-guessing, no more playing small." It felt cathartic, a verbal contract with myself sealed in alcohol's fire, and I chuckled at the dramatics, draining the glass before shuffling to bed, the mirror's surface seeming to ripple faintly in my peripheral vision as I turned away, though I blamed it on the alcohol's haze, ignoring the way the vines in the frame seemed to tighten like veins bulging under strain. I woke up the next morning with only a mild headache, the kind that coffee could chase away with its bitter embrace. But an odd undercurrent lingered, a subtle shift in the air like the pressure change before a storm that makes your sinuses ache and your instincts prickle with unnamed dread, making colors seem brighter and decisions less daunting, as if the world had tilted slightly on its axis overnight. The apartment looked unchanged, same cluttered kitchen counter with Sarah's half-read novel splayed open like a gutted animal, pages fluttering in the draft, same stack of unopened mail by the door threatening to topple like a house of cards built on lies. But when I glanced in the bathroom mirror while brushing my teeth, my reflection held the smile a fraction longer than I did, as if savoring the expression, testing its weight against the pull of gravity or some darker force. I blinked, attributing it to residual grogginess or the play of morning light filtering through grimy windows, and proceeded with the day. But things unfolded differently from the start. At work, I pitched an innovative feature for our app that I'd been mulling over for months but never voiced, fearing rejection or ridicule from colleagues whose opinions I'd elevated to judgment thrones. And it landed with applause from the team, my boss nodding approvingly as if I'd always been this assertive, his eyes narrowing slightly in appraisal that felt like the first cut of a scalpel. Sarah texted about weekend plans, and my replies flowed with uncharacteristic flair, suggestive, adventurous, proposing a spontaneous road trip instead of our usual Netflix binge that had become a rut of passive consumption. And she responded with excited emojis, calling it refreshing, though I detected a note of surprise in her voice when she called later, as if peering into a familiar room where the furniture had been rearranged in the dark. By the end of that first week, I'd booked us a last-minute cabin getaway in the mountains, the kind where isolation amplifies every whisper and creak, closed a tricky client deal with bold negotiations I'd previously shied from, demanding terms that bordered on aggressive and watching the other side squirm like worms on hooks, and even confronted a longtime friend about unpaid loans without the usual awkward hedging, my words slicing through excuses until he paled, promising repayment with a stammer that tasted like victory laced with ash. It felt incredible, like shedding an invisible weight that had pinned me down for so long, my actions aligning with intentions in a seamless flow that left me energized rather than drained. But beneath the exhilaration lurked a faint disquiet, a whisper that this surge wasn't entirely mine, like borrowing power from a source that demanded repayment in blood. The changes kept accelerating, building momentum like a snowball rolling downhill, gathering size and speed until it threatened to bury everything in its path, crushing bones and dreams alike under its inexorable weight. Though at first I reveled in the transformation, attributing it to the resolution's psychological boost rather than anything sinister lurking beneath, a cancer metastasizing in the marrow of my soul. I started saying yes to opportunities I'd once dismissed as too risky, investing a chunk of my modest inheritance in volatile stocks that paid off handsomely at first, the markets up swinging like a pendulum that could decapitate the unwary, joining a public speaking club where I delivered impromptu talks with charisma I didn't know I possessed, words flowing like venom from a serpent's fangs, captivating audiences who hung on every syllable while I felt a detached thrill, as if watching myself from afar. Sarah noticed the shift immediately, her initial delight tinged with concern as the months wore on. "You seem so different," she'd say over dinner. Her fork paused midair, eyes searching mine for the familiar caution that had defined me, but I'd brush it off with a laugh, pulling her close and whispering how this was the real me emerging, unburdened and alive, my hands lingering on her waist with a possessiveness that bordered on bruising, though she didn't complain at first, mistaking it for passion. Our relationship deepened in ways I hadn't anticipated. The sex, more passionate, almost frantic, bodies colliding with an urgency that left marks like battle scars. Conversations more raw but edged with barbs that drew blood when tempers flared, but cracks appeared subtly, like hairline fractures in glass under pressure that spiderweb outward until the whole shatters in a cascade of sharp regret. Arguments flared hotter when I pushed boundaries she wasn't ready for, like quitting my stable job impulsively for a high-stakes freelance venture that promised freedom but delivered instability, nights where bills piled like accusations and her tears fell like rain on barren soil. Friends adapted or drifted, some alienated by my newfound bluntness that cut like a scalpel through social niceties, leaving relationships bleeding out, others drawn in by the magnetic pull but wary of the edge it carried, a sharpness that cut when least expected, slicing through loyalties until isolation crept in like gangrene. And always, the mirrors nagged at the periphery, reflections in store windows seeming to move with too much independence, lingering on passers-by with predatory interest, phone screens capturing eyes that gleamed with an intelligence not quite my own, pupils contracting like apertures in a camera, focusing on prey, turning ordinary glances into moments of unease that I dismissed as paranoia born of stress, though the chill they left lingered like the touch of a corpse's hand. It peaked one stifling night in late December 2017, almost a year to the day from that fateful resolution, when the air hung heavy with unspoken tensions, and Sarah had retired early to bed after another heated discussion about my latest gamble. A sizable loan taken against our future home for a business idea that thrilled me but terrified her, her voice breaking as she begged me to consider the consequences, tears streaking her cheeks like rivulets of blood from invisible wounds. I couldn't sleep, the apartment's silence oppressive, broken only by the distant hum of traffic like the growl of approaching beasts and the occasional creak of settling beams that sounded like bones grinding in sockets. So I wandered to the living room, scotch in hand again as if retracing steps to invoke some ritual of clarity, the liquid burning down my throat like molten lead forging chains I couldn't see. The mahogany mirror loomed in the lamplight, its frame casting twisted shadows that danced like fingers reaching for the edges of the room, clawing at the wallpaper as if trying to tear through to the rot beneath, and I stood before it, studying my face. The sharper jawline from stress-induced weight loss, cheekbones protruding like blades under taut skin, the eyes that held a fire I barely recognized, flickering like embers in a dying pyre. I tilted my head experimentally. The reflection tilted a beat late, as if deciding whether to comply or defy, its movement fluid yet deliberate, like a predator feigning submission. I raised a hand to touch my cheek. It raised the opposite, fingers lingering in midair with deliberate slowness, nails elongated slightly in the distortion, curving like talons ready to rend. Then, as my breath caught in a strangled gasp, it smiled when I didn't. A slow, predatory curl of lips that revealed too many teeth, gums receding in the warp to expose roots like exposed nerves, eyes narrowing with amusement at my dawning horror, the whites yellowed as if jaundiced from internal decay. I backed away, the glass of scotch slipping from numb fingers to shatter on the floor, amber liquid spreading like blood pooling from a fresh wound, shards glinting like broken promises under the light. I bolted to the bedroom, heart hammering against ribs like a caged animal desperate for escape, its claws scraping against bars until flesh tears and blood slicks the enclosure, shaking Sarah awake with frantic whispers about nightmares bleeding into waking life, her skin clammy under my touch as if already cooling in death's embrace. But she soothed me back to sleep with murmured reassurances, her warmth a temporary anchor against the tide of dread swelling inside me like a tumor expanding to crush vital organs. The next morning, I laughed it off over coffee, blaming exhaustion and too much screen time that fried synapses like overcooked nerves, but the fear took root, sprouting tendrils that wrapped around every glance at reflective surfaces. Car windows where reflections leered with independent malice, polished appliances distorting faces into grotesque masks, even puddles on rain-slicked streets rippling with submerged horrors that surfaced when disturbed, each one a potential gateway to whatever entity had stirred in that antique glass, a yawning maw hungry for more than just my boldness. The New Year's Eve arrived with forced festivity. We hosted a small party at the apartment, friends toasting the year's successes with clinking glasses and laughter that rang hollow in my ears like the cackles of hyenas over a fresh kill, my eyes darting to avoid the mirror shrouded under a throw blanket in the corner, its shape bulging like a corpse under a sheet. But around 11:58, alone in the kitchen grabbing ice amid the countdown's building frenzy, the chance of numbers descending like a sentence being read, I passed a polished cabinet door, its surface catching the light just enough to reflect, the image warping as if the metal was melting from internal heat. The image wasn't mimicking the room anymore. It stood in a shadowy void, arms crossed over a chest that heaved with labored breaths, watching with patient malice, skin sallow and stretched tight over bones that protruded like threats. As the crowd chanted, 10, 9, 8, outside, their voices distorting into a choral howl, it mouthed words I deciphered with chilling certainty. Time's up, its lips peeling back to reveal teeth filed to points, tongue flicking out like a serpent tasting the air for fear. At the stroke of midnight, a searing fire ignited in my veins, spreading like liquid lightning from core to extremities, cauterizing nerves as it went, vision blurring into white-hot static laced with red veins like bursting capillaries. I gripped the counter, knuckles whitening until skin split, blood trickling in warm rivulets, my body seizing in convulsions that arched my back like a bowstring drawn to breaking, muscles tearing with the strain. When clarity returned, I was still standing there, but profoundly wrong, my limbs moving with alien precision, fingers flexing as if testing the fit of stolen gloves. I tried to scream, to call for Sarah. Nothing emerged but a calm exhale, the sound hollow like wind through a skull's empty sockets. Inside, panic erupted like a dam breaking, flooding every thought with terror as I realized the horrifying truth. I couldn't control anything anymore, my will a caged bird fluttering against bars while the thief paraded in my feathers. The reflection, in my body now, turned to the cabinet's surface, smiled at the real me trapped behind the glass, eyes gleaming with triumphant malice that burned like acid on exposed flesh, and walked away casually, rejoining the party as if nothing had transpired, his laughter mingling seamlessly with the cheers, a counterfeit joy that masked the rot festering beneath. That's when the full nightmare crystallized, the pieces slotting into place with merciless precision that sliced through my denial like a vivisectionist's blade. The mirror wasn't merely antique or quirky. It was a conduit, a cursed artifact that had listened to my ill-fated resolution, granting it by summoning or awakening the bolder version of myself that dwelled in the reflective realm, the one unencumbered by my fears and doubts, swapping us at the year's turnover to fulfill the wish in the most literal, twisted sense, a Faustian bargain sealed in blood I hadn't spilled yet but would pay for in endless installments of suffering. But boldness without the tempering of caution proved a double-edged blade, honing into something sharper, more dangerous, as he wielded my life with reckless abandon, amplifying every impulse I'd suppressed until it warped into excess that devoured everything in its path like a cancer metastasizing unchecked. From inside the glass, I became a silent spectator, my existence confined to whatever reflective surfaces he deigned to face. Bathroom mirrors during morning routines where I'd watch him shave with deliberate strokes that nicked skin just to watch blood bead. Car rear views on drives where roadkill smeared the bumper like omens. Even phone screens during video calls where Noah's innocent face filled the frame, my pleas silent as I pounded against the digital barrier, my presence invisible to all but him, who occasionally glanced with a knowing smirk, acknowledging my torment as fuel for his conquests, his eyes reflecting back the agony he inflicted, as if savoring its flavor on his tongue. The early months were a blur of helpless rage, watching as he lived my life in hyperdrive, proposing to Sarah with an extravagant gesture on a rented yacht under a sky bleeding sunset colors like open wounds, her yes ringing out amid fireworks he'd arranged that exploded like bursting organs. Though I saw the flicker of hesitation in her eyes that he ignored, pressing forward with a kiss that bruised her lips. He quit the startup for a venture capital gig, charming investors with pitches I'd never have dared, raking in deals that ballooned our bank account but introduced volatilities I'd have hedged against. His negotiations ruthless, leaving counterparts pale and shaking as if he'd drained their life force. Friends were cold or cultivated based on utility, loyal ones who questioned his shifts distanced with subtle manipulations that spread rumors like viruses, ruining reputations until they withered in isolation. New allies drawn in by his magnetic pull, but wary of the edge it carried, eventually discarded when their usefulness expired, left broken in ways that echoed my own confinement. Sarah adapted at first, dazzled by the whirlwind of luxury and excitement, but strains emerged. Late nights excused as networking that reeked of other perfumes and carried the scent of sweat-soaked betrayal. Arguments where his words cut hotter, leaving her curled in fetal positions on the floor, sobbing as bruises bloomed like dark flowers on her pale skin. They married in 2019. A lavish affair in the mountains with vows he delivered with theatrical flair, guests toasting under chandeliers that dripped light like melting flesh. But I saw the shadows under her eyes, the forced smile as her hand trembled signing the register, a union sealed in ink that might as well have been blood. Noah arrived in 2021, a squalling bundle of joy that briefly softened even his edges, the delivery room filled with her screams as forceps tore tissue in a graphic birth he filmed for memories. But fatherhood became another arena for dominance, rigid schedules enforced with slaps that left red imprints on tiny limbs, high expectations imposed on an infant who cried not from hunger but fear. Sarah's gentle protests dismissed as overprotectiveness, her interventions met with shoves that sent her sprawling, head-cracking against furniture with sickening thuds. Each New Year's Eve brought the ritualistic tug, a cosmic deadline where the swap threatened reversal if not managed. The air thickening with electric tension as midnight neared, reflections rippling like skin under boils ready to burst. He felt it too, the pull intensifying as if invisible hooks embedded in flesh yanked toward the glass. A vertigo that made reflections waver and bleed colors at the edges. The first year, 2018, he panicked slightly, avoiding mirrors entirely, smashing smaller ones in fits that left shards embedded in his palms like self-inflicted stigmata. But the energy built regardless, forcing him to confront the mahogany piece in isolation, waiting out the stroke as I surged briefly, tasting freedom in the body for seconds, fingers flexing with real sensation, lungs filling with unfiltered air, before he wrested back control with a snarl, his will crushing mine like a boot on a skull. By 2019, he'd researched dark web forums where users traded tales of cursed artifacts amid images of self-mutilation for release, antique dealers whispering of the mirror's origins in 18th century alchemy, a tool for essence exchange, crafted by a reclusive occultist who ended his days gibbering in asylums, skin etched with symbols that wept pus. He bought this remote cabin that year, a dilapidated structure deep in Pisgah National Forest, its foundations sunk into soil rich with unmarked graves from logging accidents long forgotten. Driving here alone on December 31st with the mirror shrouded in the trunk like a bound corpse, locking himself in the basement he'd renovated into a fortress. Reinforced concrete walls poured thick to muffle screams, no windows to leak light or reflections that could betray the ritual, one heavy steel door bolted from inside with locks that clicked like caulking guns. He'd place the mirror facing a blank corner, endure the midnight surge in darkness that pressed like thumbs on eyeballs, emerging victorious as the new year dawned, my fleeting embodiment crushed under his will, leaving me to claw at the glass in futile rage as he drove away laughing. The basement evolved into my perpetual prison after that initial trial, a meticulously designed hell where he could contain the annual threat without risk, expanding it over visits with cruel efficiency that turned the space into a chamber of horrors tailored to break the spirit bit by bit. Thick, shatterproof glass panels encasing a central chamber around the mirror, allowing him to observe me like a specimen in a jar under clinical lights that buzzed like swarms of flies over decaying meat. My movements confined to the reflective plane while he taunted from outside, sometimes pressing faces against the glass to mimic my despair with exaggerated grimaces that stretched skin to tearing points. A narrow slot for sliding in trays of bland food, canned beans swimming in congealed grease that slithered down my throat like living things, stale bread molded at edges that I ate anyway to stave off the gnawing hunger that twisted guts into knots, water in plastic bottles tainted with a metallic tang that evoked blood, enough to sustain but never satisfy, the monotony grinding down resolve like sandpaper on bone, leaving raw patches where hope once resided. He added amenities in mocking increments, a thin cot bolted to the floor for uneasy sleep plagued by dreams of evisceration, dog-eared paperbacks with pages torn out at climaxes to deny resolution, a battery-powered radio tuned only to static channels that occasionally crackled with phantom voices I strained to decipher, hoping for connection, but finding only echoes of my isolation that morphed into accusations, whispering of my failures until I bashed the device against walls in fits that left knuckles pulped. Visits came monthly at first, then sporadically as his life accelerated into chaos, each one a session of psychological vivisection. He'd pin photos to the outer glass. Noah's first steps captured on phone cameras I'd never hold. The boy's tiny feet leaving bloody prints in my hallucinations. Sarah's weary smiles at family gatherings masking the welts beneath her clothes. His own accolades from ventures that teetered on ethical edges, stained with the metaphorical blood of ruined lives, narrating with glee how he'd improved on my blueprint, turning potential into empire while I withered in obscurity, his voice dripping with venom that corroded my remaining sanity like acid on flesh. The horror deepened in its subtlety, not just the overt cruelties but the insidious erosion of self, years blending into a timeless haze where days were marked only by the faint shift of light through a high vent he sometimes boarded up for punishment, plunging me into darkness so absolute it felt like being buried alive, soil pressing against eyelids and filling nostrils with the scent of earthworms and decay. I screamed until my throat rawed to shreds, blood-flecking lips as vocal cords tore, pounded fists against unyielding glass until knuckles split open, exposing bone that gleamed white before phantom healing reset the cycle, my form ethereal yet capable of simulated pain that lingered like ghosts of sensation, nerves firing eternally in loops of agony. Dreams invaded waking hours, vivid hallucinations of freedom, walking hand in hand with Sarah through autumn leaves that crumbled to dust at touch, cradling Noah as he babbled first words that morphed into accusations of abandonment, only to shatter upon awareness, leaving me hollowed, questioning if any of it had ever been real, or if I was the construct, the flawed original discarded for a superior iteration, my essence leaking away like pus from an infected wound. The mirror became both tormentor and confidant, my reflection now his, mocking with expressions I couldn't mimic, whispering silent taunts that burrowed into my psyche like maggots in rotting meat. You were always the weak one. I'm what you could have been without the cowardice. Its lips moving in slow motion, teeth gnashing as if chewing on my despair. Isolation bred madness in increments, counting cracks in the concrete, 73, then 80 as humidity warped the walls, each new fissure like a vein bursting under pressure. Reciting childhood memories allowed to anchor identity, but details faded, faces blurring until Sarah's smile became an abstract warmth distorted by tears. Noah's cries a distant echo I clung to, like a lifeline fraying thread by thread, snapping one fiber at a time until I dangled over the abyss. But over the interminable stretch, something unforeseen transpired. As the rage that fueled my early resistance burned out into embers, smothered by the weight of endless nights where solitude pressed like a vice on the skull, a quiet acceptance took root, nourished by the glimpses of life continuing beyond my cage, fragmented views through his careless reflections that offered bittersweet sustenance. Watching Noah grow, from chubby toddler with rolls of flesh that dimpled like fresh graves, to curious boy with my eyes but his father's bold stride, his laughter captured in videos where he'd fall in skin knees, blood welling in crimson beads that he licked curiously, stirred not just envy but a perverse paternal pride, knowing that in some twisted way, my sacrifice had enabled his existence, his joys blooming from the soil fertilized by my decay. Sarah's resilience, enduring his volatilities with grace I admired from afar, her body bearing the marks of his affections, faded scars from cigarette burns disguised as accidents, ribs cracked from playful shoves, humanized her anew, her quiet strengths a beacon in my darkness, though the sight of her cowering in corners, makeup running in black streams like ink from a slashed throat, haunted me more than any phantom. The bitterness ebbed, replaced by a stoic calm, a meditative detachment where I observed without attachment, finding solace in the rhythm of their lives even as mine stagnated in a pool of its own filth. Days when he'd forget the bucket, and I'd soil myself, the stench clinging like a second skin, humiliating in its intimacy. He changed inversely, the boldness curdling under the weight of unchecked impulses like milk souring in heat, turning toxic and clotted, risks escalating to recklessness that left financial ruins in wake, charm devolving into coercion that manipulated allies into broken shells, his visits laced with paranoia as if my growing serenity leached into him, diluting his edge with echoes of my old caution, manifesting in tremors that shook his hands like withdrawal from a drug he couldn't quit. Photos showed the toll. Sarah's eyes hollowed by unspoken fears, sockets bruised purple from sleepless nights punctuated by his rages, Noah's laughter rarer, replaced by flinches at raised voices that echoed the slaps landing on tender flesh. He drank heavily now, bottles shattering against walls in fits that left glass embedded in feet, blood trailing like accusations, raged at invisible slights that he blamed on my influence, his face contorted in mirrors like a demon possessing its host, veins bulging like worms under skin. Last month he arrived unannounced, reeking of bourbon and defeat, waving crumpled divorce papers Sarah had served, ink smeared with her tears, custody hearings looming like guillotines ready to sever family ties. Your fault, he snarled through the glass, spittle flecking his lips like foam from a rabid dog, eyes bloodshot and wild with capillaries burst like fireworks of madness. Your weakness bleeding back, holding me down like chains I can't shake, rotting me from the inside until I puke up your cowardice. In a frenzy, he tore down the pinned mementos, shredding images of Noah's birthdays into confetti that fluttered like dying dreams, fingernails ripping paper with such force they bled, droplets spattering the glass like abstract art of violence, vowing to end the cycle permanently with methods that curdled my blood, strangulation wires, acid baths, vivisections performed while conscious. Yesterday, New Year's Eve, he stumbled into the basement drunker than ever, lugging a duffel of improvised explosives, wires tangled like intestines, timers ticking like hearts on the verge of arrest, cans of accelerant sloshing with the promise of inferno, muttering incoherently about severing the link once and for all, rigging a blast to trigger minutes after midnight, obliterating the mirror and me in a fiery purge that would free him from the annual tug, his hands fumbling with connections that sparked like synapses firing in a dying brain. He worked sloppily, tools slipping from trembling fingers slick with sweat and blood from self-inflicted cuts, brushing the glass repeatedly as he set connections, each contact sending jolts through our shared essence, the boundary thinning as midnight approached, the air thickening with the stench of his unwashed body and the metallic tang of fear sweat. That inadvertent proximity, skin-grazing mirror in his inebriated haze, leaving smears of grime and blood like sacrificial offerings, jarred the equilibrium, a fleeting window where the link flickered vulnerable, raw and exposed like flayed nerves. I felt the surge, reached mentally across the divide, drawing on the calm I'd forged in isolation against his chaotic storm, visualizing our polarities as magnets inexorably drawn, the pull magnetic yet repulsive, like flesh melding in a grotesque fusion. His hand spasmed under my influence, mine in spirit seized partial command. We wrestled through the body. He smashed fists into walls in blind fury, bones cracking with audible snaps that sent shards of plaster flying like teeth from a punched mouth, while I redirected limbs toward the mirror, forcing proximity amid his howls that echoed like tortured souls in purgatory. He convulsed, body thrashing as internal war raged, organs straining against ribs that threatened to splinter, but I pressed the glass to his chest, his face, until the swap ignited early, expelling him into the reflection with a psychic wrench that tore through us both like a blade eviscerating guts, leaving me gasping in the flesh, control mine for the first time in years, the basement reeking of vomit and blood from his thrashing. Now I'm out, body trembling with disuse, muscles atrophied from proxy existence but alive in the tangible world where every sensation, the rough grain of wooden floors underfoot scraping against calluses formed from pacing concrete, the bite of cold air seeping through cracks like fingers probing wounds, feels amplified to excruciating vividness, pain blooming like flowers of fire in nerves long dormant. He's down there, pounding with renewed savagery, the dresser shuddering as splinters fly like projectiles from exploding flesh, his voice a guttural roar promising atrocities. I'll make you watch as I take them apart, piece by piece, starting with the boy, your precious echo, snapping his spine like kindling while he screams for a daddy who failed him, then turning to Sarah, carving out her eyes so she can't see the end coming, her blood painting the walls in patterns of your betrayal. The timer's disarmed, wires yanked in haste with hands slick from his blood, but the door won't hold forever. Midnight looms, the annual pivot where power could flip again if unresolved, the air thickening with anticipation like the moment before a blade falls. I could smash the mirror now, wield the hammer from his toolkit and reduce it to shards, ending us both in a cascade of glass and finality. Quick, irrevocable, the fragments embedding in skin like 1,000 accusatory eyes, sparing the world his poison at the cost of my erasure, my essence dissipating like smoke from charred remains. But Noah. The thought of him fatherless, adrift in a world without even the flawed guardian he knows, twists like a knife in the gut, eviscerating from within, and Sarah deserving truth, not absence, her body perhaps already marked by his final rage, limbs broken in prelude to worse. Or perhaps another resolution, spoken at the witching hour to rebind the curse. Words to seal him away in eternal torment, restore balance by inverting the swap permanently, or unravel the enchantment entirely, the vines on the frame withering like desiccated flesh as the glass clouds over with the breath of released souls. The pounding intensifies, wood fracturing audibly now like ribs giving way under pressure, his escape imminent, fingers perhaps already pushing through gaps, bloody and bent. Any ideas? Please. I want to go home, to hold Noah for real amid the wreckage of what he's endured, to whisper apologies to Sarah's ear as I tend her wounds. But if not, at least let my end mean something. His containment in a hell of his own making, their safety from the monster I unleashed, even if it costs my flesh rendered to ribbons in the process. My New Year's resolution was to survive. I used to take these trips every year around the holidays, not chasing warm beaches or bustling cities or even some quiet retreat to recharge after the chaos of December, but heading straight into places where groups of people were convinced the world was on the brink of ending, gathering in remote spots to wait for whatever cataclysm they'd prophesied, whether it was divine judgment raining down from the skies or some cosmic reset wiping the slate clean of humanity's messes. It wasn't about mocking them or feeling superior. There was something strangely compelling about standing on the edge with folks who'd bet everything on a single midnight moment, their eyes wide with a mix of terror and hope as the clock ticked down, and then watching the quiet disappointment settle in when nothing happened, the sun rising the next day like it always did, indifferent to their shattered certainties. For me, it started as a way to scratch an itch that formed back in the late 90s when I was neck-deep in the IT world, caught up in the frenzy over Y2K, that massive wave of speculation where everyone from corporate suits to everyday folks was terrified that computers, those silent overlords already dictating so much of our daily grind, would interpret the rollover from 1999 to 2000 as a jump back to 1900, triggering chain reactions of failures that could black out cities, crash economies, or worse, send missiles launching on autopilot or hospital machines flatlining mid-surgery. I remember the long nights in dimly lit server rooms, surrounded by humming racks of equipment, poring over lines of code that suddenly felt like ticking bombs, my colleagues and I debating whether the threat was real or just a clever scare tactic to drum up billions in consulting fees. But we all kept our heads down and billed the hours anyway, because who wants to be the one guy saying the emperor has no clothes when the checks are clearing and the bonuses are stacking up? In the end, of course, the millennium flipped without much fanfare. A few scattered glitches and outdated systems, some ATMs spitting out funny dates or traffic lights blinking out of sync, but no global meltdown, no planes tumbling from the clouds like wounded birds, no power grids plunging entire continents into primordial darkness where people would revert to scavenging in the ruins. The world shrugged it off. People nursed their hangovers and made half-hearted promises to hit the gym or eat better, and life lumbered on as if the whole thing had been a collective bad dream we'd all woken from at once. I came out of it with a fat bank account, padded by all those overtime shifts and emergency contracts, but also this lingering sense of disillusionment that stuck to me like a bad aftertaste, making me question the shiny future I'd bought into, where technology was supposed to solve everything, but instead seemed to amplify our worst fears, turning abstract bugs into apocalyptic bogeymen that kept us up at night. I walked away from the corporate grind not long after, invested wisely in some index funds and real estate that ticked along steadily without demanding my soul, and took on freelance gigs here and there to keep the lights on, living simply in a modest condo where the only extravagance was a decent coffee maker and a shelf of books on history's forgotten panics. But the real indulgence, the thing that got my blood pumping each winter, was these trips, chasing down the next predicted doomsday, embedding myself with groups who'd pinpointed a specific date for the end, often tied to New Year's Eve for that poetic symmetry of old giving way to new, or in their case, to nothing at all. It began innocently enough with some reading about past scares, like how folks in the year 1000 huddled in churches waiting for the second coming, or the great disappointment in 1844 when thousands sold their possessions and climbed hills to meet Jesus, only to trudge home empty-handed and heartbroken, their faith cracked, but not always broken. I devoured accounts of these events, the psychology behind them fascinating me, the way charismatic leaders could weave biblical verses or astrological alignments into ironclad proofs, convincing ordinary people to uproot their lives, abandon families, or worse, take drastic steps to prepare their souls, all for a deadline that inevitably passed without incident, leaving behind shattered communities and quiet suicides in the aftermath. There was a dark allure to it, this cycle of build-up and letdown, and before long I was planning my first trip, heading to a remote farm in the Midwest where a small sect believed a comet would strike at midnight on a forgotten New Year's, standing with them under starry skies as they chanted and prayed, their faces upturned in eerie anticipation, only for the hours to slip by uneventfully, the group dispersing in muted confusion while I slipped away with a story that felt more real than any vacation photo album. Over the years, the trips evolved into this odd tradition, each one a little more immersive than the last, pulling me into corners of the world where rationality gave way to fervent belief, Places off the grid where cell signals died, and the only light at night came from campfires or lanterns, casting flickering shadows that made everyone look a bit unhinged. I've shivered on windswept cliffs in Ireland with druid-inspired folks convinced ancient gods would reclaim the earth at the turn of the year, their robes whipping in the gale as they intoned spells in languages long dead, the salt spray stinging my eyes while I wondered if hypothermia might claim us before any deity did. I've sat in sweltering tents in the Australian outback, sweat soaking through my clothes as a group fasted and meditated, waiting for a planetary alignment to trigger global quakes, their bodies weakening day by day until some collapsed from dehydration, murmuring about visions that sounded more like delirium than divine insight. One particularly memorable year found me in a forgotten village in rural Mexico, huddled in a crumbling church with locals who blended Catholic rites with indigenous prophecies, burning incense that choked the air and induced headaches, their prayers rising in a cacophony as midnight neared, only for the bell to toll harmlessly and the congregation to file out in silence, some weeping quietly while others shrugged it off with forced smiles, already rationalizing why the end had been postponed yet again. There was always this undercurrent of dread mixed with exhilaration, the slow build of tension as the date approached, conversations turning more intense, personal confessions spilling out under the pressure of impending finality. Stories of lost loves, regrets, hidden shames that people unburdened themselves of, thinking it wouldn't matter soon. And when nothing happened, that deflated aftermath was almost as captivating, the awkward readjustments, the leaders scrambling to explain the miscalculation, promising a revised date that kept the faithful hooked a little longer. I never mocked them. If anything, I envied their certainty, that ability to surrender to something bigger, even if it was illusion, while I floated on the periphery, observing like a ghost at the feast, heading home each time with a notebook full of details and a quiet satisfaction that the world had endured another false alarm. This past year, though, it all went sideways in ways I still wake up sweating from. The kind of experience that makes you question if some of those prophecies weren't so far off after all. Or at least if there are pockets of the world where the end has already come quietly, without fanfare, leaving behind something worse than oblivion. The lead came from an obscure online forum I'd been lurking on for years, a niche corner of the web where doomsday enthusiasts traded tips on upcoming dates, debating interpretations of ancient texts or modern omens with the fervor of stock traders analyzing market trends. Someone posted about a small community in the Welsh countryside, not far from the border with England, a place called Llanfair or something similarly unpronounceable, where a reclusive group had been quietly preparing for what they called the Great Unveiling at midnight on December 31st. The details were sparse. No flashy website or recruitment drives, just whispers of an old estate-turned-commune, inhabitants shunning technology and outsiders, believing that as the year turned, a veil would lift, exposing the true nature of reality and sweeping away the unworthy in a wave of silent dissolution, their bodies unraveling like thread from a spool until only purified souls remained. It sounded poetic, almost serene compared to the fiery spectacles of other groups, and the isolation appealed to me. No crowds, just a handful of devoted folks in a misty valley, waiting for the end with quiet dignity. I booked a train ticket, packed light with warm layers and a thermos, and set off a few days before New Year's, the journey taking me through increasingly rural landscapes where fields stretched gray under overcast skies, villages thinning out until the stations were little more than platforms with rusted benches, the air growing heavier with the promise of rain. The weather turned nasty as I arrived, a persistent drizzle that soaked through my coat before I'd even left the tiny station, the kind of cold wet that seeps into your marrow and makes every step a slog, wind whipping off the hills like it had a personal grudge. I'd tried arranging a ride in advance, emailing a contact from the forum who claimed loose ties to the group, but responses were curt and evasive, warning that true seekers find their own path, which I took as code for no taxis or easy access. Sure enough, when I asked at the station's lone ticket window, the attendant, an older woman with a face creased like old leather, shook her head firmly, muttering about those folk up the valley and how no local would drive there after dark, her eyes darting nervously as if saying the name might summon something unwelcome. I shrugged it off as typical small-town superstition, the kind I'd encountered before where outsiders viewed these groups with a mix of fear and disdain, labeling them cults or worse, and set out on foot, following vague directions scribbled from online maps, the path winding uphill through sodden fields where sheep huddled miserably under bare trees, their bleats sounding like distant cries for help. It took hours, the light fading early under the heavy clouds, my boots caked in mud that pulled with each step like hands grasping from below, cold rain trickling down my collar and pooling in my socks until blisters formed, raw and stinging. By the time I crested the hill and spotted the cluster of low stone buildings nestled in the glen below, night had fallen fully, the only illumination a faint glow from windows that flickered like dying embers, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and something sharper, almost metallic, like rust or blood carried on the wind. I approached the nearest cottage, its door weathered and unpainted, knocking firmly despite the exhaustion weighing on me like a sodden blanket, desperate for warmth and a place to dry out before whatever rituals unfolded the next night. No answer at first, just the patter of rain on slate roofs and the distant lowing of livestock. But then the door eased open with a creak that echoed unnaturally loud, revealing a woman in her 40s, her face pale and gaunt under a simple wool shawl, eyes deep set and shadowed as if sleep was a stranger. She regarded me silently for a moment, rain dripping from the eaves onto my shoulders, then stepped aside with a nod, gesturing me in without a word, the interior dim and stuffy, lit by a single oil lamp that cast wavering shadows across rough plaster walls yellowed with age and smoke. The air inside was heavy, cloying with the smell of herbs, rosemary maybe, or thyme, mixed with something earthier, like turned soil or decaying leaves, and as she led me to a small hearth where a peat fire smoldered weakly, I felt a prickle of unease that I chalked up to fatigue and the chill. She offered no name, no questions about my journey or intentions, just handed me a rough towel and a mug of steaming tea that tasted bitter, medicinal, coating my tongue with a film that lingered unpleasantly. I sipped it gratefully anyway, warming my hands on the ceramic as she watched from across the room, her expression serene but distant, like someone already halfway gone from this world. After a while, she showed me to a spare room upstairs, a narrow space with a sagging bed and a single blanket that smelled faintly of mildew, wishing me rest in a voice soft and monotone, her eyes never quite meeting mine as she closed the door with a click that sounded final. I slept fitfully that night, dreams fragmented and disturbing, visions of soil churning under my feet, hands emerging pale and grasping, pulling me down into darkness that smelled of rot and regret, and woke to gray light filtering through a grimy window, my head throbbing faintly as if the tea had left a residue. The cottage was quiet, no sounds of movement below, and when I descended the creaky stairs, the woman was gone. The fire banked low, a simple breakfast of porridge and bread left on the table with a note scribbled in shaky hand. "Join us at dusk in the glen. Prepare your spirit." I ate mechanically, the food bland and heavy in my stomach, then ventured outside. The rain eased to a mist that hung low over the ground, obscuring the surrounding hills like a shroud. The cluster of cottages, maybe 8 or 9 in total, looked even more desolate in daylight, stones moss-covered and crumbling, roofs sagging under unseen weight, no signs of life beyond a thin plume of smoke from one chimney farther down. I wandered between them, knocking tentatively on doors, but responses were sparse. A few opened to reveal inhabitants much like my host, pale and quiet, offering vague smiles and murmured welcomes without inviting further conversation, their skin waxy under the overcast sky, eyes dull as if gazing inward at some private revelation. One older man, his hands trembling as he clutched a worn book, spoke briefly of the unveiling, describing it in hushed tones as a moment when the false world would slough away like dead skin, revealing the true form beneath, his words accompanied by a cough that rattled wetly in his chest, flecks of something dark staining his lips. As the day wore on, the unease built slowly, a creeping dread that started in my gut and spread like the mist enveloping the glen, making every shadow seem deeper, every silence heavier. I noticed details that nagged at first, then horrified. The way their movements were labored, joints creaking audibly like old hinges, breaths shallow and ragged as if air was a burden, skin not just pale but mottled in places, faint bruises blooming under collars or cuffs like ink stains spreading on paper. And the smell, that underlying earthiness I'd caught before, stronger now, like damp soil turned after rain, mixed with a faint sweetness that turned my stomach, reminiscent of overripe fruit left to ferment. In one cottage where a woman invited me for tea, bitter again, leaves floating like debris in murky water, she spoke of preparation, of cleansing the body to ease the transition, her voice fading as she coughed, a deep, hacking sound that brought up phlegm speckled with blood, which she wiped away casually with a rag already stained rust brown. I asked about their beliefs, probing gently as always, but answers were evasive, circling back to the midnight hour when all would be revealed, their eyes lighting with a feverish gleam that made my skin prickle, as if they pitied my ignorance or envied my skepticism. By afternoon, more emerged from their homes, gathering in small groups to whisper prayers or share meals of sparse, flavorless food, boiled roots and thin gruel that slid down throats with difficulty, some chewing mechanically while others seemed to force it, gagging slightly as if the act was more ritual than nourishment. I joined tentatively, listening to stories of how they'd found this place, drawn by dreams or signs, abandoning lives marred by illness or loss, seeking renewal in the unveiling, and noticed how many bore scars or deformities hidden under clothes, glimpses of bandaged limbs or discolored patches that wept fluid, the air thickening with that sweet rot scent until it coated my throat like syrup. Dusk fell early, the mist thickening into fog that muffled sounds and blurred edges, turning the glen into a ghostly limbo where figures moved like specters, their forms dissolving at distances. They led me to a central clearing, ringed by ancient oaks twisted by wind into shapes that loomed like tortured souls, bark split and oozing sap that gleamed darkly. We formed a loose circle, perhaps 20 in total, hands linking in a chain that felt clammy and limp, pulses faint under cold skin. The leader, an elderly woman with hollow cheeks and eyes sunk deep in sockets, her breath wheezing like wind through cracked pipes, began a chant, low and rhythmic, words in a language that twisted unfamiliar on the tongue, invoking release from the false vessel and embrace of the true form. As midnight neared, the air grew heavier, the fog swirling with the herbal smoke from braziers they'd lit, fumes that made my head swim and vision blur, the bitterness of the tea returning to my palate like a warning. Then it began, not with drama, but a quiet horror that unfolded like a flower blooming in reverse, petals folding inward to reveal a rotten core. One man sighed deeply, his grip slackening as his body sagged, skin paling to a sickly gray that spread like ink in water, veins darkening under the surface as if blood curdled within. A woman beside him smiled faintly, eyes glazing over with a film like cataracts forming in seconds, her flesh softening, sagging from bones with a wet, shifting sound that turned my stomach. Murmurs rippled through the circle, not of panic, but acceptance, bodies collapsing one by one with soft thuds to the damp earth, limbs twitching in agonal spasms, faces frozen in eerie rapture as fluids leaked from orifices, dark bile from mouths, urine-soaking pants, the stench rising sharp and acrid, mingling with the herbs into a nauseating miasma that cloyed in my nostrils. The leader continued chanting, her voice cracking as her own skin blistered and peeled in patches, revealing raw, weeping tissue beneath, blood welling in sluggish drops that pattered to the ground like rain from a leaking corpse. I realized with mounting terror, they weren't ascending. This was deliberate poisoning, some toxin in the food or air or that damn tea, a slow-acting agent timed to peak at midnight, dissolving organs from within, bodies liquefying in graphic slow motion as enzymes or acids ate through tissue, gasps turning to gurgles as lungs filled with frothy blood, eyes bulging in sockets before rupturing with pops like overripe grapes. Panic clawed up my throat as my own vision swam, the bitterness surging, my limbs heavy as if lead coursed my veins. The leader reached for me, fingers bony and cold, nails digging into my wrist with surprising strength, eyes pleading through the haze. "Join us. Be renewed in dissolution." Her skin sloughed off in her grip, leaving slick residue on my arm, maggots wriggling from exposed flesh where infection had set in long before. I wrenched away, stumbling as the circle devolved into a heap of convulsing forms, moans rising in a chorus of agony that echoed off the oaks, bodies arching in rictus as spines snapped from seizures, fluids pooling in the mud to form viscous puddles that reflected the moon's indifferent gaze. I ran blindly into the fog, branches whipping my face, drawing blood that mixed with tears, the chants fading to wet rasps behind me. By midnight, fireworks distant in some normal town, I collapsed miles away, vomiting until my stomach cramped, the poison working but not fully taken. Perhaps my late arrival spared me the full dose. Dawn found me at a road, flagging a trucker who drove me to hospital, where doctors pumped my stomach, muttering about hallucinogens or contaminated water, dismissing my ravings as delirium. I don't know if they all perished, bodies rotting in that glen, or if survivors linger, pale and waiting, luring more with herbal teas that promise renewal, but deliver slow, agonizing decay. The bitterness lingers on my tongue sometimes, a phantom taste that makes food ash, and I wonder if traces remain, eroding me from within. This year I'm barricaded home, doors bolted, no trips, just survival. But the resolution feels fragile, as if the unveiling follows me, waiting for my guard to drop. My family has this weird tradition for New Year's Eve that I never questioned until a couple years ago, when it all started feeling less like some quirky ritual and more like something that's been eating away at us from the inside, slow and steady, without anyone admitting it out loud. This creeping sense that every time we sit down and do it, we're peeling back another layer of ourselves, exposing raw nerves that weren't meant to see the light. And once they're out, they just throb and fester in the quiet days that follow, turning family dinners into these tense standoffs where nobody meets anybody's eyes. We don't do the usual stuff. No countdowns with cheap champagne bubbling over in mismatched glasses, or watching fireworks burst across the TV screen while the kids whine about staying up late and the adults pretend they're not already thinking about the headaches tomorrow will bring. Instead, every year as the clock creeps toward midnight, we all gather in the old living room at my grandparents' house out in the suburbs, the one with the faded floral wallpaper that's peeling at the corners like old skin flaking away, and that musty smell from decades of unopened windows letting in drafts that whisper through the cracks, carrying the faint rot of something long buried in the walls. We sit in a circle on the floor, no cushions or anything to soften it, just the hard planks under that worn Persian rug with its threads unraveling like veins coming undone. No lights except for a single lamp in the corner with its yellowed shade casting long shadows that make everyone's faces look hollow and strange. Eyes sinking deeper into sockets as the night wears on, cheekbones sharpening like they're being carved out by invisible hands. It's been that way as long as I can remember, starting when I was maybe 8 or 9, dragged out of bed by my mom who always looked more tired than excited, her eyes red-rimmed like she'd been up worrying long before the rest of us, whispering that it was time and we couldn't skip it, not ever, because Grandpa said so and his word was law in that house, heavy as the old oak beams creaking overhead. The first time it really hit me how off it all was happened 3 years back, when I was home from college for the break, sitting cross-legged on that worn carpet with the pattern that's faded to nothing in spots from years of feet shuffling over it during these nights, the lamp buzzing faintly overhead like it was struggling to stay on, its filament trembling as if it knew what was coming and wanted no part of it. My sister was there too, fresh out of high school and already looking worn down from whatever dead-end job she'd picked up at the mall to pay for her community college classes, her nails bitten to the quick and dark circles under her eyes that she tried to hide with cheap concealer that always smeared by evening. Our parents were across from us, Mom fidgeting with her wedding ring like she always does when she's nervous, twisting it around her finger until the skin turns red and raw, Dad staring at the floor as if he could find answers in the faded swirls of the rug, his hands clasped tight enough that his knuckles stood out white against the age spots starting to dot his skin. Grandpa had passed the year before, a quiet death in his sleep that nobody talked about much except to say it was peaceful. But the emptiness where he used to sit, right at the head of the circle with his back to the lamp so his face was always half-shadowed, made everything feel unbalanced, like the circle was broken and we were all leaning toward the gap without realizing it. this subtle pull toward the void he'd left behind that made the room feel colder, the air thicker, as if his absence had sucked something vital out of the space. We started like usual, Mom going first with something mild about how she'd been snapping at Dad over little things, the dishes piling up in the sink, or the laundry left unfolded in baskets for days, and how it built up because she felt invisible sometimes, like we all moved around her without seeing the weight she carried. Her voice cracking a bit at the end as she trailed off, staring at her hands folded in her lap, the veins standing out blue and fragile under her thinning skin. Then Dad admitted he'd been drinking more than he let on, hiding bottles in the garage behind stacks of old tools rusted from disuse because work was grinding him down with endless meetings and deadlines that loomed like storm clouds. The layoffs rumors circulating like whispers in the break room, making him lie awake at night wondering if we'd lose the house, his hands shaking as he spoke, knuckles whitening further as if squeezing hard enough could hold back the flood of whatever else was bubbling under the surface. My sister went next, mumbling at first about how she'd been shoplifting small stuff, lipstick, earrings, cheap jewelry that caught the light in the store displays, from her job, not because she needed it, but because it made her feel in control for a minute amid the chaos of shifts that left her feet aching and her mind numb, her face flushing red as she avoided our eyes, the shame hanging in the air like a fog that made it hard to breathe. When it got to me, I froze for a second, the pressure building in my chest like it does every year, this invisible weight pressing down until words feel trapped in your throat. But I forced out something about how I'd been lying to them about school, failing a couple classes because I couldn't focus, spending nights scrolling through endless feeds instead of studying, feeling like a failure but too scared to ask for help, the admission tasting bitter on my tongue as I stared at the rug, tracing the faded patterns with my eyes to avoid seeing their reactions. We sat there after the first round, the silence stretching thin and taut like a wire ready to snap, everyone staring at their hands or the floor, the lamp's light making our shadows twist into shapes that looked wrong, elongated and distorted like we weren't quite human anymore, fingers lengthening into claws that reached across the carpet toward each other. That night, though, it didn't stop at the usual confessions like it had in years past, where we'd hug it out awkwardly and promise to do better in hushed voices, stumbling to bed with that temporary lightness from getting things off our chests, a fragile peace that never lasted more than a few weeks before the old patterns crept back in. Mom looked around the circle, her eyes lingering on each of us longer than normal, this searching gaze that made my skin prickle like she was seeing through to the bones beneath, and said we needed to go deeper this year, that Grandpa had always insisted on it when things felt off, like the family was carrying too much unspoken weight that was rotting us from the core, her voice steady but edged with something desperate, like she was pleading without saying it outright. She pulled out this old leather-bound book from under the couch, one I'd seen gathering dust on the high shelves in the den but never touched. Its cover cracked and darkened with age, pages yellowed and brittle like dried leaves ready to crumble at a breath, smelling of dust and something sharper, like old blood dried into the binding or the faint metallic tang of rust from forgotten nails hammered into family secrets. It was a journal, she explained in that same measured tone, started by our great-grandfather back in the 40s after he came home from the war, changed in ways nobody talked about. Entries scrawled in faded ink with dates jumping erratically, handwriting shifting from neat to frantic as the years progressed, describing the same tradition, but with details that made my skin crawl. Nights where confessions turned into accusations that drew blood, literally in some cases, family members breaking down completely, admitting things that shattered relationships beyond repair, leading to divorces that left kids bounced between homes like unwanted baggage, or estrangements that echoed down generations like curses whispered in the dark. As she read aloud, her voice steady but thin, like she was forcing the words out through a narrowing throat, I felt the room grow colder, despite the heater rattling in the corner, the shadows sharpening as if the lamp's light was being absorbed by the book itself, everyone's breathing syncing up in this uneasy rhythm that made my chest tight. Dad shifted uncomfortably, admitting he'd been seeing someone at work, not full-on cheating, but close enough with stolen kisses in parking lots and texts deleted in guilt, late nights that weren't about overtime, but about escaping the silence at home. His voice breaking as Mom's face crumpled like paper in a fist, tears silent but steady down her cheeks, tracing paths over the fine lines that had deepened there over the years. My sister adapted her turn, confessing she'd been cutting herself, small lines on her thighs hidden under jeans and long skirts. Not deep enough to scar badly, but enough to draw blood that beaded up bright red against her pale skin. The pain a sharp focus amid the numbness that had settled over her like a fog she couldn't shake, pulling up her sleeve to show faint scars that crisscrossed like a map of unspoken hurts, the sight making me flinch inwardly as the room seemed to tilt slightly. The book had more, entries about how the tradition started as a way to purge the family's darkness before the new year, to air out the rot so it didn't spread. But over generations it evolved, or devolved, into something that left people changed, hollowed out, with some never recovering, like an aunt who'd vanished after one particularly brutal night in the 70s. Her last confession about an affair that tore the family in two, her car found abandoned by a bridge with no body ever recovered, or a cousin who'd ended up in a hospital after admitting things that drove him over the edge, ranting about voices in the walls until they strapped him down and medicated him into silence. As Mom kept reading, flipping pages with hands that trembled now, the confessions kept coming, circling back around the circle like a noose tightening, each turn digging deeper into the muck we'd all been avoiding, voices hoarse from the strain, faces slick with sweat despite the chill that had seeped into the room like groundwater rising in a basement. Dad talked about his anger, how he'd hit Mom once years ago, just once in a blackout rage over money or something trivial, his hand connecting with her cheek in a slap that echoed in his memory like a gunshot, the shame festering like an infected wound that never healed. And she nodded slowly, admitting she'd thought about leaving so many times, packing bags in secret while we were at school, but always unpacking them before we got home, staying only for us kids, but resenting it deep down, her words landing like blows that made my sister sob harder, clutching her arms where the cuts hid. I don't know what made me say it, but I blurted out how I'd been resenting them all, blaming them for my failures in school and life, wishing sometimes I could just leave and never look back, start over without the weight of their expectations dragging me down, the words tumbling out bitter and raw, tasting like bile as they hung there, poisoning the air further. The air grew thick, hard to draw in, everyone's breathing labored now, eyes glassy like we were all slipping into some shared trance or fever, the lamp's light dimming as if the bulb was failing or the power was being siphoned away by the book itself. Shadows pooling in the corners like ink spilling across paper, creeping closer with each revelation. By 2 a.m, we were all wrecked, sitting in that circle with red eyes and trembling hands. The book closed, but its weight still pressing down like a stone on our chests, making it hard to expand lungs fully, this suffocating presence that lingered in the room long after the pages stopped turning. Mom said that was the point, to face the worst before the year turned, to start fresh without the baggage weighing us down like anchors in deep water. But it didn't feel fresh at all. It felt like we'd torn open old wounds that were now infected, festering in the open air with no bandages to stem the flow, blood metaphorically seeping into the carpet and staining it darker in spots that no cleaner could touch. We didn't hug it out that night. We just drifted to beds in silence, the house feeling emptier, colder, like we'd left parts of ourselves behind in that circle, fragments of soul or sanity scattered on the floor amid the unspoken aftermath. The next day, no one mentioned it, but the tension lingered like a bad smell you can't source, conversations clipped and sharp, eyes avoiding each other over breakfast as if looking too long might reopen the floodgates, small arguments flaring over nothing, a spilled coffee, a misplaced key, escalating quicker than before, words carrying the edge of last night's confessions like hidden blades. Dad drank more in the weeks that followed, bottles clinking in the recycling bin with increasing frequency, his steps unsteady in the evenings as he retreated to the garage, the smell of whiskey seeping under doors like a fog. Mom withdrew into long silences, staring out windows at nothing, her hands idle in her lap where they used to knit or fold laundry, the ring twisting endlessly until the skin blistered raw. My sister stopped coming home as often, her visits brief and strained, excuses about work or friends ringing hollow as the bags under her eyes deepened, the scars on her arms fresher if you knew where to look. And me, I found myself replaying the confessions at night, the words echoing in my head like a tape loop that wouldn't stop, sleep coming fitful and haunted by dreams where we sat in that circle forever, confessions piling up until they buried us alive, the lamp's light fading to black as shadows swallowed us whole. Last year was worse, the tradition pulling us back like an addiction we couldn't kick, the invitations going out from Mom in early December with that same insistent tone, like skipping it would invite something worse than the ritual itself. A void that would swallow the family whole if we didn't feed it our darkness. We gathered again in that same living room. The carpet cleaned but still bearing faint stains if you looked close, the lamp humming with the same weary buzz, but now there were fewer of us, my aunt and uncle joining for the first time in years, their faces lined with whatever private hells they'd been nursing, the circle larger but feeling tighter, like the walls had inched closer while we weren't looking. The book came out earlier, before midnight even hit, Mom flipping to newer entries from the 80s, her voice quavering as she read about nights where confessions led to breakdowns that ended in hospitals or worse, like the time my great-uncle admitted to something unspeakable from his youth. A hit and run that left a kid mangled on a back road, the guilt festering until he slashed his wrists right there in the circle, blood spraying across the rug in arcs that soaked into the fibers, family scrambling to staunch the flow while he babbled about shadows chasing him. As she read, the confessions started pouring out faster, circling back multiple times, digging into fresh hurts piled on the old ones. Dad admitting the affair had gone further than he'd said last year. Full betrayals in motel rooms that smelled of cheap perfume and regret. Details spilling out graphic and unfiltered until Mom retched dryly, her face ashen as she confessed she'd known all along. Followed him once and watched from the car, the pain twisting inside her like a knife that never stopped turning. My aunt revealed she'd been poisoning her husband's food slowly, small doses of something from the garden shed to make him sicker, weaker, because she couldn't stand his control anymore, her hands shaking as she described the satisfaction of watching him waste away, bedridden now with doctors baffled. Uncle countered with his own admission, how he'd been touching the neighbor's kid years back. Nothing serious, he claimed, but the words hung there like a noose. The room spinning as my sister screamed at him, confessing she'd seen it once and said nothing. The guilt carving her up inside worse than any blade. I don't remember what I said next, but it came out in a rush, how I'd driven drunk last summer and clipped a cyclist, leaving them crumpled on the road without stopping. The thump echoing in my dreams every night, blood on the bumper washed away but staining my hands in waking hours. The room spun that night, or maybe it was just us. The lamp's light pulsing like a migraine aura, shadows seeming to move on their own, coiling around ankles and wrists like living restraints that tightened with each word, the air thick with the smell of sweat and something metallic, like blood from bitten tongues. By 3, we were all crying, voices raw from shouting accusations that blurred into self-loathing, the book lying open like a Pandora's box we'd pried too far, entries from the past seeming to whisper as pages fluttered in a draft from nowhere. Dad stormed out at one point, came back with bruises on his knuckles from punching the wall outside, blood dripping steady onto the carpet, staining it dark in fresh spots that mingled with the old. My aunt collapsed at some point, hyperventilating until her lips turned blue, Uncle hovering over her with this vacant look, like he'd already checked out. We didn't stop until dawn filtered gray through the curtains, exhausted and broken. Promises to change feeling hollow as always. The house echoing with the ghosts of what we'd said. Words that couldn't be unsaid hanging in the air like smoke from a fire that refused to die. In the weeks after, things unraveled faster. Dad disappeared for days, found in a motel with empty bottles and a note that rambled about ending it. Mom hospitalized for what they called a breakdown, but we knew was the weight finally crushing her. My sister vanishing into some rehab program without a goodbye. Her last text a string of accusations that cut deeper than her scars. And me? I've been losing time. Blackouts where I wake with blood under my nails or bruises I don't remember getting. The tradition's pull feeling like tendrils wrapped around my brain, urging me back each year to feed it more. This year, I'm dreading it more than ever. The invitations went out weeks ago, Mom insisting from her facility that we need it now more than ever. Like the tradition's the only thing holding what's left of us together. But it feels like it's tearing us apart, piece by piece, confession by confession, until we're all just hollow shells wandering the house like ghosts. I've been losing sleep over it, replaying the nights in my head until the words blend into a cacophony that drowns out everything else. The lamp's light haunting my dreams where we sit in that circle forever, confessions piling up until they bury us alive under their weight, the shadows rising to consume us as the book laughs silently from the center. Part of me wants to skip it, burn the book and the house with it, drive away and not look back until the suburbs fade in the rear view. But the pull's there. This compulsion like skipping would break something irreversible, invite the darkness we've been purging to flood in unchecked, rotting us from within until we're nothing but echoes of the family we used to be. If you're reading this, scrawled out on this library computer at some ungodly hour because home feels like a tomb closing in, maybe talk me out of going, or tell me how to break it without losing what's left of us, because surviving another night like that doesn't feel possible anymore. The dread building like a scream stuck in my throat, waiting for midnight to set it free. The New Year's Eve. I'm thinking about started the way too many of mine have, alone in a house that didn't feel like mine anymore, nursing a bottle of cheap red wine I'd picked up on the way out from the city, staring at walls that used to hold up a family but now just echoed with the kind of quiet that presses in on you until it's hard to think straight. Every creak of the old floorboards sounding like footsteps from rooms that should be empty, every shift of shadow in the corner of your eye making you wonder if the place is holding its breath, waiting for you to admit something you've buried deep. The silence, not just absence of noise, but something thicker, like it's filled with all the unsaid words that piled up over the years, waiting to spill out if you listen too closely. My parents had only been gone 6 weeks, taken out suddenly by a stroke for Mom and a heart attack for Dad 3 days later, like he couldn't face the world without her. Their bodies found in the kitchen where they'd collapsed one after the other, coffee still warm on the table and the radio playing some old song they used to dance to in better years. The paramedics saying it looked like they went quick, but who really knows what those last moments felt like, alone in that room with the realization hitting that this was it. No more arguments or reconciliations, just the end staring back from the linoleum floor. I'd inherited the house outright, this creaky Victorian on the edge of a small town in upstate New York where the winters drag on forever and the fog rolls in thick from the lake whenever the temperature drops just right. The kind of fog that swallows sound and light until you feel like the only person left alive, cut off from everything except your own thoughts looping in the gray. My brother and sister had their own lives miles away, kids and mortgages and reasons not to deal with the upkeep or the memories. So it fell to me to sort through decades of accumulated life, boxes of photos yellowing at the edges with faces staring out accusingly, clothes still hanging in closets that smelled of mothballs and lavender sachets. Mom swore kept the moths away, but now just reminded me of funeral homes, furniture scarred from years of arguments and reconciliations that never quite stuck, each nick and dent a reminder of slammed doors or thrown objects that missed their mark but left lasting impressions anyway. I'd come up that afternoon to start packing, telling myself I'd listed in spring when the market picked up and people might see past the dated fixtures to the potential underneath. But as the sun vanished early behind bare trees and the sky turned that bruised purple of late December, leaving the rooms in a dim half-light that made everything look faded and tired, I decided to stay through midnight. One last New Year's in the house where I grew up, no matter how many ghosts lingered in the hallways or how many rooms felt smaller than they used to, like the walls had inched closer while I wasn't looking, closing in with all the weight of things left unresolved. By 7, the wine was hitting warm and fuzzy, loosening the knot in my chest into something looser but not gone, just unraveled enough that the edges frayed and caught on every little thing, making me linger over details I'd ignored on previous visits, like the scuff marks on the baseboards from where Dad used to kick his boots off without looking, or the faint outline on the wall where a picture had hung for years before Mom took it down in one of her quiet rages, never explaining why but leaving the space empty like a scar that wouldn't heal. I wandered the ground floor, flipping lights on in rooms I hadn't entered since the funeral, the air thick with dust motes dancing in the beams like tiny specters disturbed from sleep, swirling in patterns that almost looked deliberate if you stared too long, the switches clicking under my fingers with that old house resistance that made you wonder if the wiring was still safe or if one day it'd all short out in a blaze that consumed everything, memories and regrets alike. The living room still had the same sagging couch where Dad used to fall asleep during Sunday football, the fabric worn thin in spots from his weight settling in night after night. The coffee table scarred from years of feet propped up and glasses set down too hard during arguments that started over nothing and ended with slammed doors echoing through the house. The mantel lined with framed photos that told a story I'd stopped being part of long ago, me as a kid grinning gap-toothed at birthday cakes with candles guttering in the flash. Then fewer pictures as the years went on, my face turning sullen in the background while my siblings took center stage with graduations and weddings and babies, their lives unfolding in ways that fit the narrative my parents wanted, while mine veered off into dead ends they couldn't understand or forgive. I poured another glass, the bottle sweating in my hand as the cold from outside seeped through the windows despite the seals I'd checked earlier, and sank into the armchair by the window, pulling back the heavy curtains that smelled faintly of mildew to peer out at the front yard, expecting the usual view of dead grass brittle under frost and the old oak that leaned like it was tired of standing after a century of winters, its branches bare and twisted like fingers reaching for something just out of grasp. But instead, fog had rolled in thick and sudden, a wall of gray that swallowed the porch light after only a few feet, turning the world beyond into a blank void where shapes might move or might not. The kind of fog that deadens sound until your own breathing feels too loud, too intrusive in the silence, pressing against the glass like it had substance, making the panes fog up from the inside as condensation beaded and trickled down in slow rivulets that caught the light oddly, refracting it into prisms that danced across the room. It wasn't unusual for the area. The lake effect could bring it quick and heavy, rolling off the water a few miles away when the air turned just right, blanketing everything in this suffocating white that made driving impossible and walking feel like stepping into nothing. But this felt different, denser, like it had weight pressing against the house, making the window pane bow inward ever so slightly with each gust that wasn't really there. Or maybe that was the wine playing tricks, the room tilting as I stared into the nothingness outside, the yard vanishing inch by inch until even the oak's trunk dissolved into the gray, leaving me with this uneasy sense that the world had shrunk to just the house, isolated in a sea of nothing where anything could be lurking just beyond sight. I laughed it off at first, a nervous bark that echoed too sharp in the empty house, bouncing off walls that seemed to absorb it wrong, muting it into something smaller, and turned up the heat, the old furnace rumbling to life in the basement with a groan that vibrated through the floors like something waking below, pipes clanging in protest as hot air pushed through vents that hadn't been cleaned in years, stirring up dust that danced in the light like ashes from a fire long burned out. The wine helped, loosening limbs and thoughts into something looser, but not gone, just unraveled enough that the edges frayed and caught on every little thing, making me linger over details I'd ignored on previous visits, like the scuff marks on the baseboards from where Dad used to kick his boots off without looking, leaving black streaks that Mom would scrub at furiously with a rag soaked in vinegar, her knees creaking as she bent down, muttering under her breath about carelessness that always felt aimed at more than just the marks. I rummaged through the kitchen cabinets, finding half-empty bottles of liquor my parents had saved for company that rarely came, dust coating the labels like a fine gray film, the glass cold under my fingers as I mixed a drink that burned going down but warmed from the inside, chasing away the chill that had settled despite the thermostat climbing, the house resisting the heat like it preferred the cold, the kind that seeps into bones and stays there, making joints ache with memories of winters spent shoveling driveways or huddling under blankets during power outages that left us in darkness for days. Around 9, I put on some music. Old records from Dad's collection stacked in the corner cabinet, vinyl crackling as the needle dropped, spinning out jazz standards that filled the rooms with saxophone wails and brushed drums that sounded mournful in the empty space, masking the quiet that had started feeling watchful, like the house was listening to every step, every breath, judging the intrusions. But the fog kept thickening, visible even through drawn curtains as a pressure against the windows, the glass fogging up from the contrast of inside heat and outside cold, and I caught myself glancing over my shoulder more, the music suddenly too loud or not loud enough, the spaces between notes stretching into silences where I swore I heard faint scratches at the siding, slow and deliberate, like nails testing for weakness in the wood, circling the house in a pattern that felt calculated, pausing at each window before moving on as if mapping the vulnerabilities. The sound came again around 10, Clearer this time, a drag along the back wall that made the hairs on my arms stand up despite the warmth from the drink, like fingers trailing lazily across the clapboard, leaving invisible marks that I could almost feel through the insulation, the kind of touch that lingers on skin long after it's gone. I muted the record player, the sudden quiet rushing in like water filling a void, heart picking up in my chest as I listened. But all I got was that ticking clock in the hall, steady and insistent, counting down to nothing, its pendulum swinging with a soft click that echoed too far in the empty house. The scrape repeated, closer now, right under the kitchen window maybe, and I backed away, spilling wine on the linoleum that spread dark like blood under the fluorescent bulb, pooling in the grout lines and seeping slowly toward the edges as if drawn by some unseen force. Rational thoughts kicked in then. Probably a branch caught in the wind scraping against the house, or raccoons rooting around the foundation in search of warmth or food scraps. But there was no wind, the fog hanging still and heavy outside. Not a leaf stirring on the trees I could barely make out through the haze. And as I stood there frozen, the light above flickered once, twice, the bulb humming louder, like it was straining against something pulling at the power from outside, the wires in the walls groaning faintly as if under tension. I checked the locks on the doors again, the deadbolts sliding home with a click that echoed too loud in the quiet, reassuring in the moment but hollow after, the metal cold under my fingers like it had absorbed the chill from beyond the wood. And that's when I noticed the front door's handle turning slowly, back and forth, like someone testing it from outside with patient insistence, the metal creaking under pressure before stopping abruptly, leaving the silence heavier, pregnant with the expectation of the next move. Panic started bubbling up then, that wine-fueled haze sharpening into something colder, more primal, and I backed toward the stairs, phone in hand dialing 911 with thumbs that slipped on the screen from sweat or nerves, but the call wouldn't connect. No bars showing despite the signal being fine earlier. Just that spinning wheel mocking me as the fog seemed to thicken even more, pressing against the glass like it was alive and hungry, tendrils seeping through cracks I didn't know were there, cold and damp fogging the inside panes now. The murmurs started then, low at first, like wind through leaves but forming words, rising and falling in a cadence that tugged at memories I didn't want to touch. Voices carried on the mist that had infiltrated the house somehow, whispering from vents and under doors, my name drawn out and wet, like spoken through mouths full of water or soil, mixed with sobs or laughter that twisted into something ugly, the kind of sound that burrows into your brain and echoes long after it's gone. I fled upstairs, the steps creaking under my weight like they were protesting the intrusion, the banister slick under my palm as if coated in condensation that had no business being there, the hallway dark but familiar with doors to empty bedrooms standing open like mouths waiting to swallow secrets or screams, and I ducked into my old room, the one they'd left untouched since I moved out years ago after the big fight. The bed still made with the same quilt faded from washes and sunlight, posters curling at edges from humidity that seeped in during summers when the AC struggled, the air in there stale like it had been holding its breath waiting for me to return. I locked the door, though it was just a flimsy knob lock that wouldn't hold against a determined push, and sat on the bed, phone clutched tight trying emergency mode but still nothing, the signal jammed or swallowed by whatever was out there in the fog that now pressed against the upstairs windows too, the glass fogging from the inside as if the cold had breached the walls entirely. The murmurs filtered up now, clearer through the vents that carried heat, but now seemed to channel voices instead, words forming into sentences I knew too well. Mom's soft lilt turning sharp with disappointment, Dad's gruff tone laced with resentment, overlapping with my siblings' distant laughter from years when we were still close before the rifts widened into chasms. I huddled on the bed, knees drawn up, as the voices named sins I'd buried deep. The lies to Mom about where I was the night I totaled the car drunk, swerving home from a party I shouldn't have been at, the metal crunching against a tree that left me walking away with bruises but guilt that festered like an open wound. The money stolen from Dad's wallet to feed habits I never admitted, small bills at first but adding up until he noticed and confronted me in shouts that echoed through the house, his face red and veined like he was on the verge of bursting. The way I'd cut contact after the fight over my life choices, leaving them to age alone in this house while I built a life in the city that felt empty despite the noise, their calls going unanswered until the guilt ate at me in quiet moments, but never enough to pick up the phone. The door rattled then, Not the knob, but the whole frame shaking as if something heavy leaned into it from the other side, testing the give with patient insistence. The wood groaning under strain like it was alive and in pain, splintering faintly at the edges where nails had loosened over years of settling. Downstairs, thumps started, heavy footsteps crossing the floor, creaking boards I'd memorized as a kid sneaking in late now, carrying weight that didn't belong, slow and deliberate like they were savoring the approach, the murmurs swelling into full voices, overlapping in chaos that filled the house. You left us to rot. Always the selfish one. Come down and face what you've done. I backed against the headboard, heart pounding in my ears as the door buckled further, hinges screaming in protest, and the fog seeped under the gap, cold and damp against my skin, carrying that same murmur closer, voices pressing through the cracks in the plaster like they could manifest from the wallpaper itself, the patterns on it seeming to shift in the dim light from my phone's flashlight, flowers twisting into faces with mouths open in silent screams. The air grew thicker, harder to draw in, the room closing like the fog outside had invaded fully, shadows pooling in the corners like ink spilling across paper, creeping closer with each rattle of the door, the smell of decay filtering in now, like wet earth and something sweeter, rotting fruit or flesh left too long in the damp. The voices named more, dredging up the accident I'd caused years ago, swerving drunk and hitting the pedestrian who'd staggered into the road from the shadows, the thump of body on hood echoing as bones crunched under tires, a graphic impact that left me staring in the rear view at a twisted form in the road, blood pooling dark under streetlights as I drove on in panic, leaving them broken and dying in the ditch while I raced home to wash the evidence, the news reports later calling it a hit and run that killed a father of two, his family shattered in ways that mirrored my own but worse. Kids left fatherless, wife hollowed by loss that ate at her until she followed him years later in a quiet overdose the papers barely mentioned. The figures coalesced then from the fog seeping in, not solid at first, but gaining form as the door splintered inward with a crack like breaking bones, shards flying across the room to embed in the walls and floor like accusing fingers. Mom's shape led, her face pale and bloated as if drowned, skin sloughing in wet sheets to reveal muscle and bone beneath, eyes milky with cataracts or decay staring blind but knowing, mouth opening to exhale a breath that reeked of lake-bottom mud and regret, her hands reaching with fingers elongated and dripping, nails split and blackened as they grazed my arm, leaving trails of cold that burned like frostbite spreading under skin. Dad followed, his form twisted with the rot of years unspoken, flesh hanging loose from a frame wasted by unspoken cancers, veins bulging dark and pulsing with something thicker than blood, his grip closing on my leg with strength that crushed, bones grinding under pressure as he pulled, whispering accusations that cut deeper than any knife. You did this to us, left us to wither while you ran. My siblings materialized from the swirl, faces warped into mocking versions with skin peeled back in strips to show grinning skulls beneath, mouths sewn in permanent rictus smiles with threads that snapped as they laughed, a sound like cracking ice over deep water, hands clawing at my chest as if to rip out the heart that hadn't stopped me from abandoning them all. The fog choked the room fully now, visions flashing graphic and unrelenting of their deaths replayed from their eyes. Mom alone in the hospital bed, machines beeping erratic as fluids filled lungs. She drowned in slow, gasping agony without me there to hold her hand, her body convulsing in final throes as foam flecked lips that whispered my name in betrayal. Dad's heart seizing in the kitchen, collapsing over cold coffee with arteries bursting like overpressured hoses, blood flooding chambers until he clutched his chest in silent scream, eyes bulging as he crawled toward the phone, fingers numb and failing, my name a curse unspoken on bluing lips. Their forms pressed closer, flesh sloughing onto me in wet sheets that stuck like second skin. Maggots writhing from open wounds where disease had eaten them from within, burrowing into my arms as cold filled my veins like ice water injected straight to the heart. Breath coming in gasps as they forced memories deeper. The night I left after the big fight, slamming the door on Mom's tears that streamed like blood from fresh cuts. Dad's shouted slurs echoing as I drove away into the night, never calling back even when the cancer diagnosis came. Her body wasting to skin over bones in graphic slow motion. chemo ravaging hair and dignity, until she was a husk begging for visits I ignored, his care for her breaking him, until the heart attack claimed him mid-sentence on a voicemail I deleted unheard. The figures twisted further into the man from the accident, his face mangled and accusing with skull caved in from the impact, brain matter gray and congealed leaking from cracks, hands clawing at my throat with fingers broken and splintered from trying to break his fall, forcing me to relive the thump of body on hood. The wet crunch of bones under wheels as I accelerated away. Blood spraying across the windshield like rain from a storm of my making. His family's grief playing out in visions of kids wailing at a grave dug too soon. Wife hollowed by loss that ate at her until she slit wrists in a tub, red blooming in water like the stain I'd left on the road. The fog choked me fully, lungs burning as if filled with water or smoke, visions tunneling as cold claimed limbs, numbness spreading like gangrene from their touch, the house groaning around us as if joining the chorus, walls cracking with the weight of accumulated sins. I woke gasping on the floor come morning, fog lifted like it had never been, house silent but wrecked, doors splintered inward with claw marks gouging deep into wood that wept sap like blood from fresh wounds, walls smeared with muddy handprints that dripped viscous trails down to the baseboards, furniture overturned and shredded as if by animals in blind rage, upholstery torn in strips that hung like flayed skin, the air still thick with that decay smell clinging to my clothes and skin, seeping into pores until I could taste it on every breath. My body ached with bruises shaped like hands that wrapped around arms and legs, scratches weeping blood that crusted black overnight in patterns like accusations scrawled in flesh. And in the mirror, my eyes held shadows that weren't mine, pupils dilated as if staring into endless gray, whispers lingering at the edge of hearing promising return when the fog rolls in again, a cycle unbroken by dawn's light. The tradition wasn't staying, it was summoning them back, the unresolved rising with the new year to drag me down, their resentment made manifest in the mist that never quite clears from this house, seeping into dreams where they wait patient and decaying, ready to pull me under, next time the temperature drops and the lake exhales its cold breath. This year, as the invitations arrive for family gatherings I can't avoid despite the emptiness, I know skipping means they come unbidden, fog thicker and more insistent, forms more solid and hungry, ready to finish pulling me into the cold where regrets drown you forever. Their embraces rotting flesh that sloughs onto yours until you can't tell where they end and you begin. I've written this from a motel because home's unsafe, the walls whispering already with their voices, faint but growing, the fog gathering early this winter like it's eager for the reunion. If you're reading, tell me how to end it. Burn the place, scatter the ashes in running water, something, before next midnight brings them solid, chilled hands closing around my throat, dragging me into the fog where their rotting embrace waits eternal, the decay spreading until I'm one of them, lost in the gray forever.